We'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all 7 voting members and most of the ex officio members are present. First thing, consent agenda only has the approval of minutes for May 22, 2024 on it. This is a motion item.
I would move approval of meeting minutes as presented.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Mr. Trump? No. Okay. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. New business. Exciting day today. 9, 10:15 for our CMARs, 11:30, 1:15, 2:30, and 3:45 for our AEs, with a 45-minute lunch for Commissioner Brinkman.
What?
I said with a 45-minute lunch.
We just can't agree on lunch.
And we can discuss at lunch. I don't think we'll ever recess. I think we'll just stay
We're going out to
in.
recess?
No, I think we'll just stay in during lunch as well if we want to talk about making a CMAR selection. If we have time during lunch, we can do that even. Make our host PG consultants even quicker. And we're ready to go. You want to start early?
Are we allowed to start early?
Probably not.
But do they need to?
You know, they're just a couple
It's
of minutes,
just
just
a
5
rule.
minutes to arrive.
Lots.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
Coffee is on the way.
That's awesome.
Does before we start, does anybody need to like scratch paper or anything?
Coffee.
Yeah, please bring us some coffee.
Does anybody need paper for notice? We did bring some more agenda.
Susan,
Yes.
you're gonna get
Yes.
notes on
Here, you
there?
can have
Yeah, but we have mine.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Here, wait,
Surprisingly.
The agenda, but she has one now, but we did have.
I think that was the last one. I took the last
I
one.
didn't print 16, I only printed.
Everyone has scratch paper. Yes, we have water. Over in that room is a cooler with a bottle of water.
Perfect.
Hey, Cal, can you grab some napkins?
Yes, I will.
Grab
Napkins.
napkins while you're over there.
I will that.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, absolutely. You're really large on
This one's blank too.
Thank you.
And the table, where's the table? Empty. There.
This is George. He's IT guy if you guys need any
There's live
assistance.
ports on the side of the monitor, or there's also live ports down in the podium functions.
No napkins, but I stole some alcohol wipes from somewhere.
We were looking for the donuts, so.
Yeah. Alcohol wipes or it was a Kleenex box. That was the other option.
Okay, thank you.
And extra with water for somebody.
We got our butts cut.
You know, that's why I was like, we're too, we were close.
Let me know, but at the end of the day, I hope we were the lowest.
That's my
there and say I'm gonna go work with you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lois, yeah.
They'll support you guys.
Yeah. Okay, my computer says 9.
Green light.
Welcome, Hutton.
Get started. Well, good morning. Thank you so much for having us here today. And thank you to Emporia State for hosting us. It's awfully gracious of you. We are here today to tell you why Hutton is going to be the best fit for your community and for this project. Being back here this morning, very special to me as I am so very proud to call Emporia my hometown. And in a real full circle moment, we're here today to talk to you about the Emporia Recreation Center. It was in that very building that I took swimming lessons, had birthday parties, taught basketball, coached basketball, played basketball, and in that pool that I got my lifeguard certification. So thank you for kickstarting my professional journey for me. Appreciate that in all ways. My name is Jordan Buxton. I am a civic market leader for Hutton, and my role has been to listen, to learn, to understand what your needs, your challenges, your dreams are, and connect you with a team of experts. And that's what I brought with me today. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves, share a little about who they are and what they do.
Well, hi everybody, my name is Luke Eamon. Like Jordan, I'm pretty excited to be here as well. This is hometown for me too, mom and dad are still here. I took lifeguard training in the pool. But I think something that's a little bit more exciting is just knowing how I call it the Red Center, I hope that's not but how that can touch people's lives. My mom just a few years ago was kind of battling a little bit of a health issue, and that walking track with the sturdy handrail helped her through that. So yeah, it started to be off, but it can also affect a lot of people in the community. So we're excited to come here and talk about how to maintain that here in Emporia. But most of my professional experience was in construction. So I worked for Emporia Construction and Remodeling here for 4 years. I went off, I got an engineering degree, I came back. Actually, my first employer, I built Riverside and Timmerman Elementary Schools for. But I've since been with Hutton 18 years, and I will be the senior project manager, which is kind of the team lead of the project here.
Good morning, my name is Dave Condon. I'll be your pre-construction manager. I've been in the construction industry for about 27 years now. Last 15 of those with Hutton, where I've served as both in the pre-construction department as well as project manager. So got a unique perspective where I've seen projects all the way from beginning to turning them over in the end. So happy to be here today.
Hi, my name is Chris Koenig. I'd be Hutton's General Superintendent overseeing the project. I've got about 25 years-ish of commercial construction experience at this point. Ironically, one of my first big jobs out of college was right here in Emporia, down at the Lyons County Courthouse. Really cool building. Fun project, learned a lot. My role is work with the team as we actually go to construction, make sure we've got the right personnel, the right equipment in place, and the right processes to build the best work civic team.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Zambecki, and I'm deviating from my script for a moment to A, check to make sure this works from over here. It does. Okay, we're good there. B, please tell us in the back if you can't hear us. I hear that there's some ambient noise in here, so if you're having trouble hearing any of us, please let us know. And also, we did not bring enough handouts, so I am sorry about that in advance. We brought, I think 7 or 8 of everything.
No, that's what we asked for.
I know,
There were
but
7 voting members, so that is
Sorry
perfectly
that I did
fine.
not somehow
We're
prepare.
good sharers. We're good sharers.
Thank you. Thank you for your grace. So I help lead our marketing and communications team. I've been in marketing for more than 25 years, and that has included a lot of campaign marketing. And at Hutton in particular, we've been helping schools and hospitals and other municipalities pass bonds and sales taxes for many years. We'll talk about that more later.
Yeah, all right, we've met our experts, and now we're gonna share a little bit about who Hutton is, how we work, and some of the work we've done. We recognize how important this project is, and that you are not just looking for a construction partner, you're looking for a true community collaborator. And that's what we are. We know how to work with architects. We actually like to work with architects. We live with them. And we know how to deliver work on time, on budget, and to a really high standard of quality. 90% of our work over the last 30 years has been through the construction manager at risk. So we're experts at this. We're really, really good at it. I'm gonna allow Luke to share a little bit about what that's looked like over the history and share some examples with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to know you have to pick a good construction manager, but they also have to know how to build things, right? And I know the scope hasn't been totally defined for what you guys are going to build, but we can get pretty close to what we're talking about. So pools, we have done pools over our history. Our number is 12. We've done 12 pools. They were all public, cast-in-place concrete pools. The important thing that we watch out for that others might not, a concrete pool is not one big piece of concrete. It's multiple pieces. How to pour them and how to handle the joints between them. And then secondary, you have to know how the mechanical systems are supposed to work, how to get them commissioned. So that's a detail that we're well aware of. We talk on the other item that you're going to have, most undoubtedly a gymnasium. So our history is a lot of K-12 and higher ed education, and a lot of those projects have gyms. So I was counting, and we're 38 gymnasiums that we've built over our history. And those are a wide variety, from a high performance collegiate level court, 2,700 seating capacity gymnasium, to a small elementary school, gymnasiums that are FEMA rated storm shelters. I even did a gymnasium in McPherson. It was a historic restoration for the first U.S. gold medal basketball team. So the important thing to know there is we know exactly how to do gyms. We can make the gym floor will perform how it's supposed to. I think more importantly, every type, and Dave will talk about this a bit later, every type of structure that goes around those gyms we've built. Tennis courts, pickleball courts, you guys might have some of these, hopefully. I know we need more pickleball courts. And that's what we've done. We've done a lot of those, actually. I think popularity has driven a lot of tennis courts to be transitioned into pickleball courts. But construction of the indoor facilities, outdoor facilities, we've done those. The important detail there that you design them right, but if you don't build them right with the tensioning tendons that go in that slab, getting that tendon in the right portion of the slab, when to tighten it to its specified tightness, and of course how to finish the top surface so that your acrylic surface sticks to it. When you're pouring that slab, you have to have that right. So all those details, we have those already. We're not learning them on your project. So our expertise in construction management and in actually building is there. So I'm gonna switch gears if you guys are okay with that. Jordan started this journey and talked with some of you, a lot of you possibly, and kind of grasp what do you guys define as success? What are you worried about? What are your steps? And actually, we already kind of started working for you. So she brought those back. We started talking. We said, okay, how can we help in this success of this? And we created really a plan that we're going to call it the milestones. We created milestones, which are the steps to your success. And I want to talk about those milestones. Really, we're going to talk about those for the rest of the presentation today. So the first one is picking the site. Good, it's working. We have to define a scope and get a good budget to go with that scope. We also have to pass that sales tax. That's a funding portion of this. And then even if all those are done correctly and you don't build with what I would call integrity and excellence, you can still have a failed project. So I'm going to jump into the first detail on the site selection. And I want to point out site selection investigation. So the investigation is really the key to this. I hear you guys have been thinking about what's the best site, where's the best place to put this, and I would agree. You guys are thinking about a lot of information, but I would point out that the best guide or helper is someone who knows how to dig in and investigate and find all those pieces that are going to ultimately affect your decision of where it's the best location for this new facility. So I'm going to walk through maybe 5 of the items that you have to think about here. So size is one, right? Of course, we have to make sure the building fits on it. That's an easy one. But we have to partner with that design team that you guys, the design professionals you're going to pick. We're going to partner with them. We're going to figure out how much parking is required. And so this is adequate. And then does that fit? So the code-related items you might not see, like the fire lane. Fire trucks have to be able to drive completely around this to protect this building. Does that fit? The other thing for size, I know, we as a community member, you added on to the existing rec center 3 times over its history. And so thinking forward, do we have size for future expansions? Consideration should be also thought of. When we start talking about access for Chris and I, the construction guys, is during construction, are there any extra costs in order to build here? Is it easy to build on this site? But I think more importantly is, are we going to have unknown costs, like do we have to add a turning lane? Do we have to put in a traffic light to get access into the new site once it's open? And probably the longest term effect is, how are kids and patrons going to get here? Can my daughter ride her bike here? So those access items will be thought up, discussed. Utilities and infrastructure, this one is a little bit more working with the engineers. The design will have to go far enough along, and we'll listen at each design meeting to know what that building is going to take to function. And then we'll see, do those utilities exist on site? Yeah, there's a water line that goes across there, but diving in deeper, does it provide the pressure and the volume that we need for that? If it doesn't, it's not a deal breaker. If it doesn't exist, it's not a deal breaker. We can bring it onto the site, but we need to make sure there's not a schedule or cost impact in doing that. So all those things need to be uncovered. Geotechnical and existing conditions are my last two. The geotechnical is really, if you boil it down to simple, it's dirt, right? Does the dirt slope and I need to do a lot of earthwork to flatten it out, or is it too flat and I need to bring in dirt? Those are cost impacts. But also, and I think what people don't understand is my building going to settle? Is it going to move? What's the dirt 10, 15 feet in the ground capable of supporting? Can it hold loads that I've talked with the structural engineer about? So we will do soil borings and geotechnical work to figure that out. We're going to make sure that earth doesn't move when it gets wet from a rain, cause settling. And then the existing conditions, I would harbor a guess, are some of the ones you've been thinking about the most. They're the ones that you can see. Do I need to knock down a building? Is there demolition on this site? Is Lava North coming down, and what's that cost? There's hidden ones too. Say there's a utility that passes completely underneath that site that you can't see. It doesn't feed anything, but it's a cross-country gas line. Is there an easement there that prevents me from building on that piece of property that we pick? What are the codes from the architects that allow us? How close can we build to that property line? All these kind of hidden things we're not going to see. So, as I bored you with that, I apologize, but there's a lot of details that we're going to dig up. We're great at digging those up, and my commitment to you guys is you're picking the best expert at investigating. But my second commitment is, if I don't put that in a form that you guys can use, that tool doesn't do any good. So we disseminate and distill some of that information down, give you the pertinent information that you guys need, so that I can give you a report, you can understand it, you can weigh that in your decision of where to go. In addition, I give you something similar to this example that you can share with the community, because you're going to have to explain why the decision was made, and you want something that you're confident and proud in showing the community. So I'll step out of your way. This one was an example that we had done for Sumner County. Sumner County was building a new hospital, brand new hospital. They were moving out of their old, and they were trying to decide where to put it. So we did a study for them. It was about a 3-month study. Provided it to their board, but I remember their CEO, Brooke Ballman, told me about that. I don't know how we would have ever picked where to go. So we will give you something you can use and be proud and be confident in your decision.
All right, so you guys are very early in your process here, so you got not only the site to decide on, but you got a lot of decisions on what you're going to put into this building, what's going to happen, what is it made out of. So this is the perfect time to be bringing CMAR on board, and we're very capable and it fits us perfectly to help you guys make those decisions. And some of those decisions that you'll see up on board, like I said, along with the site, we're also going to look at structural. This building is probably going to have lots of different uses on it, so what structures best fit those uses and fit within the budgets, obviously. It may be a pre-engineered metal building for parts of it, maybe conventional steel. We may look at precast. Luke mentioned the storm structure, so maybe there's parts of this building that we want to allow for some storm structure, so how does that fit into the building? So lots of decisions that need to be made around the structure of the building, and we will help you evaluate those decisions, both from a cost and from a performance and how it works standpoint. Mechanical systems, swimming pools, again, you got a lot of different uses for this building, so you may have a couple of different types of systems to serve those purposes. For a swimming pool, it's very critical that we get the right mechanical system. We'll help evaluate not only you know, the performance of that system, but we'll evaluate the first cost in looking at those performances, as well as the life cycle cost of those systems as you go through owning the building and how that's gonna affect you later on down the road. So we'll help you evaluate all those things going into this building, because there could be, like I said, 2-3 different types of systems that you'll use for your different uses. The exterior envelope. So this is where we really get to get involved with the architects. Obviously, we'll be involved with them all along with it, but this is where we really get to start getting the vision of the project. You know, working with you guys and the design team to collaborate on what's the building going to look like, and starting to evaluate the different materials and different combinations of the materials that will get your vision for how the building looks. And you know that it's not only the materials themselves, but in what proportions. So how much glass versus how much metal panel versus how much brick, and we can really evaluate those different proportions to let you know, okay, this design looks like this, and you're going to have this kind of a value to that. Interior finishes, again, lots of different uses. So lots of different, particularly when we're talking about sports flooring. You know, you're going to have gymnasium flooring. You're going to have possibly wrestling type rubber flooring in weights areas. You know, the pool surfacing. So lots of different flooring and options that we can help explore and look at throughout the process of it.
Yeah. On the pool, the important thing to note there, the pool is a big deal. It's a complicated structure. There are costs involved with it. And Dave mentioned the mechanical systems. What we're going to kind of push for early, because a big thing that affects that cost is what's the use of the pool, right? Is it a competition swim lane? Does it have a zero entry? Are you going to have diving into it? That really affects the size, which affects, of course, the cost of the pool, but also the building that goes around it. But then even let's talk about the temperature of the water a little earlier than you normally would, because the temperature of the water is what affects sizing ultimately that HVAC unit or that dehumidification unit, which is what serves that pool. So we will push for some early discussions to get that more accurate budget.
Yeah, we want to be collaborative with the design team and with the whole team to work on the cost and come up with the best vision. So this is just a screenshot of our estimating system, and our system is really built and designed around doing quick iterative budgets. So we can put information in quickly and be able to evaluate all your different options and be able to quickly tell you, okay, this option is going to cost you this much. If we do this, we mentioned adjusting the percentages about exterior skin, so we can look at those things on basically an instantaneous condition. So we have a lot of cost history that backs that up, from the 12 swimming pools that Luke mentioned to the almost 40 gymnasiums. We have a lot of cost history with this type of building to be able to plug into those. And why this is all important is, this basically, when you go out to vote, this becomes the guaranteed maximum price. I mean, you can't spend more than what you're going out to tax dollars with. So we promise to you that we will work on these quick iterative budgets and give you confidence in what you're going out to your constituents with, in both scope of work that you're going to have done and the cost of that scope of work, so that when it's all said and done, you can all be proud of what you built and that you got there under budget and on time, and it looks great.
So you figured out the site, and you figured out what you're going to build and how much it's going to cost, and then we've got to go pass a sales tax. And this is the fun part, if you ask me. Hutton has a full-service marketing and communications team. In your proposal, you see Abigail. She is on a much-deserved summer vacation. I'm here representing the team today. We are at Hutton to help Hutton market and communicate, but the reason we have such a robust team really is because we help clients. We've worked with multiple school districts, hospitals, and other municipalities, as I mentioned, and part of what we realized is that one of the best ways that we can serve our clients is by serving them at moments like this, when you need help in the realm of getting a sales tax passed or a bond passed. We've got more than 60 years of experience between us, and we also have about an 81% win rate in campaigns like this, which we're very proud of. We are absolutely the best and only construction manager who will provide this type of service to your campaign. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we do that. We start out by helping you identify leaders of your campaign. Maybe that is all of you, maybe that is some of you, maybe that is some of you plus some of the folks who are out in the community who aren't already rooted in one of your organizations. We would discuss that and think about it strategically with you. Then we're gonna, this is a very basic icon about a strategic plan. We will help you, I'm gonna talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but we wanna help you with both strategy and planning, as well as with the like very tactical calendar of events and milestones in the campaign. And then only after we've done all that planning is it time to go out to the community and ask for their vote. We work very closely with architects in every time we do this. Some architects offer different levels of service or different capabilities in this area, and we just work seamlessly with them. Whatever they have to offer, we just complement that and vice versa. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about the campaign strategy. There are just a few things I want to touch on. One is that there's usually a fundraising component, which is no one's favorite, but always something that needs to happen. Even if it's just a few $1,000s, we want to be able to pay for some print collateral or some postcards or something like that. We'll need to be able to do that with a campaign account. Everybody's favorite says paid for by blah, blah, blah at the bottom, you know. Then we also want to talk about the election date. There are so many different components that go into deciding an election date, and sometimes you don't necessarily have a choice. In this case, we probably have some options. And if you choose an architect who is able to produce some sort of visual aids in time, I might recommend a late January or early February special election. It's a great time for a special election. Nobody's really doing anything. And so it's a great time to mobilize volunteers and take over the kind of airwaves of the people of the community. Scope and budget and messaging kind of go together. You know, it's not a mistake to go out and just talk about the great features of the building that you're planning to build. But even better is talking about the benefits to the community and leading with a few key talking points that everybody has the same talking points. We're always leading with the same talking points. So that's what key messaging is about. And then last but not least, voters. We have been looking at your voter registration list and looking at some of their voter history and already starting to think about how can we make choices about things like strategically mailing postcards so that people who have a history of voting in special elections, or frankly who are Democrats, or have some other vested interest in this passing, get more information from us than others might. And that brings us to going out to the community. So I don't know exactly how many I will get through here, but I'm gonna have Jordan hand this out. So this is just a sample campaign calendar. There's a lot on there. And the point of handing this out is not so that you will tune out from me talking, please, thank you, is so that you will know that we put a lot of thought into the details of these campaigns. We think really strategically about whether one long video is the right video or if 8 short videos is the right way to do this for you. Whether one postcard is that gets everybody out to vote just a few days before the election is right, or if we want to do more of a drip campaign over several weeks ahead of time. The last couple of lines you see on there says get out to vote. One thing that I have seen and that we bring experience in is really thinking about those last 3 or 4 days before the election. We can't have one without the other. It's best to have all those weeks leading up of communicating and marketing, but sometimes it's possible. Oh my gosh, you guys have been here without coffee all this time? Do we need to take a break? Honestly.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Oh man, I'm gonna talk fast. If you guys, that's okay. So this is just an example of one of the things that we might do in the last few days and why it's great to be able to recruit some volunteers before the election. So these are door hangers. This goes back to the voter registration list, making sure that we're being smart about volunteer time. That's an example from a school bond campaign, obviously, that we did. But making sure everybody has the information they need to vote. I mean, I'm sure you've seen special elections tend to have lower voter turnout. We want to make sure that the people who are in support of this actually remember to get out and vote. And that is part of the kind of expertise that we bring to the process. So we have a team that is experienced and passionate about your community, and we really believe that we are the best partner that you can choose to help you win this instance.
Okay, so last milestone, it's different than just we know how to build, right? It's we know how to build with integrity and excellence. I'm going to talk to the integrity piece, and I'll let Chris talk to the excellence piece, but your financing mechanism is a sales tax. Now, sales tax is voted on by the people who are going to use that. So all the builders, all the suppliers, subcontractors in Emporia, it's the right thing to do to have them as involved as they can be. Now, we do have sales tax, so we have to follow state bid rules. And the biggest thing with that state bid rule is how it's solicited. So it's called a bid package. Bid package is ultimately just an advertisement that asks, this is the type of scope, we would like you to include all these things, please provide it on this date, in this format. Now, where the integrity piece comes in and the local piece comes in is how we advertise that. So Hutton will custom make those. We're not gonna take the easy way out and just say, I want all the plumbing, send me a plumbing bid. I talked to a lot of the subcontractors, some of them were good to catch up with, I haven't talked to them in a while, but I was talking with, as an example, last week, Matt at Burnett Brothers, plumbing company here in town, super comfortable and excited about all the, I would call it building related plumbing, bathrooms, showers, kitchen, but they don't have a large experience in the pool. So the plumbing that goes with the pool, you'll hear how we're gonna, that's a little bit of a special feature. So what we would do is we would write 2 bid packages that go out. One of them asks for plumbing of the pool, one asks for building of the pool. And that allows the most input from local companies to do it. If I lumped it together, Burnett Brothers might say, I'd love to do this, but I can't do the pool, so I'm not gonna bid at all. That's just an example. We'll take that through everything so you can get local participation, because they're gonna bring the highest level of quality, because they're gonna be the most proud, and it's the right thing to do.
I'm going to talk a little bit on quality control. A large multi-purpose rec center is going to have a lot of areas with its own unique QC areas that we need to pay attention to, make sure it's right. But I think as Luke's mentioned a couple times, that pool area is probably one of the bigger ones, right? It's kind of its own monster. And what everyone interacts with in the pool, right, the water and the non-slip deck, that's all hiding behind the scenes a really complicated mechanical system, right? That's what the heart of that pool is. So making sure that that's installed correctly the right way, that's important. So there's a spider web of piping that's going underneath dirt, underneath concrete, underneath thousands of gallons of water. How do we make sure that's in the exact right spot, right? Is a laser scan warranted if the pipe runs are complicated enough? We can definitely do that. Ensuring there's a process in place to make sure nothing gets covered up before it's tested. Pumps and filter systems, right? Are they working exactly the way they were specified? What is going to be our commissioning process for that? And the other half of it is what Luke mentioned too. It's part and parcel of the pool. Then the other half is that HVAC system, right? There isn't a space like a pool, right? It is fighting day and night to try to get that humidity out of that space. That has to be commissioned and working properly. Dave mentioned the exterior envelope. Well, within an aquatic space, right, there's really an interior envelope as well. Right? We need to keep that space doing what it's supposed to do. We have spaces adjacent to it. And this picture here, this is from 15 years ago, a project we did in Marion, Kansas. Just out of the frame there's a gymnasium with a wood floor, right? This has been going for 15 years. Everything works the way it's supposed to. You don't see that curtain wall system covered in droplets of humidity, right? We know how to build these the right way. We also understand it's one thing for us to get the thing going exactly right, and then we don't hand it to you along the way, right? There's an owner training process in these type of buildings that needs to have some due diligence to it to make sure you know how to work what you've actually got. So I'll talk a little bit about safety. What we do is inherently hazardous, right? There's other occupations that aren't that way, but what we do is we know how to work with our trade partners to put the right processes in place. Site-specific safety plans, THAs, how do we do inspections on our job sites to make sure we're not just saying it, we're doing it. We know how to keep ourselves and our trade partners safe and get them home every night, but there's an interaction with the community as well, right? It's no small feat to get the sheer amount of men and manpower or material and equipment on and off a job site. If we're out in a green space site that's not congested, maybe that's not the hard part of the job. But if it's a downtown location where there's a bunch of demo, something like this is a project we're doing in Topeka, directly across from the state capitol building, right? That project started with a 14-story demolition. The street stayed open, the buildings aside of us kept going. We understand how to work at that level and keep the community safe and our workers safe as well. And then last, I'm going to touch on communication. If you guys have been a part of a construction process, there's a standard line of communication that really feeds a project and keeps it moving forward. We certainly champion that. We do it well. RFIs, submittals, OACs, agenda and action items that keep things moving forward. I want to bring up though something we do that's not overly complicated, but man, it gets a lot of good accolades and great responses from owners group and design group. And that is a simple weekly update email. That throughout the week, we grab some great photos of what's kind of indicative of key elements that we are moving forward. Somebody sits down and puts together a short layman term explanation of what we're doing, and they send that out to the owners group and the design group. I think sometimes it's easy for construction people to forget that not everybody's in construction, right? It adds a lot of cohesion to the team. It keeps everybody on the same page. You can share it with the community. I think I'll just wrap up saying, regardless of where this project goes, regardless of the final scope, we do know we can be a great partner for Emporia and build a multi-generation rec center. Sorry.
No, you did a great job. We've shared what we believe are some of the milestones. I just want to reemphasize that this project is special. It's special to us. We know how important it is to you, not only what it can do now to meet the needs, but what it can do for the future of your community and the rec center. So we've shared our milestones, but I just want to emphasize that when you hire Hutton, you're not just hiring a construction partner. We're going to arm you with really clear information so that you can confidently select your site. We're going to support a sales tax initiative with our marketing experts, and they are experts. We're going to create really fast and iterative budgets that are going to help you to define your scope and be really clear so you can take that out to the public. And we build really beautiful buildings. We build beautiful buildings that last for generations and generations to come. So we are not just a construction firm. We are a strategic partner. We are a marketing and PR firm. And we are a true community collaborator. We ask that you choose Hutton. That's our presentation. Thank you very much. We try to keep it short and tight there, but I know we've got 30 minutes for questions, and we want to be mindful of your schedule today. So,
Do you need to take a break for coffee?
yeah, coffee.
I'm so sensitive to this because, like, if I knew coffee was there, get me coffee. Susan gets coffee. Everybody knows Susan gets coffee.
You guys can help yourselves.
We are good.
We are.
We're good.
I have a question. Can I start questioning?
Please, yeah.
So I don't even remember what you said, Luke, but you said a lot of things about.
I probably talked too fast. Yeah.
It was about pools, and I wrote down good pool info. So, have you worked with either Water's Edge or Water Technology, and how do those relationships work? So we're gonna have an architect, but then they also have
Right.
partnered with the pool company, and then
Yep.
we have a construction company. So can you kind of just tell me a little bit
Yep.
about that process?
Yeah, architects will hire consultants,
Okay.
and that's what you're talking about, the consultant of the pool. Water's Edge, the picture that Chris showed was in Marion. I was project manager on that 15 years ago, and that one was Water's Edge. And so, yeah, I'm familiar with how they work, and it's really no different. I would say we're open and collaborative. We know the questions to ask if they don't come out, and so we said working with the design team, really we meant them and all their consultants.
Okay.
So, yeah.
A question probably for Jennifer.
Yeah.
You know, we passed a bond in our community in, I think, 2019, does that sound right? For our school district. And I feel like the economy was different in 2019 than it is today. So can you maybe walk us through maybe a recent project that you've done on a sales tax, you know, in this kind of post-COVID economy we're in?
Sure, not just the economy, but voters. I mean, voters
And
just
that, yeah.
changed a
Yeah.
lot in 2020. It was really evident. Some of it was actually evident in voter turnout, which I thought was interesting. Voter turnout in special elections went up after 2020, and fortunately or unfortunately, it seems like it's because people on the extremes became even more passionate about their views, and so they got more people to the polls. And so one of the things that we look at is the answer to your question is really different in literally every community. The factors that tend to play the most into it is, have you had successful special elections in the last few years that people remember, or did one go down in a blaze of glory that people remember? Do the people of the community have a relatively high level of trust of the entity or entities who are putting forward this idea? And if not, that's okay. We can start working on that early. The great thing about what I see ahead for you is that you have plenty of lead time to be very strategic about your communications, and start now with all of the channels that are available to you to start crafting a story about how something different in the future is going to benefit everyone in the community and people beyond the community. And so I'm not trying to dodge your specific question, but it's because with experience we know that there is no two election campaigns or no two community campaigns like this that are even close to the same. They're just all so different. So part of what we do when we, like the little leadership group that was on that slide, is we talk about all that together and really just kind of get in a room for a couple of hours and think strategically all the way through that and come out with, like, at the end of the election, on the day after the election, what do we want people to say about us? We want them to say that we did this with integrity. We want them to say that we did it with fiscal responsibility. We want them to say that they trust us more now than they did before the election started or before all of this started, and maybe other things too. Those are just things that are coming to my mind for you all. And so then we start working backwards from that, and how do we do everything we're going to do through the lens of what we want people to say and think about us at the end. Yes.
As I have my coffee, I have a lot of questions.
Great.
Beware.
How do you handle, or what is your approach or experiences with, and what if you have a robust vote no group?
Yeah, I love a vote no group. Like, these people are my favorite. Put me in a public meeting with these folks. I love them. I want to talk to every one of them individually, and in small groups. The thing about vote no groups is they're, and any sort of like persuasion situation like this, is that my coaching always is, do not swim in their lane. Do not participate in what they're doing. We have a story to tell. We know what is positive. We know what the outcome will be. We know why this is better for Emporia and for the families of this community and really for this region. And that is what we are staying focused on. We're going to stay focused on our message, our positive message. We're going to stay focused on our proven tactics to get people persuaded and get them to the polls, because persuaded people are useless if they don't go vote yes for this on election day or at the election time. And that is always my coaching. That said, when we have public meetings, which we always have to do, or other community gatherings, we work with teams like yours to coach ahead of time, to arm you with talking points. Again, every community is different, so the talking points from the no group are sometimes different. Sometimes they're the same. I have a bingo card. It's because so many of their talking points are the same from community to community. But to the extent that they're specific to your campaign, then we arm you with, and your supporters at those events with talking points that often come down to, like, thank you for coming and sharing and caring enough about our community to get involved. I'm sorry that you're voting no. I'm gonna go help talk to somebody who is interested in learning more about this, and they've come with true curiosity and questions.
So, I guess just a question about timeline, because I heard you say just recently that you felt like we had plenty of time, but also earlier in the presentation, like you had shared about like 3 months of kind of an investigative or exploratory time. So doing the math, what is a realistic timeline? How do those layer in terms of like the marketing side with the planning, investigative, all the procedural side, right? And how does that layer up, and what is a realistic timeline to expect? I mean, I think we as a group kind of have hopes, but realistically, where do you foresee that falling?
You talked about the time for a vote in January, which I think you still do it, because they do exactly what you say, they layer, right? Some of the stuff that I was talking about on the site selection has to happen after design is started, right? So as design is going forward, we're getting some of the early engineering numbers to make sure we have enough utilities. That stuff will be happening concurrently at the same time, which is what we did look at, and I do think that we have to keep going, right? From your selection, we shouldn't take a hiatus on it. But the other thing to mention, and you might speak to this, is that really the duration of a public campaign is shorter than a lot of people think. Right? You don't want to go out too early because people forget about it.
Yeah. And they work in these situations. So we're all kind of doing a dance together, and that's great. The great thing about marketing and communications is we can sort of be a layer that's always going around and above the architect and construction manager processes, because strategic communications, especially when it's rooted in the benefits to the community and the outcome that we're going for, it doesn't actually matter what the facade material is. Sorry guys. So I mean, I guess it might really matter to a few voters, but I doubt it. I don't think that's gonna tip anybody over on the no side if it's metal panels. So that's something that we can start on from day one. Like if you select us, the very next day I'm gonna be calling and saying, all right, let's figure out who that leadership team is and let's get started, because time is always better when it comes to that sort of thing, and we don't have to wait on their processes to get started on that.
So you feel like marketing to the community without a site plan and pictures and things like that quite yet, just knowing the benefits of the rec center and being indoor would be enough to get started, basically?
Yeah, I think the community already knows. People who are paying attention already know this is happening. We can't sneak up on them 6 weeks ahead of the election date. We can really hit the airwaves hard in the 6 weeks leading up to the election date, and that's really about getting out the vote more than persuading. A lot of the persuading is probably happening ahead of time. In my experience, for the most part, somebody who is genuinely on the fence is not going to be swayed by the location, and they are not going to be swayed by the, $1 million above or below a certain dollar amount. They're going to be persuaded by the benefit to the community. And so while it is ideal, especially in those last 6 weeks, to have, I'm using 6, it can be 3, it can be 8, like there's no magic here. That we do have renderings and that we have visual aids. People will want to know, genuinely curious people, not the no people who are just there to be no people. So renderings are great. It would be good to have the site selected, but it's not required. And sometimes what we have to say is, we haven't selected the site because there are big variances in the cost of these different sites and costs and benefits to each. And if this community isn't going to support it, then we're not even going to bother, And so we have to wait to see if the community is going to support the project before we select a site. Those are all things we can figure out together.
I have another question. So you are a marketing team. The architects that we've talked to, at least a few of them, have marketing teams.
Yes.
And I think you addressed that a little bit, but,
Yeah.
but both teams just would work together for this obvious same goal of passing a sales tax?
Yeah, what we found is we tend to have different capabilities.
Okay.
Sometimes we have the same capabilities, and then you just have more of those capabilities in the mix. The great thing about us working together with architects is when it's just us or it's just the architects, that's great. It's better than nothing, but it's even better when we're working together. So, for example, we have great video capabilities. We have videographers. We have drone videographers. You don't have to go pay somebody extra to do that kind of work. Most architecture firms do not. Some might, but none of the ones we've ever worked with do. Some of them have like a really strong total process that they really like to follow, and we can just fall in line with that and enhance it along the way with our capabilities. Some of them have zero planning capabilities at this level, and that's okay too, because we do. But where they really shine is at the public meetings and dreaming big with the community and casting a big vision and getting people excited about the project the way sometimes only architects can. And so we just figure that out together and go from there.
Okay. And then just a comment, you said weekly updates for the team. That will probably be critical for us more than most. We are 3 governing bodies sitting in this room, and that's what makes up a recreation commission. And so just so many moving parts for us to keep people on the same page. So that was good to hear.
Yeah, and we would do the same during the campaign season as well. A lot of consolidated communications for everybody involved.
I know there are a lot of unknowns still. So one question I have is, we had a campaign that's successful in late January, early February, and then sort of what are we looking at after that? If we've been successful, what do you think the timeline would be, maybe on a similar project, in another community? What was the timeline from, say, the sales tax passing or bond passing
start immediately after that. And you can ask them about their willingness to do kind of call it a phase design. Like if you are in a hurry and want it open quickly, what we can do is they can design, say, the earthwork and the building foundations. And while you are now picking the rest of the interior finishes and the outside, we can start that construction, right? You've designed the concrete footings way before you pick the wall color. So you can do a phased design so the construction can start sooner. If they're comfortable, you guys have that need, that's a common option. But they could answer to the design timeline. If I would really be taking a big shot in the dark and assuming that we're between a $20 and a $40 million project with this scope, I think a year construction is realistic. Maybe a month or two, if we figure out that there's some key component there. I would point out too that what we will think about, at least the detail guy here, start thinking about is some of the long lead items. So I want to make sure that when my construction is done for you, that you have the electrical panels, that you have the HVAC equipment, that you didn't have any long lead items that we didn't order a year ago because it took a year to get them now. So that goes into our consideration on your completion date too.
Social media question. We have a rather active Emporia, whatever, chat page.
God, I love those. They're my second favorite.
And my question is, how do you engage with that world? Because my experience with them is, it's only a handful of people who actually comment on it, but it's a much bigger people. Hey, sorry, did you see what was on important? People are reading. So.
Just a quick story in Valley Center where we just helped them pass their bond. They have a What's Happening Valley Center, a What's Really Happening Valley Center, and then one that's What's Really all caps Happening Valley Center.
This gets juicier and juicier.
It's fine. So a couple things. The things that I have found most successful in those groups is having a few key partners who are not on your committee, ideally, although it's fine if they are, but better if they're not. Who are armed with all the information, who can just drop in a nice little factual, unemotional comment on a post, and then kind of mic drop and walk away, and then it almost always extinguishes those posts I've seen. Because what's happening is people are operating out of this weird emotional place, like they're going to convince each other in the comment section on Facebook, and what they're not, what those folks aren't interested in is facts. And then when someone just kind of lays out, like, here are 3 sentences that it's like, here are the facts of this matter, then there's really not much else to respond to after that. So anyway, there's definitely a way to kind of address that. And then sometimes my coaching is just like, let it go. Nobody will remember that post a day from now.
You can also just unfollow them.
No. What?
What else are we supposed to eat our popcorn with at the end of the night?
You follow it and then put on notifications so that you can see every post. Come on.
You're not even on Facebook, are you?
No.
Ignorance is bliss, right?
So speaking of kind of the internet and stuff, do you guys have a web team or some way to make a website for people to go to
For sure.
to get updates and information?
Yes, absolutely. It would be. Yeah, sure. Yes, we have all that. So
Okay.
web design, graphic design, copywriting, social, video, drawing. I did forget to do that in my part of the presentation. Thank you. And then really, I would. Maybe this is obvious because it's coming from me. I think the most important capability that we have to offer is that consolidated and strategic and organized planning capability. But then when it comes to actually executing the plan, we don't have to go outside of our team to do anything.
So obviously, you guys are very professional, probably very good at your jobs, and very busy. I noticed the State House, how much you were talking about the safety. So how are we assured that you have enough capacity to make sure that this community is a top priority to you?
The immediate things that you're going to do, the milestones that we talked about, the milestones we planned for, we have immediate capability to start helping, right? That pre-construction with Dave, the construction input, and kind of overall guidance with me, even though Abigail isn't here, Abigail's immediate assistance with Jenny's team to to start that. That can start right away. As we define it together, we start looking ahead, and like I talked about, we're looking ahead to ordering equipment. I'm also looking ahead to making sure I give you the right supervisor and manager of the on-site construction activities. And the important piece is that we're talking with subcontractors on their availability also, right? We went through a time several years ago where you couldn't get steel beams. So it changed the design of the building to start making things out of concrete beams, precast. So that early discussion is something I'm always looking for forward. So I can assure you that we have immediate starting staff, and that we will also monitor that when construction is going to start, they're ready.
And we wouldn't be in front of you if we didn't believe we had the capacity for whenever you chose to move forward with this week.
Could you talk a little bit about your relationship with subcontractors? CMAR is in the state, all of them have reputations for, some of them are very tough on subcontractors, some of them have a long list. Just a little general philosophy. Obviously, we have to keep people on time schedules, but at the same time, you know, sometimes the subcontractors run into calling the city manager or somebody else who's you know, not really heavily involved in the project and you know, say the CMAR is being unreasonable. Maybe go to the architect, but could you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. We look at them as a partner that we're working with. We do vet them. Hutton has a subcontractor pre-qualification that we would do because some of that frustration that sometimes they hear is they turned out they weren't able to staff that. They didn't think ahead, right? So we might have to think ahead for them to make sure they're not all of a sudden, if they agreed to something and now they're not living up to that, for sure, we're going to ask them, hey, there was an agreement, now you're not living up to that agreement. But if I pushed them into a situation they didn't know, I failed, right? And that doesn't help me. So we will evaluate them early. We'll communicate well in what they should be expected, so there's no surprises. And then I think the piece that kind of goes, that might be the little hidden, nasty underbelly in construction is some companies will say, hey, so-and-so gave me a bid that's this, and your bid is this. If you could lower your price, you'll get the job. That cancer will spread throughout the entire culture of that company, and we don't have that. And what subcontractors will do is play the game and say, well, I know this is going to happen because I'm talking with XYZ, so I'm going to give a high price, and then they're going to show me down to the price I really want. The reputation, and I would ask you to ask around Emporia, the reputation will be that Hutton will accept their price when they give it to it, right? There's no haggling with it, and that's really the key important thing to remember too. How strict are our contracts? Do we make them sign in blood every time there's a change, or do we work with them as a partner?
Then it looks like you mentioned your safety mod in here. Well, we call it a mod, below industry standard. What is your general attitude about safety on the job, and in terms of what you're asking your subcontractors particularly? Because I know you have people work for you, it's a lot easier to control, but you know, as we know, there's a variety of subs on there. How do you try to make subs follow your safety standards?
I might let Chris answer some of that, but I would say ultimately our theory is everybody working on the job site should go home in the same condition they came, our employees are not. Chris, do you have any specific?
Yeah, so basically on any project, we start out with our trade partner. The project has a site-specific safety plan. Right, we'll all sit down and then say, these are the hazards we're gonna be faced with out here. What's our plan to go do it? And then we've got a pre-construction process to basically bring them in. We're getting ready to go start. How are we going to vet that scenario and make sure we're following that practice? It's a collaborative effort. Together, we work to make sure we've got a safe site and everybody's doing it.
Yeah, our employees, every single employee has the right to stop work. I mean, so our, if you want to call it the newest employees, the guys that have been there 2 days, can walk up to me and say, Luke, you should stop doing that. You don't have your safety glasses on. And it's a policy in our company. So, I mean, that kind of speaks to the culture we have in it.
So Chris, you were saying you were involved in the courthouse down here. Do you feel responsible for the corruption and the high tax?
Here's your scapegoat, yeah.
How do you guys view warranty work, and how do you guys handle stuff after the 1 year has elapsed?
Yeah, so Mark Hutton, the founder of our company, called it a biblical warranty, right? We won't forget you, we won't forsake you. And that's, I like that definition, but the theory on that is, if we have done something that isn't done correctly, we're gonna take care of that. Your building is gonna last 50 years, and if you call me in 5 years and say, hey, I think I found something that wasn't done right, we're gonna show up and we're gonna check that out, and we're gonna have a discussion, and if it turned out that we didn't do it right, we're gonna fix it at cost, outside of the typical 1-year bumper warranty. And we've done that. I'd be happy to provide lists of owners who have sung our praises because we didn't say, sorry, it's past 1 year.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yeah.
Mail ballot or a special, or a poll ballot? You know, election, what?
So, I don't have super strong opinions on that. It would be interesting to have a discussion with you all about the history of your electorate and see if there's anything we can mine from that. But the great thing about a polling election is that it offers both. And so for those, for whatever reason, who want to use a mail ballot, great. They can still do that in a polling election. I do think ultimately a polling election is better because the people who are the most motivated, and again, I am assuming that we are going to together persuade the most motivated to vote yes, more of them to go vote either by mail or during early voting or on election day, are just more likely to vote. Whereas people who are sitting at home and grumpy are more likely to mail ballot, and so I wouldn't necessarily recommend that, but I would want to have a discussion. There are people sitting at home who are happy too.
They're just quiet.
They're not on Facebook.
They're enjoying their life.
That's right.
Exactly. When you guys look at materials to build, are you also going to help with the designers to look at feasibility? I'm just thinking of cleaning and all of those things that go along with it and the manpower.
Yeah, it comes up in our knowledge of how it's performed, right? How, they have specifications and they have great knowledge too, don't get me wrong. I mean, they sometimes have more product knowledge of new products than we, but we have kind of that historical of this is how that worked. Now, an example would be, and we've had this one a lot, and I think we're really good at it. If you're talking about an epoxy paint, there's an amount of grit that you can put in that for slip resistance. That isn't a factory standard. That's how much do you put in. And that decision, it affects, there's a balance. How slip resistant versus how easy to clean. So there's a lot of, I think, collaborative talk during those selections, what we can affect and what we've seen.
I'll also say we have a facility services component of our business that's been around since the day we started that has really gone great guns in the last few years and grown threefold. And one of the best things about that is that our facility services crew is out there working on buildings we didn't build, but also buildings we did for years after, and they intentionally bring that feedback to our construction team. And so we have this kind of like insider baseball on how materials are performing for years to come that nobody else does.
You guys would do something and give it just to our chair so nobody else sees it. We do want you guys to write the architects one before. But Aaron's eyes only, just so we know.
I'm curious.
That's not something we discussed.
We talked about it earlier.
I'm curious what you would say if I said we wouldn't feel good about that with integrity because we haven't worked with all of them.
Because I guess you guys were happy. Okay, we talked about that. I thought we talked about that earlier.
Well, at the end of the day, all of our CMARs have to go out and work with all of the AEs.
Is there anybody you have, would you let us know if there's somebody you have a concern about?
Oh, yeah.
But it's public information too, so.
And that's why, just said give it to the.
But it's still
part of the public
it could still be
record.
quorum.
Is it?
And
I'm
so,
trying to think.
I don't want to do that in
Okay.
my organization. I don't think we're
No,
going to do it.
90% of our work over the last 30 years has been with many different architects.
Just had a situation recently where we had a bad pairing, and we're trying to.
We did discuss it. But
Okay.
I think we felt comfortable with our.
Okay, maybe I
Four
missed that.
choices.
I missed part of that.
That's okay. I'm sorry to
Last
have that
meeting.
experience.
Yeah, we want to be good partners.
Yeah.
And if it helps, we talked with the one firm that we didn't know, that this partner, Kaylor Slater and his partner,
That's good.
We do have I don't wanna forget to give you the box of the price proposals.
Yeah, our fee proposal's in the box. We have the 7 copies and a little flash drive for the electronic copy.
Okay.
We have 2 more minutes. If anybody has-
2 minutes.
I'll throw a little side note on the architect. So the firm that we're partnered with as a design build on the State House, the Docking Building. Our first major project with them was the Hill Library at K-State, redoing it after the fire, and they loved us so much working with us after that. Really, the first time we worked together in that kind of capacity, that they wanted to partner with us on a project of that magnitude. So working with architects that we haven't necessarily worked for, we've had great relationships and great success with that. So.
We won't just stare at you.
Yeah.
I do want to say thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much.
For, you guys are taking in a lot of information today to help the community, so thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gals.
I'm ready for a refill now. Yeah, you are. Thank you all so much. Appreciate your attention. Thank you.
I moved it up because I realized we were back here.
Of course, I'm gonna say that about everyone.
Are you guys okay? It's fair to both.
It is.
Trey?
Dion.
Dion, I like it.
He's gonna wait for CMARs.
But you don't think
Same with well, I think it's unfair too.
As I tell my husband.
It's like 100%.
Yeah.
100% better than when you started.
It is. When I walked in here, I was like, whoa.
It's cold.
Showed up late, so that's good.
Over your shoulder, or
Jim had her.
just pushing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's it. Good deal. Yeah, very pro. I mean, like, no, that's awesome.
I usually just follow that.
Yeah, just that we had the situation.
You've just seen her in here. Who is it?
I saw you at the track.
You're fine. Okay, I will put that. You're fine. He was out there. I saw some books and I was like, oh my God, I got text them. I saw it like 10 minutes later. Shauna was comfortable enough, she went flat to your.
I would have. I would have.
I didn't think I'd be like, oh, sat next to that.
If Kevin was closer, I would have whacked him.
Okay, feel free next time. Just go ahead.
I was gonna say, you guys were getting some looks.
Scripture out here.
Did you see the email about lunch next week? Next Thursday?
Yes, but I'm going to be, oh,
I'm gonna keep you in, well, I mean, this is meeting one.
yeah, I have a bell choir conference and I'm leaving that day.
That's fine.
But we have bell choir tonight, so I'm gonna ask Janine when we're leaving exactly, because if I can come, I'd like to be involved.
This is gonna be a, hey, let's all meet and talk about the steps.
I mean, you can go
I
there,
was
but.
really excited that USB 253 board chairman is open to.
Duncan versus
Denise.
daylight?
Talking
Not
about it.
even
Yeah,
comparison.
yeah. And it might need a
So-
demolition of the current status and just start new. It might just need some adjustments. It might just be, I've told her,
I don't know. Aaron, did you
If-
tell me? You need a coffee?
trade it.
Have you,
It might be personnel, it might just be personalities.
about what
philosophy.
exactly? Like just youth sports and town?
Youth sports soccer.
Okay. So, I was talking to Bo
Which in turn
Welch.
are high school sports soccer.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to Bo Welch a little bit about it too, and just the facilities.
You saved me more than one
If we
time.
had more soccer fields, or if we had more baseball fields, like, I
I'm
think
a
that would
strong-
even get more people involved, like if.
I'm a strong believer in
My wife worked
the high school coaches have to be involved at young ages instead of, hey, hopefully you're good at baseball when you're a freshman.
What's really hard is.
Yeah, they work together. Yeah, okay.
And they don't do it.
And it's really frustrating.
That falls on them.
It does, and it's really
And the whole
frustrating.
department and the
because-
philosophy.
And that's been really frustrating. When we had one,
Oh,
that did
right,
great,
right.
and then she left and for softball, you know?
I
She
think we
looked
can
good.
change that too.
I think we can too, I just wish we could
Especially,
figure out how.
especially well, there's other people doing it successfully. There's people that have done it successfully here.
Yeah.
My soccer coach growing up, he knew every kindergartner that ever played soccer and he capitalized on it.
That's like getting Marcy involved too, and she was like, we could do that for community service.
Mark, there's donuts. Repeat their performance.
Right.
Sure. I'll
Right.
come out.
But that has to come from them.
Yeah, 4 or 5 of them. 4 or 5, and I pretty much think I cleaned them out.
Work together.
Now you're doing it. Yeah. We need to avoid those.
I know.
Is it good or bad? It doesn't matter who's involved.
Being active in your sport, not just in your community, you know, not just wait for the right person to come.
Sure.
But I agree, I think there's, it's one of those things, and it went right under my fingernail. I know, I'm like,
Right.
oh, I think it feels good in here.
It was.
It was. I'm gonna say I can name that vent on that one.
We'll figure out, like, ended up being.
Maybe we don't turn it on 65.
I'm coming.
I am too. I know, I'd love to come to that meeting, I just don't know if there's one of the right one for me.
Turn that one down.
And it wasn't, I mean, it was working.
Hey, Kevin fixed her issue yesterday.
She said we need to close the blinds by.
What do you got rid of the towels? I took the towels. I hope it doesn't come down to the trash.
Okay. Not like a
How you doing,
Sorry, I keep moving you.
But you know what? They're actually doing this. But they gave me stuff that I needed to do. That's why it's required. Or even if it's not just
scary time. But once we were able to
Yeah,
find
I think that'd be great.
loops and yeah, that changed. That is true. You make everybody think they gotta be empowered here. Yeah. How old is he?
He is, and you're at that age.
They have computers at that age.
I looked at it, like, okay, that's between the 5 and 11, and all of them really young.
The balance.
I love that the senior involved in it. I love that they have the construction piece, because they're gonna be able to hopefully answer construction questions, or the architect and the engineer. And just the fact that they've done it, I love that he said, we're not gonna do it. Oh my God. Have you been to Mary? Just the fact that they contacted people. Exactly. And it's just like that, like they already knew, you know. It was awesome. I really like that they're gonna keep a lot of that local too and try to separate it. The subcontractors don't have to do the whole project, but they can do what they specialize in. So that was your.
I'm gonna bring them in to let them get situated like.
My mom worked with this one.
I was gonna ask though, is Jenny gonna be our point person? Or is that Allison, she comes back, she's gonna be our point person?
Yeah.
But that's, if you don't,
Yeah, that's right.
if you don't, you're
If you
out.
don't, exactly.
So
So it's kind of a catch-22.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
How y'all doing?
Morning.
Oh, the professors are here. We've got the students ready to learn.
Which Brian?
you don't, yeah, you don't have enough, we can share.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
You got it, babe. Thank you.
I just threw a wrapper away. I just threw a wrapper away from candy I stole from your table, so I didn't take it from my table.
I'll take one if you got one.
All right. Thank you.
You got some Well, thanks for not eating it all before we start. You'd be bouncing off the walls.
Just got some coffee.
You got coffee, all the stuff.
Sleep till noon.
We got up at 3:15 and got the day started.
Yeah.
The IT gentleman out there said he was going to quiz us in HDMI.
Yeah, here. I'm just used to chairs. This is what I do all day. Walk around the house. Pick up trash.
The guy in the corner, will you tell him not to be too far in the corner? That guy was like, I'm getting like half of your body. I was like,
This is my good half anyways.
okay, great. If you have teenage kids, you know about the good side.
Yeah, and cleaning, I'm just thinking like if we're hiring high school kids, we need some or college, tile.
We're good, 10:15.
10:15. Well, your IT gentleman is grabbing us an HDMI cord.
Oh, perfect.
So if we can pause. Awesome. Otherwise, we're going to talk real fast.
Should we start some dad jokes?
That's what this is all based on, dad jokes.
Mom joke.
Brian's your man. So who all do we have represented here today?
I've got talk, I've got canteen.
Maybe groups.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
City?
City of Emporia, Emporia Rec Commission, and USD 253.
Very good.
The rec center is funded by USD 253
Okay.
area, but all of the properties are owned by the city of Emporia.
Is your school district limits larger than your city limits?
Yeah.
Correct.
So you have a bigger tax
Yeah.
base?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So once the project goes to vote, you'll use the school district as the.
We're gonna use city sales tax.
City.
It flows through the school district.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
We can just play right around the rosy. Ready to roll?
Ready to roll.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having us here today. We've had our eye on this project for quite a while. We've been in the community for years now, working with the school district, executing their bond projects that went to vote. Gosh, when was that, Jake? Probably 2018. And we are finishing up the last round of projects right now. This project is very unique in that you have a lot of groups, a lot of entities. Not only is all the folks in this room, but the entire community is very interested in what this project will ultimately become. And we think with our experience performing projects just like this, recreation facilities, complex aquatic facilities, and our projects right here in Emporia will bring tremendous value to this process. We're going to talk a lot about your project today. And of course, if you have questions along the way, please don't hesitate to interrupt. We'll start with introductions. My name is Todd Knight, and I'm a senior vice president and lead our Kansas business unit and oversee all of our work across the state. And I'm responsible to make sure this team here has the resources and support necessary to deliver on our promises. Jairus?
Yeah, my name is Jairus Hyde. I'll be the project superintendent. I'm currently just down the road in Valley Center, the Hornets, constructing a similar type of facility. It's a rec and aquatic center. It's got a 6-lane lap pool, zero depth entry, leisure pool, as well as a 6-goal basketball court, indoor fitness amenities, 9-lane track, and then there's some outdoor flex and fitness spaces as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Luthai. I will be the pre-construction manager for this project.
What that means is I would be intimately involved with every aspect of this project, and basically until the shovels go in the ground, and I hand it off to my wonderful team here. As a former Division I athlete, I have a huge respect and appreciation for the community that's created through sport, and I really want to bring that appreciation and that passion that I have for sports and recreation to your community and to work with you all.
My name is Jake Herstrom, Senior Project Manager. I've spent the last 4 or 5 years in Emporia, and in one way, shape, or form, I touched all of the bond projects, and I know what it takes from a budgetary and scheduling perspective to bring a project like this to the finish line.
I'm Matt Turley. I'd be the engineering manager on this project. Both my focus would be on the mechanical systems and then also the aquatics. I've completed over 40 aquatics projects, either on the design side or construction. Worked real closely with Melanie during the design, and then also working over with the operations team with Jairus.
And last but not least, good morning. My name is Brian Fimler. I'm the market leader for our Manhattan office, and I'll be the senior executive for your project. And from this day going forward, be your single point of contact as we move forward into the next phase. Later this afternoon, pretty much after us, you're going to be talking to each 4 of these design firms. Congratulations on paring it down to those 4 firms. We've had a lot of success in years past, and actually in that lower right-hand corner, we've completed over 120 projects with your selected designers. What that means for you is we're going to be able to integrate with them from day one, and we're going to be able to work very collaboratively because we have in our past, and we've got such strong relationships with all 4 of these firms as well as your aquatics consultants.
Yeah, just within the last few months, the 2 aquatics consultants that you're bringing in, we've completed projects with both of them.
So our presentation here today is kind of organized in 3 key areas. Number 1 is partnership, and that is helping you all make great decisions, collaborate, build consensus, take the message out to the community. We've done this before multiple times, and we understand how Emporia works. So key partnership is number 1. Number 2 is creating value. Funding is not unlimited, right? We're gonna have to make some decisions, and we're gonna have to decide what is most important and where you wanna invest your dollars. We're gonna help you with real data, transparent information to be able to make those creative ideas and ideas come to life. And then lastly is delivering on our promise. We are going to make a promise to the community, and they are going to vote and have an expectation of what this project will become. We understand that. We also understand stewardship and transparency. We will absolutely make sure that you are delivering on that promise, so you are looked at in a really positive light from the community. As we or you all noted earlier, there are several groups that are involved in this process. And we've had tremendous experience working with this environment where multiple stakeholders come together, and you all have this push and pull, the levers of pushing and pulling to align the project with each of your goals and making sure that everyone understands what the project will ultimately become. There's 4 key areas that you're looking for, I believe, in a project leader. We will perform as that leader, but we will help you determine what is the proper location for this project. We will help you make that decision. We'll talk about how we're going to do that. Build consensus. A lot of different ideas. I'm imagining not every single person in this room is going to agree on every single idea. We will help you work through those issues. And then we'll take that message out to the community, and you have to have the reason, the answer key. How did we come up with this answer? And that way when they ask you questions, you have the information to be able to stand up there and say, we made the right decision. And then ultimately maximizing those dollars in your investment. This is a 50+ year building, maybe it could be an 80-year building. You're gonna make decisions in 2024 that's gonna impact folks long after we're all gone. This is a great example of a time when we did exactly what I just described, and that was standing alongside the city of Manhattan, their recreation department, Riley County, and the school district. We built 2 facilities attached to their 2 middle schools, and it is their recreation facilities. They asked for community engagement. They established a steering committee of over 50 people, and they said, we want the community to weigh in on what sports are we gonna have in this facility? What colors are we gonna use? What type of flooring system? What do we want the building to look like? We orchestrated all of that on the behalf of the city. They had day jobs. We understand how this works, and we did that for them, and we would do that for you all as well.
Yeah, so We talked a little bit about experience and our team experience, a number of projects, and here's the receipt. Let me walk you through some of our recent projects. Starting over here with the Lathan Community Center, that had some very high-end climbing structures, multiple bodies of water, and a pretty expansive slide selection for all the kids to be able to use and enjoy. The Blue Springs Aquatic Center is something that Matt was deeply engaged in at the beginning to help with the design and ensuring that all that underground, and we've got a snapshot of that here coming up to understand truly what all that piping looks like. Jake just finished up the natatorium not too long ago. I don't know if anybody has any swimmers been in there, but redoing the pool deck, drain, built out some offices, bleachers, really did a once over on that, and it was much needed. This project is very small, but that is a very vast, big, complex outdoor body of water. Again, Matt was engaged on that, helping with the design team and our operations team to take that from infancy to completion. By a raise of hands, who all's been in Anthony and Eisenhower? There we go. Couple of parents of basketball players, just like us. We've spent hours in there, multiple courts, viewing area, the walking track. The court looks like it's wood, but it's not. But it's a very durable, flexible floor. And finally, Jairus is right down the road from here in Valley Center, building for that community. And that project is on schedule, ahead of schedule, slightly ahead. That's what we love to hear. Awesome.
No rain.
No rain. Yeah. So with that experience and that knowledge, what does that ultimately mean for you? What is that experience of knowing what it takes to buy out construction services in Emporia like we have on multiple projects? You all have shared with us, and your constituents have shared in your community survey as far as what's going to be going into that facility. Community gathering spaces, coffee bar potentially, multiple bodies of water, and then of course multiple gyms, viewing area, and jogging track. So our team has completed over $800 million worth of rec and sports projects. 50 plus of those are aquatics facilities, and McCownborn Construction delivers roughly 95% of all of our projects in the collaborative CMAR method. And so, and then again, our stat down there as far as 9 projects completed in Korea. So the bottom line up front is that we're going to be, you can trust our numbers. We have built your facility multiple times over. We've got regional and in-city experience. And so when Melanie starts talking about pre-construction and budgeting, you can trust our numbers because of our experience.
So question number 1 is, where does this facility go? In our RFQ response, we did a little analysis, but that will progress into a much more detailed and thorough evaluation. Right now, we know you have a current site, probably too small to shoehorn in all the components that Brian just talked about, from aquatics and gymnasiums and whatnot. We try to take this information, and in lieu of making it a subjective decision, we make it an objective decision, utilizing data. We will help you establish a site selection matrix where you get to score each site and the pros and cons, and that way when a community member says, why did you build it there? You say, well, these are the components that were important to us, and here's why we placed this project in the location that we did. And that, I think, is a really important thing to get those voters behind you and support the project.
And one of the most critical aspects of this entire process is going to be the vote, right? We've got to get that vote yes. And so we understand by reading through the design RFQ that this is more than likely going to be led by the designer that you all ultimately select today. And so we're ready to engage with them, to be seated at the table, to be that partner to you all in this room, and to especially the designer, to deliver on all of these items that are critically important for that ultimate success on election day. You know, the days of mailings and putting yard signs out, although they are still important, but they're long gone. And our big focus has to be on social media, those silly TikTok videos and Facebook messaging and what have you. But it's critical to get that message out. You gotta look at breaking out different segments of the community, right? You have your older constituents that are still reading the newspaper, so that's important. The letters to the editor, speaking to them in their language. Then you have that younger side of society that gets their data and information from that little screen that's yay big, but my God, do they live on those phones. As a company, we spend a lot of time in utilizing those platforms to message about ourselves, so we bring that experience and helping it in a campaign situation like we're getting ready to enter in. And finally, and probably the most important, is understanding the community at large. For everything, whether it's a video shoot, a Q&A, or written word, we've got to have it in both English and Spanish. So that way we're touching the entire community.
We're ready to deploy Brent and Shannon. So these two individuals have executed this for bond votes, sales tax initiatives all across the state of Kansas. So we'll bring tons of ideas and thoughts and let you all choose how you want to use those tools.
We shuffle a little bit here.
I'll get that one. I'll keep it.
So the front end of the project, prior to the vote, we've already established budget and roughly what the scope of this project is. Moving into that next phase, it is our job as a pre-construction effort to make sure that we're kind of keeping that vision, that scope, that budget, and maintaining that throughout all of the decisions. Here's an example of the many, many, many decisions that are made on a project. This doesn't even come close to touching all of them, but wanted to just present to you the idea of once we've reached that point in the project, there's still a lot to work out and a lot to figure out. We complement the design team in this process. We bring important information that complements what they're doing. What we're bringing is cost, schedule, constructability, feedback about lead times, maybe when that strategy of the schedule needs to be considered. So lots and lots of information around each of these topics that we walk you through and the design team walks you through. And I want to point out the size of the font used here is very intentional. Some of these decisions have a much higher dollar impact and schedule impact, and we want to make sure that those are coming to the forefront of the discussion and being discussed first and foremost. That way we're able to kind of start big, work to the finer details of the project. So we kind of have a funnel approach. We start with those, they have the biggest ticket item.
So we'll have two major constructability reviews where we're actually reading the design team's plans, making comments on them, asking, hey, is this the system that the owner is actually looking for? Is there cost that we can pull out of the project? And then also just maintenance. You're gonna be with this facility, we talked about it being a 50-year facility, making sure that what's installed, you're actually able to maintain and get all the use out of it.
Let's give you a couple of examples to make this more tangible than just a bunch of words on the screen. Gym flooring options. In the different facilities that we presented as our experience, there's a wide range of surfaces that we've experienced, and that is a very large component of one of these projects, even when you just look at it as an area of the building. This is where a lot of your community is going to interact at some point, whether it's basketball, volleyball, pickleball, or just a multi-purpose event. These are highly utilized spaces. So here we have an example of a synthetic floor and the cost range. So there are multiple options even within the word synthetic. So we've represented a range to complement that. There are benefits other than just looking at this from a cost perspective though. A multi-purpose floor has different benefits for maintenance. It's easier to clean, it's much more simple, and the longevity of it. It doesn't require near as much kind of long-term high-end maintenance as say a wood floor. An example of a wood floor we've just actually completed, high-end wood surfaces. So there are pros and cons of how it would align with your project goals that need to be considered maybe when you consider a wood floor option. Some premium competition tournaments and things require a wood surface or something like a basketball tournament. So it is an important thing to consider. If that's not the goal of the project, we can move on to other options. Another option that we have seen on many projects is more premium synthetic surfaces. By premium, it's not just the surface on the top. So the surface that you touch and feel, you can buy a better quality which has a longer lifetime, for example. It's anticipated to just last longer with it to be replaced. But something else that you can consider with premium synthetic surfaces is like impact resistance. You get more layers beneath that surface sometimes that really can benefit what's your ultimate goal in the market that you're really focusing your facility around. So that's just a couple of examples related to gym floor. And I want to point out, it is not just cost. We absolutely bring cost information. But I think I'm gonna steal Matt's thunder. He says, not everything is about cost. Sometimes it's aligning your project goals and thinking about the long-term cost of your facility with maintenance. When does it need to be replaced? That ultimately goes into your decisions up front. So we try to cover that as a complete holistic approach and provide that information to you all. Here's another example to try to make this very tangible. Two different examples of the skin or the facade, what you look at on the outside surface of a building. The example on the left, I'm going to say we have more simple economy type options. The example on the right, we're into more premium elements. There's elements of wood to make a softer environment approach to the building. You can see that there's a difference in the roof line. It's just a different approach to the type of facility and the needs that they are trying to meet with this project. What's inside can be absolutely exactly the same with those two different facilities. What I want to point out though is just there's a difference in cost just in the look of that building. I'm going to translate this into a specific scenario for you. These are hypothetical numbers. As scenario option 1, both of these represent 50,000 square foot of exterior facade materials. The first scenario, and this is a very common process that we'll walk through, is what is it going to be made up out of? So I picked 20% glass, 50% brick, 30% metal panel. And I picked kind of more of that left side option, a little bit more economy materials. That translates at 50,000 square feet to a little over $3 million. Option 2, different scenario, different type of building and how you experience it. A little bit more glass. I went from brick to stone, depending on the goals and needs for the community. And then I picked a more premium, I say facade panel. There's a wide range. It's not just metal panels. There's also like composite fiber cement panels. There's just a lot of options. Picked a little bit more of that premium. Represents more of the picture you saw on the right. We're over $4 million now. So I just want to point out, like, there are decisions that we will help walk you through throughout this process that have millions of dollars in considerations.
So Melanie's done a nice job of talking about the exterior of the building, you know, the gymnasiums. I want to focus on the natatorium for a little while and just talk to you about some of the decisions that you're going to be making and that we want to make with you. One is simply the water filtration system for the pool. On the left, you have a traditional sand filter system. We've installed these very recently. They have a low first cost, but they're very large and they're inefficient. Over on the right, it's a regenerative filter. It's got a smaller footprint, but it has 3 times the cost of the other one. And so looking at some stats here, but it saves 90% of your water usage. It has a 50% energy reduction just on pumping because it is more efficient. 30% less chemicals that you're actually having to purchase and put into the water. And just that footprint, the fact that it has a space savings of 50% smaller, we're able to work with the design team, shrink the size of that room, and save all that cost and actually put it into other systems, other programming. Stepping out of the filter room, going into the actual natatorium, I want to walk you through just the thought process that we have with the design team. What you're looking at is a cross section of a building. You have your natatorium up here, you have your pool, and you have supplier that comes down. And what we're really looking at here is just the air quality and trying to figure out, does the return air go high or low? There's cost savings associated with it. We know what the design team's trying to do, and that's remove all those contaminants, all the, you know, everything that makes your eyes red and hard to breathe in a space. Working with the design team to make sure that whatever they're doing to remove that from the space, that they're able to do that without, you know, impacting the project.
So all of those decisions ultimately come back to the plan that's put in place for this project. An important part of the plan is the budget. How do we walk you through all those decisions and keep you maintained on that budget and the commitment made to the community? I want to point out, this is a high level kind of summary. And what we call this is kind of an owner, a total project budget. This may not represent components that we would be responsible for, but for example, testing and inspection of materials. It was mentioned that that would be held by a city contract. There are types of things like that that we want to make sure are accounted for, and that whether it's a responsibility of the construction team or a responsibility of the city or the rec to the community, that we're helping you and being that partner to think about this holistically. And then we start to group those into different areas within the budget. This is just an example, but I want to bring your attention to kind of the construction budget. There will be hundreds of line items that we will share with you to tell you where those dollars are going. So as we walk you through those decisions, it's very, you know, specific to those items, But as we start getting into more and more detail, we will show you how the dollars are being spent. That way we're able to continue to approach whether there are continued cost decisions or something that you want to investigate further. Just being very transparent. As we're being transparent, accuracy is incredibly important. So whatever that commitment is, we are always making sure there's no gaps or overlaps, and there's always a path to that overall budget commitment. We have a history of doing a really good job of that as a company, and I think we have a really good history of doing that here right in Emporia. So I'm gonna let Jake, our Emporia guru here, tell you about that process and that impact that had for the schools.
You know, I've spent the last 4 to 5 years working in Emporia, and Melanie's accuracy and expertise helped bring all 9 of those projects under budget, or within budget, sorry, back to a budget set in 2018. So that made my life, right, as a project manager much easier, right, because you're not fighting continual budget approaches. So that was a huge deal. Yeah, so project schedule. What you're looking at right now is just a summary document, how we would generally propose to break up the schedule GMP-wise. I've already put together a complete 400 line item schedule on this project because we have been looking at it for some time. But I wanted to really focus in on 5 key schedule drivers on this project that are really going to be huge to focus on. First one is the vote date, right? You know, we have to get that sales tax passed. What that does is that kicks off the design process and it kicks off the pre-construction process. The next schedule driver is going to be the aquatics tree partner selection. Getting that expertise on board early is huge. Okay, we need them to help coordinate. We also need them to help us with some equipment selections and finer points such as that. The next item up is the actual material procurement itself. Okay, structure items, electrical gear, MEP units, aquatics equipment. You're talking about items that range from anywhere from 20 all the way out to 60 to 70 week lead times. So that's something that we have to nail down early, and we have to get it moving. Next schedule driver is the potential building demolition. If you choose to select a site where we have to demolish a building, getting that building down and out of the way is huge. We've got to have a blank slate to work with. So, and the last one is the new then renovate. If you choose to renovate your existing rec center, where does that renovation go in the schedule? You know, does it overlap with the new construction and potentially go without a rec center for a while? Or do we move it to the end? That way you always have the building open and the services provided to the public.
So delivering on our promise, this is going to transition into the final bit of our presentation. And let's talk about the fun stuff, the operations in the building, right? The boots on the ground, getting in the mud, setting steel. So we put together a concept of just selecting the lower north side of what it could look like sitting there if that building's removed. If that building needs to stay, this would look different. And we're very flexible. However it needs to end up being, that is going to ultimately help pass the vote. So we've heard the importance of this being the new front door to your downtown. I couldn't agree more. What a magnificent structure and welcoming to visitors to Emporia, but also your residents to know, like, that's right where it's at. We agree with the site selection being very walkable and bikeable. It's just slightly north from your current facility that's well visited and well used. So close proximity to 6th Street is going to be very important. That's something that we'll hold top of mind as we start to mesh with the design team. And then we've also heard that we want parking in the back because this isn't a Walmart. It's not a park in front, walk into the store, right? It's park in the back and walk in. But this is going to be very inviting and welcoming to the community, whether you're walking or on a bike. And yeah, just really excited about what this could ultimately look like. In the future slides, we're going to walk through, of course, how it's going to be built.
So this is a site logistics plan, which you see here. Again, conceptual, have no idea if Lowther is the intended site or if we intend to reuse the existing building, but this is merely conceptual just to illustrate how we analyze the physical construction of it and how that process looks. So the site logistics, it's important for them to be set up so that we're efficient and the jobs run safe, but what's even more critical is us minimizing the impact to the community of Emporia. So keeping main thoroughfares open, there's a sidewalk that's heavily trafficked right here, keeping those items open. Understanding you have farmers markets on Wednesdays during the summer, you have a car show coming up in I think July, and other community activities. So scheduling our large deliveries and any construction that may impact roads or sidewalks, creating some closures, really focusing on sequencing our activities around your activities to minimize those impacts. Also with site logistics, a key component of it is we're your agent, right? So what the public sees out of us, that's a representation of you. So what you'll see is clean sites, fencing securing the entire perimeter. You'll have what Brian likes to refer as a smart fence right here. That's actually at, oh, it's touchscreen. Sorry. My mistake. The screen's smarter than my fence, I guess. So that's actually at my Valley Center Rec project, and that's a QR code on a sign that the public can scan. It actually takes them to a website that, if you saw Shannon on the previous slide, she manages that, and on that website there are updates, if there's updates to traffic patterns, pedestrian patterns, as well as a weekly update that I publish, and that can be as long or as short as you like. Basically what that is, it's a brief description of what's going on, what's coming up in the next few weeks, as well as some nice pictures for the public to see what's going on. Because once the structure goes vertical and it gets enclosed in, it's hard for the public to see what's going on, and the perception is, well, they're just kind of sitting there. But no, there's a lot going on. So, and then the surrounding neighbors will deliver door hangers. It'll be a brief description of the project, as well as my personal contact info should they have any issues.
Before Jairus and our trades actually show up on site to build, we will build it virtually. And so I just want to take a moment and show you, this is an image from our Olathe Community Center. And rather than looking down, we're actually looking up at all the complex piping, 7 different systems below. And all the gray you see is actually the concrete. So if you'll start the video, what we're doing is we're building it virtually in advance before any of our trade partners show up, and what we're trying to do is catch any conflicts in the field early on. That way when Jairus and the trade show up, everything gets put installed exactly where we intended, and we don't have conflicts where pipes are hitting pipes. So what this video is actually going to get to is a location where we are running a supply pipe through a sanitary pipe. We're able to pinpoint that, talk about with the trade partners, figure out who needs to move their pipe to make sure that when we're there, everything's coordinated before we show up.
Yeah, and so what this right here translates into for the construction process is this. We show up, we can hit the ground running, the work is installed correctly the first time, efficiently, making sure that we're really driving that schedule and creating value for you. This is an example from Valley Center. And what it also does is it creates an accurate 3D as-built drawing for you. So in 40 years, if you outgrow that space or decide, hey, soccer isn't a thing, basketball isn't a thing anymore, and you want to renovate those spaces, you have accurate, detailed drawings illustrating where all these components are that help you make educated decisions. And then this is kind of going back to, again, conceptual building, right? We don't know if this is the site or what the building may look like, but we're anticipating maybe this blue rectangle being the aquatics piece, and that BIM model, or that video that Matt showed, is really key to making sure that we sequence that area correctly, because the aquatics area is the schedule driver of the construction. So making sure we get all the deep utilities and foundations coordinated so that we can go vertical with that structure. And it does sound counterintuitive to build a building and then come in and dig the pool, but it's working extremely well for us at Valley Center. It keeps us out of the rain, keeps the guys shaded, they're not as hot. It's proven to be really efficient. So, and then essentially getting that structure vertical, starting the pool, and then working our way out. Oh, sorry, I'm smart word. Smarter than me.
So up on the screen here, you see a couple examples of some past projects of us working in Emporia. Over here on the left, you have the Jones Center. So that's Dr. Harder, the governor, some Emporia, Emporia City, as well as our project.
It's not Photoshop. I was there. I think I took that picture.
Over here to the right, you have the groundbreaking at the middle school. We've become a part of the fabric of Emporia, and this project is a big deal. Whenever you're talking about a 50 to 60-year building, it needs the attention that it deserves, and that's what we're going to do. Right. Throughout the course of this project, there'll be all types of events for people to get involved. Groundbreakings, beam signings, staff tours, or really tours for anybody, and then a big celebration at the end. So,
yeah, and One other thing I'd like to add on to this is with our experience working in your city and your community is that we understand who the material providers are, who the trade partners are that are local, and what's your favorite restaurant, Jake?
Casa Ramos.
There we go. I love that place, man, it fills you up. Thanksgiving Day full. But we understand the importance of keeping the tax dollars local. That's ultimately what's going to be funding this facility, and so we will work diligently to ensure that we carve out right-sized scopes, but bring on those smaller trade partners that aren't capable of building this type of facility, but figuring out a way that they can have ownership ultimately in the structured facility that they'll continue to use for years to come.
Okay, threw a lot at you. That concludes our presentation. Hopefully you saw some excitement and energy around this opportunity, and this team is ready to execute. This is, it's been a pleasure working in Emporia over the last 5 years, and here's what Dr. Harder has to say about working with our team, and I believe that if she had to do it all over again, she would hire McCown Gordon again, and we hope to have the opportunity to work for you all. So turn the floor over to you, and open the floor for questions.
Question on your slide that was ensuring your bond's success, you had a list of possible tools. Yeah, it was one of the first. I just want to clarify.
Oh.
Are those things that McCown Gordon brings? You provide all of these services, or you're expecting the AE to provide them?
We will collaborate alongside of them, and we will determine who wants to lead it. We can lead it all, and in fact, on some projects, we do it all. The architect provides us the drawings to load into our website or include in our post on social media. Other times, they'll do the bottom half of the list, and we'll do the top half of the list. We're open and flexible to do whatever. Just know that with McCown Gordon, you at least have that expertise. We can bring it to the table.
Can you speak to your experiences when there's an organized vote no campaign going on?
Yeah, we've had that several times in the past. And the way that you get a no to a yes is that objective, data-backed reasoning for why are you making the decision that you're making, right? When it's your opinion versus theirs, it's really hard to convert their idea. But when you say, here's the data, it's hard to fight against that. So that's what we try to do. We try to make things math equations. We try to provide detailed information so that way those community leaders and voters can understand, why are you making this decision? So that's the best way. What we've also said is, just like Democrats and Republicans, there's 10% over here that you're never going to change their mind, and there's 10% over here you're never going to change their mind. It's the 60 to 80% in the middle that are kind of waffling between the two. That's the target that you want to aim for.
Talk about how you guys handle warranty issues and how you handle it maybe after a year.
You bet. So Dr. Harder would say, if there was a problem on a project, it doesn't matter what the warranty says. McCown Gordon is here to be your partner long-term. However, we have to transfer that risk, that responsibility to the trade partners. So if you want a 1-year warranty, fine. We just have to communicate that to the trade partners who are going to back that up as well alongside of us. If you want a 5-year warranty, we can give you that too. It comes at a cost, just like an extended warranty would on a car. And it's up to you all to make the decision. Do you want to invest in that or not? But just know that if it's an issue that you need help with and it's 4 years down the road, please call us. We're not going to send you a bill. Call us and
I got a real life story on that.
Perfect.
So, well, first, I guess if there is a warranty issue, I'll be your point of contact. So throughout the warranty period, you contact me, project team will make sure you're taken care of. But a real life example, Derby Panther Stadium, I completed the project, and that was a 2021 project. That was a COVID project. 3 years ago. Received a call from their director of facilities. This was probably 2 months ago. They had found what he believed to be an electric line that was buried like 4 inches deep, which would be a problem on our end even after the warranty. So I dropped everything I was doing, was down there in an hour, investigated it. Ended up being an abandoned pipe from a service that discontinued long before we showed up there. The point being is that this was 3 years down the road, and he called me, hadn't heard from him in months, and dropped everything I was doing, went and serviced our client.
timeline. I'm thinking about the Valley Center project that you all have done, because I think that's probably very similar to what we would want in Emporia. And could you say if that timeline, like right here, is that sort of how the Valley Center timeline has gone as well? Like when did you start, because you're anticipating completing that this year.
Yes.
But when did you start sort of this, like, process?
Well, when did they pass their sales tax? Do you remember? 22, and then they started design. Yep. Okay, so that process started, was it mid-22? Okay. So mid-22, construction, actually, we mobilized August of last year, started clearing the site, new utilities, and now currently we are slated to be complete end of December. End of December.
Was that a demolition also?
It was not. It was actually a cornfield when we started with just trees, and so there was quite a bit of site clearing and mass excavation that had to happen. So
every project has a unique set of parameters and goals to accomplish. Just because that's how we framed one project doesn't mean that's necessarily the schedule. Again, this is a hypothetical schedule because we don't fully understand the goals and needs of this project. There are projects we take through the front end very, very quickly, and those projects need different things than projects that the end date is not a big driver, or we want to eliminate some of the steps along the way. We want it to just kind of shake all the way out. Every project's different in that approach, and I think that's something that we have to make sure is tailored for the needs of this project.
This is a fairly conservative approach to schedule. If you all want to go faster, we can go faster. The question is how fast are you willing to make decisions? So all of that word jumble that Melanie put on the screen, we'll talk about the big systems first. You might want to meet monthly. Sometimes some groups want to meet every 3 days and get the next discussion started. So it's really up to you. We can go as fast or as slow as you prefer.
Yeah, design can progress even before that vote too. There's projects that, go to a little bit further point, like that point may not be just the bond support or the sales vote support materials. That can continue to progress sometimes with parameters around it. I mean, there's so many different options. I just want to reinforce that we need to make sure that whatever schedule we would ultimately move forward with is based on your needs.
I'm gonna rephrase my question from last time. Looking at the design teams, we'd like to know, is there anybody that you guys have concerns with?
Not at all. We work with all 4 of them, and a lot of them are 10 to 20 projects. Melanie's working right now with Multi-Studio. Jairus' architect is Schaefer on Valley Center.
Water's Edge is the
and Water's Edge. So it's not a concern of ours in any way. We've had so much experience working with all 4 of those firms. There was a few on the list that we were like, oh, if they pick them, we don't have a ton of experience and we don't know how well we're going to gel. But the 4 that you chose, we're totally comfortable with all.
Can you speak a little bit about communication and how I think it was touched on about like keeping an update, like a community website and stuff, but what does it look like from a planning perspective and through that design phase, and how does flow of communication work with this group, or are there other smaller groups? Just kind of talk a little bit about, if you could, what that looks like and what we should expect.
Melanie, you want to take that one?
Sure. Communication is in many different, I'm going to say, facets. There's different audiences, and you present different information to different audiences. So I'm going to say there's a strategy behind everything we do, and communication is one of them. So we need to make sure that whatever it is we're communicating, we know who that audience is, so that we're making sure the right information gets to the right people. Sometimes a large committee, there will be a few select members that are, kind of ultimately who, I'm going to say more of an intimate group of people that are working with the construction manager and the architect on decisions, and then maybe those are presented out. There's really a lot of options here, and I think how Todd kind of started our presentation is there are a lot of people to come together. What we need to understand is, in an open platform, is how can we best fit your needs? And then I would say in terms of communication, it really is a bit of that. We have lots of ideas, lots of ways we can go about that, but making sure that we're aligning with your needs all the time. I probably didn't answer that specifically enough for you. Is there any follow-up question to help me drill down into one component of that, or did I answer it for you?
So if this group were to choose to go with McCown Gordon, how, I guess, talk us through some of the short-term aspects and then longer-term aspects of, okay, we're gonna hit the ground running. What are some of the first steps that we're gonna do with your firm? And then that pushes us up to a vote, and then what? What does that look like interaction-wise between our groups?
Yeah, I think maybe the schedule on the screen helps kind of reinforce this. We didn't talk much detail on this, but to get the voters to support you, they have to have a pretty good idea of where is it going, generally what does it look like, and what's included inside the box, right? So that will be what we call programming and concept. I'm gonna touch it too, Jared. Programming and concept development. So it won't have maybe the aesthetics, the wall signage, the graphics, the carpet selections. That won't be determined yet. But what we will have is, generally speaking, what's included, about how big it is, because that drives how much does it cost. So then we will work alongside the architect before they draw it. We will ask them questions alongside of you. What aquatic system? How are we going to filter the water? What mechanical system is it going to be? Where is it going to go on the site? Do we have the utilities located where we need them? Because we have to tie in the water and power and gas and everything else running down the street. Those are the early questions we'll ask. The big ticket budget drivers, we'll ask those questions to you. Then we will come to you, have the answers to those questions, and say, here's how much that costs, plus or minus 10%. We have to be all confident that that budget is something that we can actually accomplish on the backside, because you're gonna go to the vote one time. So that's the level of detail we'll get to. And you have to have imagery that you can present to the community and they'll get behind you. Then we'll take that to the voters, and we take, the election usually takes, the communication of the election takes, we say 100 days. About 100 days before the vote, that's when you push the gas pedal down and you deploy your website and your letters to the editor and start posting social media posts with all of that information established. So we've got figured out how much does it cost, then we take it to the community and they will consume that information and then vote. Sometime we are anticipating spring of next year. If you want to do this in November, we can make it, we can do it. We just don't know if you want to align with the national election, maybe not. Then we vote, and then we dive into further detail. The smaller words on Melanie's word jumble, that's when we start making $100,000 decisions, not $1 million decisions. We also have 3 critical keys, which is when do we hire the certain critical trades? Number 1, we need to hire the demo contractor to knock the building down if necessary. Big asterisk there. Number 2 is moving of the dirt, starting to run utilities, and ordering the structure. That takes a long time to fabricate. So the reason why we're doing this approach is because if you design the project and then build the project, it's slow and costly. If we overlap them, we are avoiding escalation, okay? If we lock in the price of the structure here, but it may not get installed until there, we just saved you hundreds of thousands of dollars from escalation. Okay, so there's a strategy here to try to maximize the dollars. Then we bring on the, we order the complex mechanical and aquatic systems. About halfway through design, we should know at that point what that looks like. And then lastly, the end of the project is the finishes. So that's the sequence. We will come to you and say, we are going to buy 1/3 of your project today. That's here. Then we will come back, here's the second third, and then the last third, plus or minus.
We can do it all at once too.
Yeah, if you want it all at one time, that's fine. We can do it however you prefer.
This was an approach that, the strategy is earlier construction and things too. So again, it is customizable. We think that's a great way to get started sooner, have your facility done sooner. There are pros and cons to really every scenario.
So would each one of you be a point of contact for each section? Like if I needed something building wise, I know that I'm going to you, but pre-construction, if I have a question, how do I get a hold of you? Are you the point of contact? How does that communication work?
We'll have to run all the communication through me.
Oh, okay.
And then let me bring on the right partner.
Perfect.
From our team.
Okay.
Partner, because a lot of questions are ultimately 2 parts. And might be an early pre-con,
Right.
but it also could impact schedule that might need some input from.
And then will you also continue to update us? I know there's that smart fence, but will you also be contacting like the voting members and the steering committee about an update so we know what's going on? Okay.
And to Jairus's point, it's how much. We don't wanna over communicate, but we don't wanna under communicate. So, lots of pictures, because pictures are worth 1,000 words. We also, are getting really good at walking the site with a camera and taking video. Again, it's getting that message out there that's to truly see what's inside. To your point is once we get that envelope on or the initial enclosure of the building, then it looks like it's sitting still for months and months. But it comes back to what is the desire. We speak a lot at school board meetings, provided an update. Several are very familiar with Eric Wolsey from our team providing those updates across all of our projects. Radio, yeah, we've done a few of theirs. But you know, we're standing beside you to deliver messages through every step of the process and provide community updates as needed and desired. So communication is tricky to pinpoint down one thing because it's expansive across 24 to 27. It's going to take different angles, different views.
Sorry to expand on that. In Valley Center, we currently provide their city council a monthly update in person, and then I think we let them tour. I think it's twice a quarter, and then their rec commission we update them in person once every 2 months, and then they've made several tours throughout the progress of the project, and then their head of the rec commission is actually in on the architect contract meetings that are bi-weekly, and so there's that communication piece too, just like Brian said, kind of what you would like to see.
So, could I go to the section of your presentation about pricing accuracy? And it looks like you have 41 guaranteed maximum price documents you've done in the last 6 months that have come in 71% of our budget. Could you talk a little bit what goes into a guaranteed maximum price?
Yeah.
And then how you manage to get to 71% of your projects coming in under that?
Yeah, so that statistic is really what we're trying to resonate is that consistency and accuracy that our company has. Help me out here on kind of what goes into that. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. There's a bidding strategy of getting engagement from the bidders in the market. And that component alone, I mean, we'll host local workshops where people can come learn about the project and really provide information out to the people that are interested in bidding. The bidding strategy isn't necessarily just communicating that information out to the bidders, but also in how we approach this. I'm going to say, we call them bid packages. So how we section out the scope of the project into different components for those bidders. Sometimes different projects have different needs of, maybe we have a site concrete package that is fractured out of the concrete package as a whole. And there could be a very specific reason to do that, and maybe for example, maybe a local trade partner that does concrete, that we want to give an opportunity to do that, but they maybe don't have the qualifications to do the complex vertical concrete of the structure. So there's multiple layers of the strategy within a GMP. So one element is the bidding aspect of it. Another is one of the ways we get really good accuracy is we have great relationships with those bidders, and we call them trade partners. They really are our partners to deliver this work. We use them to budget early on. I mean, we don't wait until the last minute and say, hey, let's find out what that costs. We leverage those really good relationships. I pick up the phone. I know who likes to go hunting, and I know where they probably went over the weekend. We have a great conversation, and those people are incredibly beneficial in providing valuable, very specific feedback to us to make sure that budget's accurate, and when we get to that GMP that there is accuracy. So there's many layers, making sure that our relationships in the community, we have around 1,200 trade partners that are actively working within 2 hours of Emporia. So that network we have to pull from is vast. Like, we are in this area, we have people around here that we know that we can call on. That's another aspect of GMP and bidding strategy. Many layers. It's like an onion.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything else you'd like me to clarify?
I just, you already kind of described it, but your general relationship with your contractors, I know there are CMARs who have reputations for being a little hard on their subs, which, you know, as the buyer, sometimes we care, but sometimes you might get into a dispute because that's the way it goes.
There's a reason we call them trade partners. We're successful when they're successful and vice versa. So I think we have great relationships with them, and we try to minimize those disputes. They do happen, but we handle them very professionally, and we're able to work through them and work on the next project together. So I think that is represented by the number of people we have that do bid on our projects, and they come back time and time again. They want to work for us.
Emporia is such a sweet spot for access to trades, because when the electricians in Kansas City are busy, there might be a pool of electricians in Wichita that are available. And we have, because we have offices in Kansas City and Manhattan and Wichita, we have this surrounded. We're gonna pull from all of those markets, pair that with what your local trade partner community can perform, fracturing apart these packages to where we maximize that competitiveness. The other piece to this is we will sit down as a group and present to you all of the budgets and the estimates that we receive. Some entities choose to pay a premium to keep the dollars local, right? So let's say a local concrete contractor is 3% higher than a traveler. You all might say, you know what? Because those dollars stay here and cycle back through the system over and over again, we want to pay that premium. We can do that publicly, behind closed doors, however you want to do that. Sometimes there is a posted premium that we would, as a group, be willing to pay, and we share that with the bidder community. So that makes everybody a little bit sharpen their pencils, a little bit more hungry, right, to be able to compete. But that's all things that we can just establish. The other piece is diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's a big piece for a lot of public entities, right? So sometimes we'll establish goals on how you want to incorporate some of those disadvantaged companies and minority-based companies. We can do that too. We actually helped the city of Wichita establish their program. They didn't have a program. We worked with them and helped them establish those goals. And the first project we did in Wichita, we achieved 37% disadvantaged MBE, WBE participation. And that was a city park, if you all know Chester Lewis Park, right on Douglas. We did that project and got 37% disadvantaged businesses participate. So, all things that we'll discuss. I know that there was a question earlier about what will the front end engagement look like. I would envision for that first 4 months, meeting bi-weekly. Every 2 weeks, there's enough time in there for us to come up with more information, the designer to design a little bit further, come to you and say, here's where we're at, make decisions, come back 2 weeks later. So in that 4 months, we'll meet 9 times, okay? Every 2 weeks through that process, and that would be probably the sequence of events we would recommend at the onset.
Todd, there was a question over here.
Yes.
I see that you have about 600 employees. Can you share with me what you think your average annual turnover rate is?
I will say this, we are an employee-owned company, 100% ESOP. Our typical transition or turnover rate is like 4%, okay? And what that means is people really like to work here because we get to do projects like this and they're fun and exciting. We don't build Walmart stores, we don't build Casey's gas stations, we build custom, unique things that are built once, one time only, and we're gonna customize it for Emporia.
Got about 3 minutes if anybody has the last question or two.
For the pre-bond support, we had talked a little bit about that, but in your book it does say community meetings and social media. Are you going to coach people from the community how to appropriately inform the community, I guess? Okay.
Yes,
So you do have people to do that and?
Yes.
Okay.
So Brent is we call him our community liaison. He has done this for years, executing bonds for different municipalities and school districts across the state. So we will tell, this is what works well. There is never a bad question. So what we do is whenever a question is asked by a community member, We put it on the frequently asked questions document that's posted on the website, and we answer it. Because if you dodge the question, that just starts fueling their fire, right? So we will absolutely recommend to answer the question, but we do it in a way that says, you know, this is one area we haven't maybe evaluated. Give us some time. We'll go back and we will come back at the next meeting and say, this is a question that was asked. Here's the answer. Be very public, forthcoming with that information. School boards, city councils, city commissions, you all live in this world all the time. You have to be forthcoming with information. So we will coach that along for that steering committee. Do you have a champion? You need a person in town. It is very self-serving for an architect or a contractor to stand in front of a community group and say, you ought to vote yes for this project. We need a champion to stand up there and carry the message forward, and then when a question is asked that is technical, it's budget related, we will stand alongside and answer those questions, but you have to sell this with local community leadership. So that's a key component, and obviously all of you are very committed to this, but we will arm you with the information to answer those questions effectively.
On the campaign element, will there be a fundraising portion, or will that be included in the construction fees?
So there's absolutely an opportunity for fundraising, donations, in-kind donations. Several municipal projects in the past, they might pick the artwork that goes in the facility that they want donated, right? They have naming opportunities at the different spaces in the building. And those are all opportunities here. There's also, is there a revenue opportunity? How are you gonna charge people to come in here? Or are you at all? If there's a coffee shop, there's an opportunity to make money, and that can be built into your math equation on how you fund this project, right? So there's all kinds of different opportunities. If you're looking for a fundraising campaign to take out to the community to bolt on to a tax initiative, that has been done multiple times in the past, but I think you probably need to establish what that funding campaign is for. Because we have seen not many community members be willing to invest in just the steel structure, but they'll be willing to invest in the weight room, or you know, the zero entry pool that's named after this family or this company, and they'll put dollars towards the project. So we'll help you with that as well, and look for those opportunities and stand alongside you when you make those pitches to those organizations.
And specifically like campaign literature, then, is that something that you go out and get donors for in your guys' process, or?
We haven't done that piece where we on our own go out and try to raise money for the project.
And Tom, I think he's talking about the election. Are we gonna have to raise money for the election?
Yes.
For the material, or is that something you guys would?
Oh, you
fund
mean like
material?
printing
material and videos and stuff like that? Are we gonna have to go out and raise money for that?
No, what we've included in our fee proposal, Brian, did you turn that in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Snickers on top. Or
You're gonna tear it open anyways. You're gonna open this as soon as we walk out of the room. In our fee proposal, we've included a price for pre-construction services in the amount of $10,000. That $10,000 is everything that Matt and Melanie talked about, from blank sheet of paper all the way through full CDs, construction documents ready to build the building. We will invest $150,000 during that time frame, because that's a cost of doing business for a contractor, okay? So we will do that effort, so that way on the backside, the juice for us is we get to build it, right? So we make our money when we build the building, but we know that to be able to get to that phase, we have to stand alongside you, and you also don't have a bucket of money to dip into. You're gonna have to pay your architect. They make their money designing things, right? So they will probably have a fee on the front side for concept design to take something to your community, right? So does that answer the question, how the math works from our proposal standpoint? Perfect.
Thanks, McCown Board.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Good luck. You have a wonderful group here. Hopefully, y'all can play nice in the sandbox. We'll help you with that. For sure.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. Great
Thanks for coming. You're not originally from Missouri or anything, are you?
Thank you so much. Good to meet you.
What part?
Well, I'm from Kansas City, but my dad's from.
Thank y'all. Yep, take care. If y'all have questions after we're gone, please reach out. Don't want to have anything unanswered, you know, like fees. Yeah, we feel like this one, we have some good ideas.
Thank you guys. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
So I wish they would have explained that a little bit more, but I don't need them as answer. So like I'm on that committee maybe every single month and we approve everything. Like I have looked at more like that. So, but they don't really explain like how they work, you know, but yeah, so some of these we get and some of them we don't get. So, but they have really tried to get as many employee pictures as they could. But sometimes the employee folks
Just don't have to keep on reply back and all of you.
because we're required as a school district to take the lowest bid. Unless there's a 1%, we have like a 1% variance, so if the local is just like less than 1% more, we can take them.
Yeah, I just DCC though.
I wish it were 5% more, 1%.
Now, are the parameters have to go into this project? That would be interesting.
Nice.
So that's what they need.
They get it from the same.
Sure, it's a promotional company.
Especially if the entities are all different.
Kind of, since this is a city sales tax, I think the city's rules.
Smart classroom. Back in my day, they didn't have smart classroom.
Touch the board, it does stuff.
For 4 hours, I was
I'm standing at 11:30.
Welcome. I want to sit, I need to go to the restroom.
And it's right next door.
They start at 11.
There's a printer there.
I went to the half an hour and then I get back.
No, I know, I probably want
There is a concept of it feels better for this. I get that, and then the other half.
They said.
Hey, what's up?
So did you hear me talking to that
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend drives by there every day and gives me updates.
Yeah, I played the Pro-Am Sunday there.
you don't have that. Well, you don't have that list.
Blake Bell was my partner.
Really? You know what I mean? Because it's always fun.
Yeah, but I think at some point you send me the email.
Bishop Carroll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Played at OU, huh?
Yeah, so he was my playing partner Sunday.
Oh, I thought in Atkins.
Well, no, I did that. Hi, how are you? I next texted Melanie. Did you text her that too? No, I already have. She's gonna think we're crazy at this point.
Well, so I'll run get mine. Laptop. No, I know, but it was one of those, I was bringing it, they're like, no,
You're starting to get the hang of this.
Yeah.
I'm staying out of it.
He does anyways. Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Well.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's going to do free agency, or he's got an offer from me.
That's actually surprising.
Squeeze behind you again. You're gonna have to. So yeah, I'm a lot wider than you are there.
My husband gave it to me, you know, he had it for 3 days, I have a lot going on.
Does he still travel a lot?
Some days he doesn't bring home more germs than he does.
School teacher.
Yeah, exactly. Airplanes.
Is that fee proposals?
There's fee proposals, and we have some leave behinds that we would like to give to everyone.
Okay, so
Well,
yeah, you can
there's
pass
7.
those out. Fee proposals are gonna go, Aaron's is the only person at that table, and he's getting all those.
Okay, leave behinds for the 7,
Yeah.
those I would like to
I
give
can
as
tell,
well.
okay, so here's 2 of them right here.
Oh, this is where the signs are, right?
Oh,
Yes,
fantastic.
the signs say voting, does that say voting?
Oh, yes, it does.
And I
Thank
think
you.
there's one right here on the corner,
Okay.
there's one behind me here.
There's one up here too, Matthew.
Yeah, I think there's a couple at that front table, yeah, but there's one right here. And then Aaron over there, who is, where you could put the fee proposals, he's a
Okay.
good member.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
And then there should be 2 at that front table, I think. Is that how many you have left?
Actually, I think maybe I brought 16 out, I see that. So, I'm gonna see that. Oh, sorry.
I know, I was walking in, I said, I should've gone polo today.
105
I usually do
degrees.
90-degree rule on polos. If it's above 90, I'll wear polos. We have 2. We have Champions Landing, which is 9-hole, owned by the guy who.
Which one's out by the airport?
That's municipal. So, but Champions Landing is right over here. It was the old Emporia Country Club. And then the guy who founded Dynamic Disc, big disc golf company, he bought it back in January and is doing great.
Yeah, it looks like I see traffic there all the time.
Yeah.
That's great.
You are welcome. Refer to as we talk. Oh, shoot.
Exactly what are they
Is there 3 or 2 here? Just 2?
Looks like 4 or 5, doesn't
Hey,
it?
you
But
guys are
really
busy.
just 2 of us.
You guys are busy people, so
We've spread out.
we'll just ask the question and hand these out to anyone else on the desk.
Oh.
The 11, 12:30.
Oh, no, I start with the critters work all morning long. Coffee was the key.
Copy, yes. Just after you guys.
I'm the keeper of the gift.
Are there any outlets? I'll have to plug this in the other room, and then we can do it at lunch.
Okay, but at lunch is, he wants us to have it now, so that we can start discussing. So don't forget to write that.
I appreciate that. So you guys covered there.
I need your,
My phone already came up with low battery, so. Do you not have a charger?
I don't think it's it was sitting.
Yeah.
He wants us to email. There's no. Okay.
All the people that are on this thing. And for everyone to I just kind of blindly, I have to do everything. Well, that's true.
Oh my gosh, okay.
So weird. Jen's stuck in my face. And all of a sudden, scared she runs to the coffee shop. I don't think so.
So my daughter's a viola player, so we've seen Kendra just a lot.
Sort of like an architect. Symmetry.
I love it.
Or we're waiting for Aaron.
Not a problem. That's for a year. I tend to roam around, so if I block the view,
We're gonna go, hey, fair warning that if you touch that, it's
Yeah.
no elbows.
We figured that out.
It's good if anything go crazy, but it just.
Now,
Yeah.
if we can go to the feature that allows us to draw pictures on it.
There you go. No idea how, but it sure goes away.
That could be fun. So we can just modify the design on the spot. Design in real time.
Okay, we're 11:30. You guys are good to go.
Ready to go?
Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Matt Ham. I am principal in charge of the team that you see before us, and I'm a vice president at Schaefer Architecture. Thank you very much on behalf of our whole team, both the people that are here for Schaefer, also for Water's Edge, our consultant for aquatics. Thank you. We are thankful as a team to be here. We know that you, as a community, have already been well started on this process. We know that you've done a survey. We know that you've had community conversations, and there's a lot of work that has already been done. We're just thankful that we have the opportunity to come alongside you and maybe help you see through a clear vision to the end of this process and a successful vote. So talk a little bit about the history of our firm, just for your information. It's something we really love talking about, so we've got to throw it in there. So our firm, Schaefer Architecture, was founded in 1957 by Bob Schaefer. And so we are almost 70 years old as a firm. And in 1967, we designed our first significant fitness and rec center, the YWCA in Wichita. And it was ahead of its time. You can see it's well lit, natural light, really an interesting space for a fitness center. And 60 years down the road, our firm is still working on developing and improving and doing projects that are innovative and groundbreaking, just like this one was. Our firm today is a lot different than the firm that we had in 1957, obviously. We're a very diverse firm with not only diverse people, but diverse expertise. When you hire Schaefer in our team, you're not getting studios of people, you're getting an entire firm to work on your project. We cross-train everyone, and so it's not like you get a small group, you get the whole firm. So, and I will say that among this group here, before we introduce ourselves, there are members of this group that have more than 20 years of experience in fitness and rec and aquatic work.
I'm Scott Stiles, I'm Director of Business Development.
Robert Love, also Vice President, along with Matt, with Schaefer, and have one of those folks that has over 2 decades of experience with rec and fitness facilities as well as aquatic projects.
Carmen Morbeck, I'm a project architect with the firm, and I'll be working with the community engagement.
Amy Zogelman, I'm an interior designer at Schaefer, and actually I also, along with Robert, we actually started the same day, right? So, but we've been very blessed to have recreational facilities throughout the last, in fact, I think 24 years ago this month, I set in on my first project with recreation, and then it just has evolved, and I've been pretty spoiled and blessed and been able to specialize more in recreational fitnesses. So.
Hello everyone, Jeff Bartley. I'm representing Water's Edge Aquatic Design. We are a firm with engineers and former aquatics planners and directors, so we'll be part of the suite planning design.
Yeah, we have a really good group for you today to talk about some really important things. Hopefully it's unique and it keeps you guys engaged. We know that one of the big things we've heard is your interest in process, and we want to make sure that we clarify the process, our process, that hopefully you guys will adopt,
that we talked about in our proposal and give it more detail in this presentation. We're really gonna focus mostly on the steps needed to get from here to the voting, to the election. And then we talk a little bit about what happens after that too. We have decided to break down the process into these really four sections, with then a fifth section of path forward. And we'll talk about each of these today. First is information gathering, site study, concept creation, community engagement, and the path forward. Amy's going to continue the discussion about information gathering.
Yes, information gathering. So this is the first phase of the programming, where we will figure out the objectives and the goals, plan for tour of the facility, and it's just an endless amount of information absorbing for us and trying to figure out what the needs and the concerns are for the community. So we would expect for you to maybe expand the steering committee, the project steering committee, to 30 to 40 people. That would be very diverse in their backgrounds and have the information to represent the committee, and then also to be able to meet and represent all of the components of everyone. So we would suggest making it a little larger. So then, of course, the tour of the facility, that's actually pretty telling to us for sure to see what is working, what is not working. And this is where we would, have fresh eyes to see how things are working for you, open our ears and figure out what the main concerns are for the facility. And then we would probably hone into some of the key players, and then they would maybe put the concerns, put in the forefront the concerns, the major concerns that we need to focus on. And so then you have key players beyond the steering committee as well. And then, of course, to identify the goals, and like I said, the objectives. And then this is where the communication just starts to, we would work with the contractor to refine the schedule and get set in the ways of that. So really this is the exciting part. This is maybe more where we shine even yet, because we have a massive amount of information that we're gathering at all of the stages, but definitely this stage, where we take all the information and we want to reimagine possibilities for you guys, have a solid recommendation that we can pursue and go into that direction. So very exciting.
So I'll say I'm a little bit tunnel vision, because I'd like to tell you that the swimming pool is the most important part of this facility. So I had the fortune of being part of the process for the study back a few years ago, I think 2018. So for us, it's a continued discussion of what you have and the programs that you have, and trying to identify what you think the vision might be for the community. Part of that is taking these activities, figuring them out, all the programs that you have now, plus what you might have, putting them in a matrix, figuring out what you'd like to have, and then turning that into the concept spaces and programs moving forward.
I would say also that the architectural part of the programming process, which Amy kind of touched on a little bit, the amount of information that comes in is much like Water's Edge process. It would be seamless, we'll be together on that. We'll talk about the needs and then boil it down into a document that's basically a recipe for what each of these concepts that we produce would be. So instead of just randomly doing concepts, we would have guidelines that reflect your goals and objectives and these very specific input that you have as a community, and as rec center, your rec center directors and leadership would drive that as well.
Okay, so next step in the process, once we get all the information gathered, would be doing some site studies. Obviously, you have an existing site here in the central portion of Emporia. You guys are very familiar with this, obviously. The existing facility there at the south central portion of the aerial with the railroad tracks to the south of that. So we understand from the survey that there was a reference to kind of the quadrants of the city, with 6th Avenue and Rural Street kind of being bisecting lines to create those quadrants, identifying where people reside within the city, the folks that took the survey. And obviously the feedback was, something that's centrally located, much like what the existing facility is. the existing facility obviously is bordered by the railway to the south, which kind of landlocks the opportunity to expand too much in that direction. But you guys are obviously looking at other potential sites and opportunities to expand the programs that you offer at the rec facility. So we'll be analyzing some of those items, overlaying these various districts that border the current rec center site, the residential, which you see there to the left, and the downtown, which you see there to the right of that demarcation line. Those basically come together at this rec center location currently, and I think, again, from the feedback, this centralized location makes a lot of sense. It provides a lot of opportunities as well, I think. And again, here, not knowing where all of your potential future sites are, it sounds like there's maybe some opportunity north of 6th Avenue. So this diagram just sort of illustrates some of the opportunities that we see. So going into that in a little bit more detail here. So obviously potential for reimagining the existing facility, right? I know that there's a desire for bringing more tourism, bringing tournaments and things of that nature in. We have experience with sports center facilities where large facilities with multiple courts, you can bring in large tournaments, regional tournaments, and help with economic development with that type of activity. Potentially, the existing site might be a good location for something like that. Just imagining some options. And then a future new rec facility, perhaps to the north of 6th Avenue, if the property was available and throughout the study process was determined to be a valid site for the scale of facility that you need. Other things we'd be looking at would obviously be parking availability, just general accessibility. But just the opportunities there with the residential side and creating more of a public pedestrian connection, as well as kind of this commercial side, and giving a real presence to this facility that adds to the fabric of the downtown. We also have kind of illustrated this green connectivity piece, which in our vision would be the opportunity, whether it's through pedestrian paths, landscaping, signage, to just really tie these two sites together across, and really some urban development opportunity throughout that core area there.
Yeah, I think it's hard, it's a little difficult right now for us to analyze this since we're new to the process, but this is a snapshot of kind of what we would be doing is asking you'd be providing feedback, and then this would develop in a series of iterations. And I think just these are some observations that we're making as a team, but I mean, we can kind of visualize what it could be like if you had some kind of a tournament area here and a rec center area here connected with very pedestrian-friendly pathways. This is really a threshold to kind of the downtown area, best we can tell by looking at it. And it's kind of an exciting site to be able to connect if you could. And in my mind, I mean, I think about, there's activity here. After the activity's over, you got a 2-hour wait. What does the family do? Could they walk to the rec? Could they bleed over into the downtown area? Could this be a real energizing feature for the whole area of Emporia? And Robert mentioned economic development, and I think there's great opportunity here, and we're excited to kind of unlock that from community engagement, which Carmen will talk about in a little bit.
So again, overlaying all these items, and sorry, I went back the wrong way. So then I wanted to show some examples of some projects that we've done that have similar sort of sites and opportunities. So this is in El Dorado. You can see on the left the original site before the development took place. It's just kind of underutilized space. The center image there is the initial the fitness facility that was built in the early 2000s. And you can see to the right of that, there's a small little site where there's an existing property owner that wasn't ready to relinquish that site. So that remained for a period of time, kind of master planned around that. To the north was this railway that kind of became this park-like space, which I think was advantageous. And this building also borders right up against the street, so that urban sort of connection, but then we have more of the pedestrian-friendly open space on the south side, and the connection to the major
pedestrian way on the west side. And the last photo just illustrates, eventually that landowner relinquished that site. They were able to acquire that other piece of property to the east, and we had master plan for an addition for more gym space, which they were able to complete in 2015. There's just an image of that building. Next example, this is kind of a downtown revitalization example, and this is downtown Wichita. So there on the left you see prior to the project, in the lower left-hand corner was the existing fitness facility with an alleyway to the right of that, and then just north of there was several little hodgepodge, businesses that were, run down and just not really, beautiful to look at, frankly. So there was an effort in Wichita, a concerted effort for downtown revitalization. This project was kind of an anchor and kind of led into that effort at the northern edge of downtown Wichita. And so what you see on the right is the ultimate solution, where the new fitness facility was built to the north after all the other land was consolidated and all those properties were demolished. The existing facility stayed in operation during construction in that corner to the south. And then once the new building was open and operational, that building was demoed, parking was finished around the two sides of the project. And this project also has that, there's kind of a two-sided lobby. So from the east along the street edge, that's kind of the urban connection. So the people walking from downtown, from their office to work out, use that entrance. Walk up a couple steps and a ramp to get to the elevated lobby. And then on the west side is where people coming from outside of the downtown area park, walk in across this nice plaza that's landscaped, and it's just more of a pedestrian friendly, kind of suburban type connection on that side. And again, we love this photo because it's just very, very fun to look at.
It's dynamic.
And then lastly, for examples, this is a collaboration example with Wichita State University and a fitness facility that worked together to build a new facility on the WSU campus. The green box in the middle there was the site. Used to be an old golf course, if anyone was familiar with the Braver golf course there. And so this is the kind of analyzation that we would do on your site as well. So we're looking at cones of vision from the street to the north, and what types of things you can see of the site so that we know how to address that. We're looking at this red line, which represents a pedestrian mall that's part of the campus master plan, and how we might connect and address to that. And then also just some of these other influences with the university, the community, how all these things come together and meet at this rec facility.
Has a little bit of similarities to what you have, with you just sort of on a threshold between two different kinds of uses.
And the diagrams on the left are kind of plan diagrams. So the top one shows this kind of box that's rectilinear, and we have this connection, this pedestrian connection to students. Student housing is to the west, to the east, kind of where the pedestrian mall is shown, and the campus is to the west. So they used to cross through that site. There was trails in the grass, and so that we kind of maintain that connection through this two-sided lobby. And then you also see that we've skewed the building in that second diagram, and that was to maintain a cone of vision to one of the other prominent buildings or structures nearby, which is the baseball stadium. So these are the kind of things that we're looking at as we analyze the site.
All right, so concept development. So this comes after the site study, after programming. So once we've gone through and assessed all the needs for the facility with the staff and anybody else who's over the facility wants to join in on that. And then once we've done our site studies, we start to develop site options. And so our goal with this is to listen to all the voices in the steering committee and apply those ideas and thoughts in plan and concept form. And as you can see, sometimes there can be quite a few variations. So the steering committee will start to prioritize those. We'll look at what works best on the site, what arrangement works best for programming as far as where things should be. And then we will work with the steering committee to narrow those down. And then we'll also apply a early estimate to these to guide the steering committee moving forward.
And this is just another sort of refined diagram that shows how we would break down the site, break down the building programs, look at options, pros and cons. You know, this is a fitness facility example as well, and you see pool, and you see fitness, you see a track, all those pieces and how they want to connect and merge into the final form, and just adjacencies and, you know, streets and what you see, the pool, you want to show that off, those kind of things. And you also see other site things like parking and potential fields and things like that that we would consider, you know, if the site would allow.
Not only developing a concept plan, we want to keep in mind what you end up with when you're done and what those, that obligation is in terms of like cost, staffing, whatever it is. And it's particularly important in the swimming pool. That's you have substantial aquatic facilities now, and you understand that, you know, how much that costs. So everything we do as we develop the ideas and concepts, we'll share with you how we think that impacts staffing and costs, and put that in context of where you are today. So if it's an increase in staffing costs, we'll try to share that as we're developing these ideas and concepts.
Uniquely Emporia, before I get to that, I'm gonna speak off the cuff here real quick and explain to you, first of all, before you have two letters of recommendation. One is from the Chief Medical Officer of Newman Regional Health, that's Dr. Alana Longwell. The other letter is from a city councilman from Valley Center, which we are currently working with in construction of their rec center. He was vital in pushing forward the rec center and driving force behind the community, getting that process voted on and approved. Uniquely Emporia, what we feel like, and Carmen will explain this momentarily, but what I see it as is gathering all the information that not only you find folks that provided us, but also your community having ownership in some decision of the process. We collaborate that all together, and what we do is we design new facility that will transcend from generations to come in this community, and that's what our goal is. And before us today, we're bringing you the best of every department we have. And we couldn't bring everybody because we would have had a huge line here, but there's about 10 of us that are going to be on this project, and we want to make sure you have the best design and the best facility for this community for a long time. Carmen?
So your community, as you know, is truly unique, and the community engagement portion of our process is really the heart of this. This allows the Emporia community to be a part and participate in this process, to give input, to be educated, and to be able to feel like their voices have been heard in the process. So the goal of community engagement is to build consensus, and so the steering committee at this point has had several discussions. They've come up with several ideas and have narrowed those down and have now presented them to the community. And so the goal to build consensus is to get everyone on the same page, allow the community to give their feedback. We've learned that through community engagement, there are a lot of new ideas that come in that maybe the folks on the steering committee hadn't thought about. And so that really helps with giving additional information to our process. So the feedback part, so we've done this a lot of different ways, and we'll help the steering committee out with this part as to where these meetings are held. We've had town hall meetings, we've had meetings for specific groups of people. For example, the business community, Emporia State University would be an option, the school district, their staff, church groups, veteran communities. So these are just some ideas that we've reached out to during our process to get their input specifically. In addition to that, we will help with surveys. I know you guys have already done one, but we'll help give you questions for those and get those sent out. And another example is we've done at a meeting is do a live survey. And so it's kind of cool to watch because we'll put the questions up and people can answer on their phone, which is pretty cool. Everything from that to mail-in surveys where people could just pick one up from a store, fill it out, and return it back. Okay, and so once all that information from the community groups have been received, that information goes back to the steering committee, and then if there are any changes, anything needs to be added, cost adjustments, all that stuff is done at that time, and then the steering committee will continue to work to get their plan and recommendation ready to take to the city for the presentation. And so afterwards, we'll work with the campaign committee and provide renderings such as these for materials that need to go out for the campaign, everything from social media, websites, advertising, yard signs. We're here to team up with you guys to help any way we can during that campaign portion. This is an example of last fall. We worked with the Halstead School District and did a community process for them. Just a month ago, the community passed a $28.5 million bond for their community. So that was very exciting for them.
I would say that Carmen and I both worked on this project, and we have been doing community engagement since 2016. So you have a pretty experienced team when it comes to helping you engage the community and build consensus. And that's, she said it's exciting, and you guys know this, it is exciting to see those ideas from people that maybe have not had a chance to voice those and drive the project into unknown and unexpected locations. And so it not only does it benefit when it comes time for the campaign and the election in terms of better PR, better community mood about the election, but it generates great architecture. And we love working with groups, but we are architects and we love designing beautiful spaces, and the best beautiful spaces come from their heart. And so we're trying to get to that. Carmen does a great job on it, so I think you'll really enjoy working with her. Path forward. So we're right on time here with our presentation here, and we want to talk, now that you know the 4 steps of the process, what does it look like going forward? So first of all, we want you to know that the CMAR risk contractors that you are looking at today, our team, and I probably could speak for Water's Edge on this, but the Schaefer team, at least, has worked for both of these companies. We probably have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of work with both of these companies, including many rec and aquatic projects with either one of these. So I'm not sure you're going to get that from everyone interviewing today, but trust that we have a good working relationship with those people. And then most importantly, what does the schedule look like, and what's your expectations for us to get you between now and a vote in early 2025? And so we've put together kind of a schedule that reflects the process. And so really it's an 18-week schedule. This is an estimate. If you were to hire us today, we would sit down with you and carve this up and shape this into whatever schedule works best for you. We're flexible. But each of these sections reflects on the information gathering, it reflects on getting the program ready and getting community, or your committee and your senior leadership input. Then we would work on those concepts and getting estimates together, and certainly the CMAR risk would plug in here and be a part of that conversation. Not just a cost estimate. We have worked with McCown Gordon on design features. We're not opposed to being a unified team. We don't keep them at arm's length, or Hutton for that matter. We welcome any opinions. I'm not sure you're going to see anyone here with ego. We want to be a team player. And then they're just rolling on through community engagement into finalizing everything, putting together a great presentation, putting it in front of your city officials, and getting this thing going. As far as a conclusion for you here in the last couple of minutes, I wanted to tell just a brief story. It's a success story. You probably heard it from McCown Gordon. If you didn't, I'm going to shame on them. We have to get on to them. So some months ago, we were interviewed, had a competitive interview to work with Valley Center on their aquatics and rec facility. We were selected over several other firms. At the time, Valley Center had already passed a sales tax, and that money was coming in. They had it in place, but during the process, the realization was the budget for the previous scheme didn't match the money coming in. So we were hired, along with McCown Gordon, they hired us on the same night, and we worked closely with them to, first of all, do a survey to the community. Obviously, the community already had input. We did another survey asking them what are the real priorities, and carefully, how can we make this affordable and still have a vision that the community can get behind. And so that was successful. We had 4,000 surveys that sent out, had 1,000 surveys returned, and that allowed us to shape what the real priorities were with the dollars that we had. And then we were able to then decide to work on their existing park, which had an outdoor aquatics facility. We took a really tired and dingy pool and outbuildings and just jazzed it up and improved it, not only aesthetically, but mechanically for, when I'm speaking about Water's Edge too, sorry about that, they were hired as well at the same time. They, together we improved that and made that pool viable for generations to come. In addition, we had to take a fresh look at their fitness facility and really make some tough decisions on what the shape of that would be and how that would feel, how much could they fit in it for the budget. McCown Gordon had input on that, we worked together, and what you see here are some renderings of what that was. A very early rendering, which is kind of sketchy, and then a little bit more refined. We had to make we had to be very budget conscious, but I think what we ended up with is a very grand entrance, lots of glass, lots of natural light coming into the lobby. This is on a very prominent street in Valley Center, and as far as I know, their community, and I think it's reflected in the letter that we sent out, or that we gave to you from their city council person, that the community is very excited about this facility, and it's currently well under construction. It's supposed to open in January, I believe, and so this is a success story. We want to make sure that we bring that success to you, to your community here in Emporia. Hopefully we've provided you with a very clear path forward with these steps that we put together. And with that, I think we take any questions that you might have about the process, or not just the process getting to election, but what does design look like? What does construction look like? I mean, we're just an hour down the road. The whole team you see is an hour away. We're very good during construction administration. We're going to take care of you during that process too, which I think is very important that you have your architect on site dealing with whatever may come up, and that you can trust us at Schaefer and at Water's Edge to do that.
Who will actually be coming to Emporia every 2 weeks? Pre-design, during the design, and then?
Sure, that's a great question. So you all saw the proposal, and we have a great big team, and Scott mentioned that point. But this team that you see before us is really the pre-design team. This is your get the bond, get the election passed team, and the team that's in the proposal, we can fit them all here, as you know, would be that. It would include many of us on that team for continuity, like Amy. I think Carmen maybe would do the community engagement and then would move on, but Amy certainly with programming, and Robert together, and me, the three of us, and then Jeff, continuity through the whole process. Now, owner-architect meetings, owner-architect contractor meetings during construction, and all your design time after the election, we have, I believe, 2 other architects, Gary Haller and Sean Brungard, who are very experienced in rec and fitness. They would come on board and be an asset to us to do the drawings, do the final design. So I think that's probably your team, Amy and Jeff and me and Robert, and then the 2 guys from Schaefer, along with all the support staff.
But we keep tabs on projects throughout the entire process. I mean, I'm on job sites, Matt as well, all the time. We want to know what's going on. We want to hear the feedback. We want to be there to answer questions and support our other staff as well. So we never just hand stuff off and forget about it. We see it through continuation.
Yeah, I think you'd be hard pressed to find senior staff, with 20+ years of experience on a job site, looking at the site and dealing with the small problems. And I think I speak for us, that we enjoyed that. We don't wanna let that go. We wanna make sure the quality goes all the way through the project.
So, you mentioned a little bit ago the opportunities when you first came into the community. I was looking at it, and I know you touched on it, pretty unique. I'm kind of involved in regenerating soil for pastures and stuff, so when I first look at a pasture, I look at the negatives and the positives within the first 15 seconds. So as you drove in here, what negatives did you see and what positives did you see? Just real quickly. And then that way, I need to know if you understand our community to help. I mean, I'm sure you're gonna get input from people, but you're gonna get suggestions too, about what this community does.
Sure. I've never met an architect or a designer who doesn't have an opinion, so that's probably, but I mean, I think I trust Scott more on this, but I mean, when I come into Emporia, I see progress. I mean, there's lots of construction happening. Anytime there's progress, even if it's road construction or whatnot, I mean, we all know that that's important, getting people here. You've got a great location. When we went down and toured around the existing fitness center, and I mean, there's lots of trees, there's, these big walking, opportunities for walking in a shaded way. I mean, you have some really nice architecture that we would want to pull from. Those are kind of superficial. I'm not sure I know your people. I'm looking forward to that. But I feel like Emporia is poised for improvement and growth. We heard that when we were here for the selection, that you guys are looking for ways to, keep people here. When they come here for something, how do you have a space for them to they see it when they drive in? They don't have to stay long to notice things, and they say, let's just stay for a few hours and enjoy it, or let's have dinner, or whatever, or let's come back and visit. So I'm pretty superficial. I'll see what Scott has to say about it, but I think there's opportunities there for that.
Yeah, I've been coming up here for about 9 or 10 months now. Actually, a friend of mine is now your new play-by-play guy for Blake Cripps is his name. He's a play-by-play guy who's with me in Wichita. So come up here for a game or two, and I love it seems like the town really has a great vibe on the weekends. I love that part. I coming up here to see Amanda and Tom once in a while, just to see how things were going. Coming in, I'd stop at Brahms, and never had I'd sit by myself and somebody come over, an older gentleman one time came over, we talked for 30 minutes. He was a farmer and wouldn't know what I was doing in town. And just kind of visiting the area and discussing those things with him. And he was like you, he's like, we always look for ways that we can make this place better. And that's what I love about this is your vision of improving, because we're not gonna be here forever. But I have 3 little grandchildren that are gonna be around for a while. And it's this old saying, making the place better than what, when you push down, you leave it better than what you did before. And I see that Emporia having that vision here.
And just one final thing to tag on to both of these gentlemen. I think the size of your city is ideal, because it's not so large and spread out that you have to have multiple sites for everything and multiple options for people, because you don't want to have to drive all the way across town. I mean, this has a good mass to it as far as population size, but it's still walkable. The community, I'm sure there's a closeness. And take El Dorado, for example, which is a smaller community than here, but I know that community is so proud of that facility that they all flock to it for just opportunities to get together and sit and drink coffee and talk and just have community with your fellow residents, and they take good care of that facility because it is just kind of a jewel in their small little town. So I think, again, you're a larger community than that, but I feel like you still have that same sense of community and appreciation for your neighbor, and just wanting to gather together. And I think that's great in this size of the city versus even something like Wichita, where people are more divided into areas.
And one more thing to add, I mean, this is a big deal for us to work on something like this. I mean, because we know the impact it's going to have in the community, and that's what we're about, is community engagement and helping with that. And that's what our niche is. And that's why we're putting so many people on our team, because we know the importance of this job. It's important to us So we want you to.
I'd also like to clarify that Scott's not gonna stop coming to Emporia if we get this job and stuff. So I'm gonna be clear about that. I mean, so you're gonna see him too. So, I mean, even though Scott's not an architect, he's not a trained licensed architect, he's our eyes and ears where we can't be, or when we're nose deep in the details, Scott can, hey, you know, you guys forgot this. Make sure you get that straight. So he's gonna be a good asset to you, so.
I'll meet you at Brahms for coffee.
Can you, I guess I'm interested in maybe hearing a little bit more detail about how you foresee your firm's partnership or role in the community engagement side. So, you know, if the committee were to choose Schaefer, where does that work as far as here to the bond issue, and what role would you propose that your firm plays in that, like in some more specifics, I guess?
Sure.
You wanna try to clarify that?
Yeah. So, community engagement kind of takes on different forms throughout this process. So the steering committee is actually the first form of community engagement, because the folks on your committee are already a part of your community in different areas. So that's the first step. And then once that steering committee is together, our process first is programming, like we mentioned in site study and things of that nature. So that's kind of the first part of that. So we'll dive into that, and then we'll bring that information to the steering committee. We'll get their ideas together and start combing through that, concepts, things of that nature. So we're providing drawings. So our part in that portion is to help the steering committee visualize these ideas and concepts. Give them something to look at that says, hey, this was option 1. This is what we decided on option 2. So that's us facilitating your ideas in that portion. So once we move on to community engagement, the steering committee kind of has a big part. It representatives of the steering committee and us as well have gone to those town meetings or those business meetings or the veterans community and made those presentations to the community. And so our goal in that is really to help you guys out as you're making kind of your case to the community and getting that buy-in and consensus. We're there to answer questions from the community as well. And then as you move forward from that, we'll also go back with the steering committee with all that information and start to formulate those concepts again, changes, cost estimates, visuals, that sort of thing.
We are a necessity just to be impartial and listen, you know, just to be outside looking in, just to help you, and it's such a necessity to get everything to keep going, for sure. I did some work with Derby Rec Center, and they've had a couple of improvements over the years, but the one I remember, they did a different location, and I remember when we did the open house that it was in the works for 10 years. You know, it takes some time, but I think you just gotta keep listening and hearing what people are saying. You know, it's hard. Sometimes I think as my community where I live, sometimes you do get tunnel vision. So it is nice to have somebody come in and say, well, that's somewhat true. You know, you didn't, you know, and it's hard to see when you're in it, I think, so.
And I think also, by us being involved in the presentations to the broader community, we can kind of insulate the steering committee or you folks that might be involved with that from all, you know, there will be naysayers and there will be criticisms, and we can kind of insulate you guys from that by being in that presentation role, and we can take that input, we can come back to you and talk through it and determine what of it is valid or what of it is just, you know, something that is that person that is just going to be against whatever. But so it just helps to sort of keep you guys out of the fray, so to speak.
In tunnel vision, I'd say in addition to the just general public, I think we want to foster your user groups. You have user groups now that are using the facilities and have a lot of opinion on this. We also want to identify people who aren't using the facility now, because you want to reach out to them, figure out how the facility can be such that you encourage more use on that. So both groups, current user groups, focus groups, I know from the past, from 2018, you have the exercise swimmers, and they give you a lot of business every time the heater's not working or whatever. But we'll work with your current ones and try to identify potential new ones and have specific meetings with them with a concrete plan in hand saying, is this going to meet your needs? How can we make this better? How can we encourage you to be happy here? And how can we encourage you to use this help?
Did we answer your question? I could
Yes.
summarize it. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I have a question because I love that you want to listen to the community, and I also know that you have a lot of expertise because you've been doing this a long time, and I really liked the idea of like that connector between the current building and a potential new space, and that's like something I never thought about before, and now I'm dreaming big about that. So what are, other trends or things that you've seen when you've been building rec centers in the last couple of years that, like, what have you seen that has just been so amazing, that, you've dreamt and communities have dreamt and then you've built it?
Sure. I think kind of on a smaller scale example, a rec center that we did years ago, we recently had the opportunity to do some renovation work. And this facility had a large climbing wall tower, and it had kind of this underutilized family center space with some gaming tables and things like that. And we had the opportunity to reimagine those spaces. So, the climbing walls are cool and very impressive and expensive, but at some point, they seem to run their course, or there's other facilities that offer more options, and it just becomes, that's not the place to be. It's you can't use it very many people at a time, it takes some staffing. So the idea was to remove that and to kind of recover that space as well as some adjacent space and create this kind of indoor playground or multi-generational area where there's more of a play, like a child play structure. There's nice seating for parents to sit, or grandparents, and watch folks or visit, see the pool that's adjacent. There's other kind of common casual gathering spaces with fireplace, just kind of creating more of it's almost like you're bringing hospitality design or hotel type design into the fitness facility, because people want to come there and they want to not only work out, but they want to have community. So providing those spaces, and folks with young children, obviously from the survey, there's a lot of reference to families and people of all ages, and so that's got to be a focus, not just people that want to pump iron and spend laps, so.
I would add that just Robert talked about kind of the intimate human scale, and I don't know if this is totally applicable, but the trend that I'm seeing, and maybe it's on a certain age or whatever, but I think younger people, maybe younger families, or might be more social, or might be more interested in community than they have been in the past. This may just be my own impression, but I was in Bentonville. I don't know if anybody's been in Bentonville before, or the surrounding communities. They just finished an urban park. I mean, it's not quite like what we proposed. It was and that's not our project. It's another. That's a Chicago firm actually. But I toured it, and what they had done is taken kind of some space that was underutilized, and people maybe looked at it for years and said, oh, well, can't do anything with that. That's worthless space, it's just always going to be that way. Well, they converted it into kind of just an open public playground. So they had really unusual play structures for the kids. It was construction based, so they had this great big gantry crane that was just sitting in the middle of the site. There were big steel pipes and culverts and the hills out of turf, and it's just wide open play. And I mean, that's not really a rec necessarily, but I see your space and I say, well, and it was linear like that. It was kind of just a sandwich between the streets, and you could stand on one end of the site, you could look all the way through it, you could see your kids, you could see people sitting on the sidewalk cafes, watching it, because it's a people watching thing. You'd enjoy all ages, right? And I just think maybe our culture is more community, and so other communities and yours as well are looking at ways to capture that. And what if we could bring people to Emporia and they'd move here because there's this ridiculous public space that we've never seen before? that's kind of a big dream, but that's what I saw in Bentonville.
Yeah, and as far as interiors go, along with what Robert said, I've noticed a lot more, it's interesting how it's always evolving for sure through technology too. But not just fitness programs and everything that's offered, but there is like a multi-purpose space that we have created at one location where it was more of called a modern berm. So I had a millwork subcontractor build layers of, it was just turf applied to it, and then so it was all soft, and it was put into this multi-purpose space, because it's interesting how people will, and kids especially of all ages, will just make something entertaining and fun and create that atmosphere and that energy that you would expect when you're in a fitness space. But it's interesting, because I feel like these multi-purpose rooms, they were more pool tables and ping pong tables, and we love those. But then there was just nothing but technology, where it was like a Wii or handheld things in this open space. And now we kind of go back to more hands-on, or definitely bringing the outside in is what I see in a lot of turf, and how you can finagle and make berms within the space is very cool for just kids just to relax. Maybe you don't even need a bench, you have just this mound that the kids are just sitting with their parents and such. So it is always evolving. I love that. That is definitely a challenge that I have completely enjoyed. But yeah, that's one of them that comes to mind for me too, and it was similar space to what Robert was referring to too. So, but definitely the outside in, the airnasium idea, just where you have a little bit more open air, elbow room space. So that's definitely a
Along
direction.
those lines, just from the fitness standpoint, more, like you said, turf fitness areas for kind of personal training, or basically, all kinds of different apparatus that you can spread out and kind of make up your own fitness program. So it's not you're just going to a piece of equipment. It's this kind of, it's almost like free play for adults, right? You get in there and kind of do the different types of exercises that you want to do for your, and it's more of an activity based rather than being on a machine or lifting weights.
And can you speak to any experiences you have of building esports spaces within these spaces?
Yeah, I saw that in the survey. That was something that was fairly prominent. I know that that's something that's discussed in a lot of the fitness facilities that we do. It isn't something that is really hung on and been part of a major program that we've been able to develop in any of the clients that we've worked with. It's definitely something that's top of mind. We think about it all the time. A lot of facilities have racquetball courts and say, well, what can we do with these? Maybe we can make it an esports spring, right? So that stuff like that comes up all the time. Interestingly enough, another thing we did was convert some racquetball courts to, we took the dividing wall out of 2 courts and made it a big 40 by 40 tumbling center, which was cool. Some racquetball courts. I was a tennis player as a young fellow, so I like racquetball, but you get a couple people in there at a time, and they seem to not make the cut sometimes in programs. But I digress.
I think that in response to your question, I mean, we certainly have not done it, but I'm hoping that we hear all kinds of new ideas that we've never done before, that we can research, and we can help you achieve that goal if that's what the community wants. Certainly.
So one of our clients is in Texas. I was just there this week ago, and they do have a location where there was esports. It's summer, so it was packed, and I did get some images of that just to understand how much space you would need. I talked to the director of that location there. We didn't do this building, but it's pretty specialized. If you have a certain area that you would like to, you think it would just take off, but it's very costly. And it's hard to stay up on because it's technology. I mean, that's a tricky one. But it was there was a lot of tweens, I would say, that were in this space. And it was interesting, but with the right kind of graphics and such, I think that definitely made it more exciting too. And that's the place to be at that moment in the middle of the summer, so there's so many factors.
That is a target group or demographic that is tough to you know, the young kids, it's fairly easy with pools and gyms and, you know, classes and so forth. The adults obviously, but that tween group, that's kind of the tough one to really get plugged in sometimes, unless you're in sports and you're just there to work out for that. But I do think, you know, something like esports would be a good thing to plug into the program and see, you know, if that's another opportunity to bring another demographic in to the facility.
And sponsorship, you know, maybe there's somebody that's really passionate about it, maybe you get some good sponsorship, or a business donates their IT to keep it up or such, you know, stuff like that. Maybe there's options there. We've looked at them for a long time, but it is such a dedicated space that you can only use for that it's not as multi-purpose as we typically try to do. So it's yeah, but I am open-minded. I am not closed-minded. My kids would think I'm not, but I am open-minded to all of it.
Yeah, I think the key is that every project there's compromises. I mean, and if you have the ability to get all the need, you know, the must-have spaces in, gym space, pool, you know, everything that is a community need and just an obvious solution, then there's opportunity for bringing in new ideas or new spaces like esports. That only makes it that much better.
On your way out, on the bottom floor, there's an esports facility. That's
Okay.
fairly new. You can go take a look.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, one of our clients that actually worked with Mace schools, she was a teacher, actually she was a principal at one of the schools, and they had hired her to then take over esports, not for Mace, just for the whole area. So I'm sure that she would be familiar with your program, but yeah, it's definitely, it is a hit for sure. You do it right, you know, and they will flock.
I appreciate your questions. And always feel free to contact us. You got our contact, reach out to us if you got any other questions that you think of, you know, later today after you've heard everybody else. So.
Thank you guys very much.
And we know you're hungry.
I saw him walk by a minute.
That's why I said probably here.
Yeah.
Go all the way down.
I'm the one that needs one.
I'm Dr. Mansky, water technology, but I stopped by the recreation center and talked to Chris.
Oh, good.
Yes.
You already know her?
No, I did not, but she introduced me, she kind of showed me around, so it was really, it was fun to see. And this
Oh, really old pool?
well, you know, it's a Fort Bolt pool, right? Yeah,
So what?
Somebody had to down, I saw the gutters and the filtration system.
Yeah, I'm sure at one point it was really nice.
You should have raised your hand.
Well, you know, you guys have done a great job of making out the library.
Well used, I'll say that.
I finally got my chance to see this Trey earlier. What?
Now, you can do your own introductions, but I will, if everybody's in the room, we are there. Are we all back again? Does it look like we're all here, Aaron?
He sounded so intelligent.
We're good? Doors closed. I'm gonna say yes, yes. You guys
Let's just
can
see,
introduce
that's you.
yourselves and just start off. We are ready.
Are you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay.
You got till 2:20.
Till 2:20. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, well, first of all, good afternoon. Thank you, and I'm glad to see you got some nourishment. I know a lot of it's sugar, I see it over there. Can't hide it, but that's good. It's a long day, and again, we are honored to be here. We're honored to get a chance to present our team and talk a little bit about Perkins Will and our consultants and approach to this project. I'm understanding that there's a Q&A session afterwards, so we're going to plug through it as fast as we can. Hopefully stay on the 30-minute schedule, and then open it up to questions afterwards, and look forward to a healthy discussion about that. Just a quick agenda here. I think the question was asked of our team to sort of provide an overview of our qualifications package primarily. Hopefully you all have seen that or have it in front of you. In a very short time, sort of a Reader's Digest version, we're going to give you some of the highlights from that today, focusing on why our firm, or maybe what differentiates us, some of our experience, so we'll show you a few projects that we highlighted in that are relevant projects. General discussion about approach, site evaluation, and an assessment and program. And I will tell you that this is really focused more on, today's presentation more on the part one, site planning, concept design, programming. We know this is ultimately the goal is a full services contractor, and we'll certainly can talk about that a little bit, but we know that the immediate goal is that initial study. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. So the team that you see here today is not the full team. It's what we would consider sort of the core design team for this first phase, for the part one, concept, site evaluation, and programming study, which you'll hear me call that more of a visioning and concept study. One thing that I'm Doug Barraza. I'm a principal with Perkins & Will. I'll tell you, I'll let each of us introduce ourselves. I've been in the world of recreation my entire career. That's 35 years. I live in the circle of community rec, collegiate rec, and civic recreation. That's all I do. I'm a KU graduate. I played soccer in college. I played soccer through recreation. It is my passion and love. I'll turn it over here to
Sorry. I'm Mira Tyson, a recreation planning expert with Perkins & Will. I've done the same thing as Doug for almost 30 years. It'll be 30 years next March. So time flies when you're having fun, and we're here to make sure that we have fun through this process and bring our expertise to you.
My name is Darren Barr. I'm a principal with Ballard King & Associates. We're a facility planning firm focusing on operations. Our core services are feasibility studies, master plans, and operational assessments. I've been in business for 32 years, and they've kept me around for 17 of those. So very excited to work with this team who we're very familiar with.
I'm PJ Novak. I'm a principal at Confluence in landscape architecture, design, and planning. I've been in the Kansas City area my entire career, which is 40 years.
My name is Doug Whitaker. I'm an aquatics designer with Water Technology. I've been in the business for over 45 years, and again, it's been so much fun to really. The fun thing about it is to provide aquatic facilities that help increase participation and quality of life in communities.
So if you're doing the math, that's over 100 years of recreation experience right here in front of you. But we also
I get it when I bring up half.
Doug gets 45 years. But in addition to that, we have a really deep bench. And we've specifically selected this bench of consultants, in addition to the 5 of us up here, because of their recreation experience, but because we've all partnered also together on many projects with a lot of success. And that is important, to have that history and have that success and that story to tell. Perkins & Will, if you've read a little bit from our proposal, is a very old firm of 80 plus years, established here in the United States in Chicago. We have offices all over the country, including Kansas City, which this project will be directed out of. We are really proud of our design work because we are considered one of the premier design firms in America today, meaning that we are pushing the envelope in all sectors of design, including recreation and wellness. We're also proud because our projects are incredibly efficient and have won a lot of awards for that. They are high-performing, very functional, efficient facilities. 3 things that separate us apart that I do want you to remember is, one, just as I said, we are leaders in recreation and aquatics collectively. If you haven't sort of figured it out, we have a ton of experience. We worked as a team, the 5 of us, all across the country, not just regionally here in Kansas and in the area around Kansas City and Wichita, but really from coast to coast. We've worked on recreation centers, and that will be reflected in our work. We promote design that's focused on community. If we're not working with community and promoting and engaging the community in our designs, they would not be achieving the success that they are, because that is important to create authentic designs that are tied specifically to the places where they are built and designed. And then, as I said, we have this national experience combined with regional experience. You'll see here a lot of projects that we'll talk about around eastern Kansas, but also a lot of projects around the country for communities that are very similar to Emporia.
Yeah, so this next slide, more stats. So we told you about our deep bench of expertise, but what this entire team brings is the ability to operate quickly, no programming, no design, and really create a building that gets you the best value for your money, but also delivers a wonderful design that people really enjoy being in that space. The next slide just shows a couple projects on here. And we'll be talking a little bit more in detail about some of these projects, but just the breadth of experience, across the nation and in Canada. We're really proud of some of these rec centers that people have just really enjoyed and keep bringing up as examples of what they'd like to see. The next slide is about living design. So that's a pedal that kind of guides our design and our thinking as we move through various aspects of the project with you. It's about health and wellness, right, for this type of project, and each of those pedals helps us guide to get to that just perfect point where we have a strong, healthy, vibrant community building that everyone is going to enjoy going into. And then the next slide is
I'll just, just point out a couple things. These pedals really are, we're going to explain more about those pedals when we do go through the design process and kick it off. But you'll see here, one is health and well-being, another is community inclusion. Those are instrumental to every project. We evaluate every project based on the impact that it has on community and your health and well-being vision and goals. So these pedals are very important as design drivers.
The next project, Oak Park Community Center outside Chicago, is exemplary in this fact, in that it was inclusive of the community. It really addressed community needs and really filled a hole in that community that was lacking a lot for the adolescents, the child care aspect, just providing a space where that community can go. It's also highly sustainable, which makes it operationally more efficient. It's 100% net zero energy and took advantage of PV.
So I get to talk about Oak Park a little bit because we did feasibility study work long before that building happened, but and had some pushback from seniors that wanted their dedicated space. Not that that might happen in this community, but Ballard King and Associates, of those 800 projects that we've done, they span the entire United States. We are a smaller firm. We're based in Denver, Colorado. We have worked with this entire group extensively with water technology over our course of time. We provide a third-party independent analysis, and I think that's why we work together well as a group. So when it comes down to the operations of the facility, there's no financial benefit for us if the facility moves forward or doesn't move forward. We base our information on the market, and that's part of the information that you see in front of you. Is talking about who's in your facility, who's going to use the facility, what's their ability to pay for the facility, what's their desires to be in the facility. This becomes a cornerstone when we start to put our operational plan together. In addition to the operational plan, we also talk a lot about partnerships within that operational plan. But as by evidence of all the different groups that are represented in the room, there's a lot of different opportunities. So let's talk about those and how does that feed into the operation so that you have a financially sustainable project over time.
A little bit about Confluence. As I stated, we've got 9 offices throughout the Midwest. We're actually at over 75 licensed landscape architects. Really, what we say is, we want to bring life to your projects with that. Our specific role in this, next slide please, is to get an idea of how we will interact with the team. I've got 2 examples here. This is the Olathe Community Center. Interestingly enough, Doug and Darren, so the 3 Ds, we're all on the same team. So this project was all about when we settled on a location in the heart of downtown Olathe, but more importantly, the community center is here, and then we master plan the entire park around it. So it becomes not only a community center, but the community center has tentacles that come out to the park every Friday afternoon, every Friday evening during the summer. There's concerts out on the amphitheater through here, beautiful views in and out. The building is very transparent, especially if you come down the main hall. You look down the main hall of the conference rooms, and there is a huge white oak that we're all about maintaining on there. This is the second project that Confluence led the overall concept design. This is Lenexus Senior Center and Community Center. It's in old downtown Lenexus. We led the concept study on that, and then we were lucky enough then to be part of the team that is moving forward with it. It's coming out of the ground as we speak, but this is just a view of some of the outdoor spaces that we helped design. So it's got that inside and outside to it with the pickleball courts and things. Really, and to us, when we're talking about a park, whether it's just the area around a new community center or within a park itself, we want to balance the programming and the costs. We want to make sure that you're getting as much as you can for the dollars you're investing. Proactive communication, so really understanding not only the leadership, but then also even the maintenance aspect of your departments. People see what you're going to be aware of, how you take care of it. Really define the core purpose. What are you trying to accomplish this on day one when the ribbon is cut with that? And then define standards of operation and maintenance, because when it comes to those spaces, if we don't design something you can maintain over the years, we haven't done our job. What Water technology, it's been a pleasure to work with this team before. We want to always do, we're passionate about bringing healthy, memorable user experiences to all communities that we are engaged in. And these facilities are based on what their input is to help us. So some of the things, these are some sustainable ideas to make it a very efficient facility, because aquatic facilities are the most expensive to construct, operate, and maintain. And the nice thing is they're so desirable, but they have to be, some of the important things are, asked Chrissy a trick question, I said, what's the perfect water temperature? She laughed, of course. There's no right answer to that. But, it's what you're doing with the water depth, and also making sure we have great air quality and water quality for a healthy user experience. The next image kind of shows the, this is a Bison Ridge. Again, you can see it's a great facility. This has a single body water temperature because they did do a competition pool. They had another one close by. But having warm water lap lanes, the unique thing about this, these water lap lanes slope side to side, so you can get more use out of the pools as opposed to end to end. This is Olathe. This is a great facility, and like PJ talked about, this was bringing the park in. You can see we have a tree house and all the flowers and bees and things from the outside that we brought in. So with the, but again, you can see that transparency and design to help control operational expenses.
The other thing that's really neat about the Olathe was the staff got really involved with the design of that to talk about there being 4 or 5 zones, so you can have 4 or 5 activities going on simultaneously. Sorry, that's one of my favorites.
That's a great point, because at the beginning, the mayor wanted to have a water park, and so finally the staff got a hold of him, and we got the project they needed. Yeah, we got control. And so this is a project that we've worked with Perkins and Will on in Canada. Again, you can see that great facility. One thing it doesn't have is zero depth entry. One of the things that we see in Canada is that there's more of a stepped entry, and then also a huge whirlpool, because that's a great social interaction. It's really important to accomplish that. So again, looking to what the community needs is really what guides and drives the design.
All right, as I mentioned earlier, we do want to highlight a few projects that we had, Perkins and Will projects. You've already seen a few here that Doug has described in DJ, but also a few more from our portfolio.
Yeah, the first one is Williston Area Recreation Center in North Dakota. This is one we developed a feasibility study with them, and also went into the facility design. At the time, this community lacked that center that was multi-generational, that could bring everyone together. So it ended up being one of the largest rec centers, but it also was a great community hub for seniors, for adolescents, for everyone to come to that community. So similar parallels there, gyms, pools. Bison Ridge, Doug already mentioned this one. This one, again, we did community outreach on. Lots of programming, lots of interaction with the community and community members to really define what was Bison Ridge Recreation Center for that community. So it has a bit of an agrarian feel. It's kind of outside of Denver. But this is one that people talk about constantly when we meet with other clients. Like they say, oh, you know, we're at Bison Ridge. And we say, yeah, we designed that one too, because there's just such elements of it that are fantastic. And then Louisville, again, another suburb outside of Denver. But here they really needed a big renovation to their existing facility. So Doug, again, had added some therapy pools to that rec center for us there. Outreach campaign associated with that one too. And then West Lafayette in Indiana. This was a feasibility study, and then, you know, similar spaces what you might realize here, just wonderful pool spaces, lots of natural light. We gotta bring that in for you guys. Like, number one for me would be let's bring in some natural light with this new facility.
Because you've seen our recreation center?
That's right.
Yeah.
But in the pool, we do it without glare.
That's right. That's right, Doug, good point. And then Miriam, you know this one. I guess Doug said it's called the IKEA.
Jokingly, it's called the IKEA Recreation Center, because it's next door.
Really design storytelling with the client and community to really develop something, you know, for that community that really, you know, serve them well for their needs at the time.
Interestingly enough, on this, Confluence lived in concept design on that. If you've been there, you know it's got the city hall, the community center that anchored one portion, and then they just opened the new Johnson County Library there. So it's planning all these facilities at the same time to make that real sense of place there, kind of a public gathering spot, no matter what you're coming in.
How big is that community?
10,000.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you can see
10 or 11,000.
All right, just a little bit on project approach. I won't go into too much detail because we've given you a pretty comprehensive couple proposals. One is the quals proposal, but also in the fee proposal that we'll be submitting here at the end of this, there's a detailed schedule on there. that really focuses in, as I said, on the part one, design visioning, so you can see what's going through our head, how we think about that 4-month study and the steps along the way. So it's really sort of a 4-step process that begins with investigation and leads to some early exploration, site test fits, and then ultimately recommendations for a preferred site and concept. But the one thing that I want to point out about this slide, it's a very fluid process. There will be engagement all along the way. The engagement isn't a singular activity. It happens as we flush the design, as we explore sites. We want to get that feedback from the community, constituent groups, and even underserved components of the community to make sure that we're hearing all the voices and where their concerns are. Engagement needs to be a thoughtful process, and it needs to be fluid, and we want to be sensitive to who those groups are that we're inviting, and we certainly will ask you that question as part of the outset. We also want to build trust with the community. That's a big part of what this team collectively would do, and our experience is having gone through this process is making sure not only that we have the right groups, the right representation to hear voices, but we are building trust. We are sharing the information to help inform and make sure people have confidence in what it is that we're talking about as part of the recreation and aquatics.
So part of the engagement tools that we use just to make it fun and to cross generations is Instagram takeovers and a survey if there's a particular item that you want to just blast out to everybody. We've done that before. Highly successful with younger groups. We can work with you on different ideas of that, but also some of those traditional reach outs, right? Like the idea wall, how do you see this facility 10 years in the future? And importantly, making sure childcare is provided so parents can effectively interact with the session while maybe kids are also learning about it, but also being entertained. We've done things in parks just to get more people to come to the places, but working with the steering committee to really understand where we need to be, when we need to be, and what those messages need to be. Related to that too is also, we know it's important that to you and to us too about art integration. We've done a lot of art integration processes with different communities. The one with the Buffalo Mason Ridge, again, working with an artist, selection call, voting, and then selection of the artists to come and bring, great artwork, both indoor and outdoor, whatever the most appropriate response would be. Be great to work with the community, Emporia State, if they want to be involved, if you guys want to invite them, like, let's get your local artists to see what they can provide to really make this rec center safe.
Yeah, this can be really powerful in terms of creating a story that is important to the community, but also is authentic and branded to the mission of recreation, health, and wellness. A few thoughts about the site. First thoughts, we don't know the site yet, but we know you've asked us as part of the RFQ to look at least 2, possibly 3 sites. So PJ and I are going to sort of tag team this a little bit. We know that one is the existing recreation center that's close to downtown on 4th. We know a second site is near the Jones Aquatic Center on that large piece of land. And we don't know if this is a correct site or not. But in reviewing some of the past notes and discussions, we know that at least that's been talked about. So maybe it is, maybe there's another site. But we want to make sure that we're evaluating all of these as part of the study equitably. So at the same sort of attention is given to each site.
Just as far as background on each site within the city, number one, these concentric circles are a 5, 10, and 15-minute walk to the center. So we like walkability when that's possible thing there. So that's obviously the western site serves this portion of the area. Also is record bicycle paths. We looked on the KDOT website. We've got that on another slide which just shows the connectivity there. And then, and more interestingly also is the darker line you see here, that's the historic district. So the site, we'll call it Site C, it's right against the historic district. And then the city has that special planning area there, that's the housing opportunity, which could mean in the future there's going to be more density through here, which starts making sense kind of down that way. So. And the first site that you can see the designated bike routes you see, and then we've got the 5, 10, and 15-minute walk, so that that's really in the heart of the city, well located with that. Really, so the existing facility is about 48,000 square foot. You got about 2.5 acres there. The pros of this site, obviously, it's a central location. It's familiar to your patrons. Everybody knows where it is. It's city-owned property, so you kind of take that purchase requirement out of the mix. Reusing the existing facility is a positive, and adjacent to that housing opportunity overlay cons, pretty tight for building expansion. I think we'll also have, we need some parking issues there. Doug, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. These should look familiar, hopefully. That is the correct Site A. And in full disclosure, these were actually taken at the pre-proposal meeting. PJ and I obviously walked the site. We've all been to the site though since then. And certainly some challenges. It's, you know, what we see with a lot of buildings that are 40 years old, not a lot of windows, not a lot of daylight. I think Mara mentioned that, and certainly a lot of constraints with space and just needs that you aren't able to be able to serve today. We have begun thinking about the site, and not to get ahead of ourselves, but it is important to begin to think about, you know, the possibilities. So in some very simple diagramming, begin to sort of strategize and charrette some ideas. I call this the North Porch because, you know, just looking at your aspirational program, we're probably looking at something that's about 50% larger. That could be 60 to 70,000 square feet, again, budget permitting. But with a 4-court gym, with 2 or 3 bodies of water, that's a much larger footprint. That's going to take up a good part of the existing Lee Bayron site. So one option might be to stretch that building out north-south, have the gyms on the west side where we can take advantage of that link, and really describe a sort of a north porch that looks back to the community. Another possibility might be maybe looking at an eastern-facing recreation center that can take advantage of maybe the opportunity to acquire some potential parking or some land that could be turned into parking either on the west and east, but that east facing would be directional more towards downtown. But the other thing I like about this is I always like pushing aquatics to the front where it can be very visible to the community, visible to families, easy access, and I think with the rail tracks here, the gym to the south might be a potential option to look at. Just thinking also maybe we sort of go off the grid and sort of do what I call a pivot here. You know, pivot and begin to sort of open up this building and maybe create some green space where there hasn't been green space. It's sort of forcing that in a way on the north side so the building can set back a little bit, still get the aquatics up front by the entry.
I really like that concept, just the fact that you've got kind of that entry lawn there, just allows the building to breathe a bit. The next site is the existing aquatic center site. You can see the designated bike routes. We have one coming out here, although it's just a fairly narrow sidewalk going out there. With that, walking distance for most of it, it's obviously plenty of room there. It's city-owned. There's ample space for expansion. New building has less unforeseen circumstances. Cons location. It's on the the west side of town. Access for bike lanes and trail is not really great at this point.
So, you know, what could happen here? It's a completely different palette here because of that, because of the location on the west side, but also that vast amount of land. This is, you know, maybe Olathe is sort of similar to this in terms of a precedent, but the idea to create really sort of a destination. So I'm calling it the destination building, where outdoor recreation, outdoor aquatics, indoor aquatics can all be a part of a larger complex as a single destination.
The same thing you see here, maybe destination play coming in the center. The rec center becomes a year-round kind of heart of the park. Access to open play fields, maybe there's some native grass prairie that backs up, that anchors the amphitheaters through here. So again, it's kind of a Olathe thing where, you know, in the weekends during the nicer months, you've got the aquatic center going, and you've got activities here. So it's all that synergy that is really something to.
We're seeing a lot of amphitheaters and that as a tourism draw too, depending on how big it is, what we want to do. So future thinking maybe.
Yeah, again, it might be a master plan
right.
Where there's sort of phases, but at least it gives you a bigger picture or a roadmap.
About 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And then the site B, again, it's connected well. Within the city, we just don't know as far as the size and everything with that. There's the image, pros, central location, reuse of existing landmark structure potentially. It's currently on the market. We know the cost of that. Available space for parking expansion seems to be there. It's within the historical district designation, and again, adjacent to the housing opportunity overlay. Unknown site issues with working with a 110-year-old structure is always something that you have to really consider in the process.
Yeah, certainly some different challenges and constraints from either of the previous two, if indeed this is still on the table. We don't know. Just to kind of finish up here, a few things I do want to talk about the space assessment and programming process. We really dig in deep heavy in this. This isn't a broad space programming process, and understanding that there's potentially 3 sites each will have different demands on the programming. I put this slide up here to be clear that the visioning is important to the programming, because the visioning informs the program and the spaces that we create, which is sort of the step 2 of the space tabulation. We're also going to do some test fits on each of these sites, and we want those test fits to be accurate representations of the program. So we're going to actually sort of build some conceptual models for you and some plans that are based on template programs. We know you have some programming that you're doing right now that's probably going to continue. It's all baseline programming in fitness, aquatics, indoor sports for the gyms, wellness, community spaces, and group activities. These are staples that have to continue to be supported. And so it's important that we find balance. So right-sizing your program. We talk a lot in the programming stage, Mira and I will, about right-sizing locker rooms, right-sizing your aquatics with Doug, and then also right-sizing the gyms. Everything is a very careful balance to make sure that we're serving the community in the broadest capacity possible and not overbuilding, because that's part of the value proposition to the community and the return on the investment. And as you see here, aquatics and indoor sport courts will be 60, 70% of it. So those are the big puzzle pieces that will be key drivers. I also like to talk about holistic wellness. So we'll conduct a wellness workshop as part of the programming. And wellness is not a single entity or a single destination space. It's really all of the spaces working together. So this just gives you a snapshot of all the spaces that contribute to the physical, social, and educational. And we follow the SAMHSA model, which are the 8 facets of wellness. And we're going to touch on these and how that blend of spaces can serve your wellness needs as a community. But there are some new opportunities. We heard about this on the tour. I think, Amanda, you told us about a lot of the new things that we would like to consider. Maybe some indoor turf. We know that's great for winter sports, as well as for the soccer teams in the area. That's certainly been a strong trend. Thinking about tournaments and camps, particularly for the forecourt gymnasium. The community kitchen, what an awesome way to connect with the community and also serve sort of that wellness story. It can be an educational space. It can be a casual space for seniors during the day, or it can be an opportunity to connect to the community if you have a community garden program or a master garden program that brings some of that into the recreation center. Of course, water therapy, we're seeing a lot around esports, finding spaces anywhere from 800 square feet to 8,000 square feet, believe it or not. And then, of course, we want to be multi-generational. That's where the flexibility and the resiliency is in recreation centers today. I put this slide up here towards the end because I also, as designers, while we can get very caught up in very intentional spaces and program elements, there need to be some overarching themes. We don't know if these are your themes, but this is a good start of making sure that we're fostering community. So these are lenses that we might look at any option through. We're thinking about multi-generational use, because that's going to give us the broadest service. Creating a central hub, we heard that a lot during the pre-proposal and your notes. Thinking about events and tournaments, maybe there's some revenue opportunities. And of course, connecting with the natural landscape. But at the end, whatever concept we looked at needs to be authentic to Emporia and represent your community, because that's what's going to help achieve success in the ballot, if you will. All right, we're pretty much right on time there. So how about I got a thumbs up? Okay, good job, guys. So we're going to open up the Q&A. We know you probably have a lot of thoughts, whether it's from the Paul's package or something you saw here today. We'll do our best to answer those.
We like hard questions.
Walk us through how you help us with the ballot initiative.
Yeah, so the first and foremost, and I'll start here, and then I know you've probably got some opinions on it, is we're not going to wait until the end of the study. We want to, in the very first visioning process, we want to talk about your goals, but also how you feel like, how this community can best support the project and be engaged in the project, and maybe even where some of those concerns are that are going to be pushbacks, so that we can start thinking about that, not only in how we're programming, but how we're engaging the community, and then how we're thinking through concepts. So we're gonna, we'll have a session, a visioning session at the outset, and that'll be one of the topics. What do we need to do to help sell and promote the ballot issue, whatever scheme comes out of this, and then we can begin strategizing it. So I want to say that right at the upfront, but I know you've probably got a few experiences, Darren, that also share.
I think when we're going through this process, often people want to just talk to the folks who are super supportive of the project. Very early, we want to invite everyone to the table, even folks that have concerns about the project, and hopefully at some level that alleviates some concerns. But then as you continue to move forward, is how you go ahead and how you kind of push that group to the middle. The group that's in the middle is kind of, I'm not sure if I want it or not. How do you go ahead and engage them to go ahead and support the project? So I think the other thing that becomes really important when you're going through this process is you have a trusted group that not only knows how to speak to the community, listen to the community, but also shows their work, right? So it's not, we think it might be this, we think it might be that. We can go ahead and we can show the logical progression as to why we recommended 2 basketball courts, or why we recommended an 8-lane pool instead of a leisure pool. And we can show that because that allows people, whether they agree with it or not, they can see the steps that we're taking to go ahead and get to that end result. And that becomes extremely important from a trust perspective.
Yeah.
Building on that, it's really important that you define needs versus wants. A need is a need that can be supported by the community because it's statistically valid, like it's a proven need. A want is when you have the most vocal group that says, I need an Olympic-sized pool. And so it's really discerning need versus wants, and that's what our team is experts at, getting to, that we need this and we're willing to vote and support it versus a small group just wants it. You
Maybe
gotta
to
make
get-
sure you draw that line and know the difference between the two.
So to get a little bit more specific, to build that trust, there has to be transparency. So part of having these engagement meetings all along is to bring the community members, the organization, the groups, make sure that they're understanding, they're getting their questions asked because there may be questions about cost, there may be questions about the design and operation, there may be questions just about the programming or what's not included. And we need to make sure that we're answering those through the visual content that is ultimately created towards the end, which are going to include renderings, which are going to include conceptual plans, and going to include some program information. Because at the end of the day, though, these all have to connect for the community. They have to see the value in the project, and all that data has to lead them to a story that's going to be representative and be attractive to them as a stakeholder.
Another effective thing real quick that we have done is a video walkthrough. We've got a couple on our Confluence YouTube website. We literally come into the facility. One of them is over in Park Arena Visitor Center. We come into the site. We're driving down the entry road. The doors of the facility open. We walk through the facility. We look around, and we go outside to the new gardens. And that has over 1,200 views. One we did about 9 years ago for Lake Olay that's got over 10,000. It's still up, but it's just it gives you that consistent message that's out there for the public to see, which is always positive.
And then the last thing I'll say is we'll help you with if there's a website or there's content that's being put out into the media, shared with the media. We'll help with that in terms of crafting the right message and giving you the right imagery that you need to help answer what questions or whoever that audience is that it's being presented to.
I guess I have one other question. Who's coming to Emporia every 2 weeks?
Yeah, you're seeing us right here. We're your core team.
Okay.
We would not be here today if we didn't intend to be directly involved in this project. And again, that's a differentiator for us, is that you're getting the most experienced team that has done this before, that has answered all the questions, that is, right here with you. We're going to be a part of that process.
And we'll obviously be introducing other folks on our team.
We'll have support.
in that too.
Yeah, the office is 90 minutes away in Kansas City.
Anybody else?
Yeah, you guys have experience with either one of the CMARs?
Yeah, I'll let you guys start because I know you've got some
We
very
have
immediate.
a great deal of experience. We did one project with Hutton, Wichita. We have a long successful track record in Concord. Lake Community Centers was with them. They were the CM at risk on the Overland Park Arboretum Visitor Center, which finished about a year ago in a couple weeks. And then we just finished the new Lennox Aquatic Center with Doug, and they were our CM at risk on that. And they on all all three jobs just went wonderfully, especially thinking too, we're still in that economic time for, you know, which I'm, it's not how we're bid, we're always like this, and it's, I think it's still worth considering that, the way you're doing that, because it's, if we see a problem, it's gonna be identified much earlier in the project, and we can deal with it then. Like
We're
we
still
had to on
seeing,
the next one.
repercussions on electrical gear still from COVID. So that's one in particular that's still kind of pitching projects right now.
Interestingly enough, on Lenexa, I was on the interview, I didn't have a vote, but of everyone who interviewed, they asked each of the companies, do you think we have a budget problem? And McCown Gordon was the only one that said yes, which I was just, well.
Yeah, and certainly McCown Gordon is much more of a known entity for Perkins and Will because of their Midwest presence, and particularly in Kansas City where we're located. So we have more work with them, particularly on the higher ed side. My experience with them personally is on the Olathe Community Center. They are great to work with, great to work with. They understand this typology, they understand the market, and to PJ's point, you know, for us that transparency is really important. We are big believers of if there is a construction manager and to engage them right at the outset. We want them a part of the design team, so to speak, in providing critical feedback to us.
And since aquatics is the most expensive to construct and operate, you know, we've had a lot of experience with McCown Gordon and how we control that aquatic cost. And on a recent project, the city bought this slide tower because the resin prices was going up 20% each month. And so we had to stop the creep and we purchased the slide tower after we got through design, you know, manage that through the McCown Gordon process.
Do we have a budget problem?
We don't know. We don't know the project yet. We don't know the site yet. So that's critical. We don't, I mean, I can build a fictional budget for you, but really the costs are going to be driven entirely by, you know, what we develop as a concept and where it's located. There's a lot, and that's important to me. I actually demand that of any estimator or any construction manager. I want to break out the component costs of the project. I want to know what the pool costs are, even at a conceptual phase. The pool costs, the site costs, the infrastructure costs, and the building, because the benchmarks for those are all different. There's no single number that you can apply that just says you can build a recreation center for this. All of those localized demands are very specific and will be represented in the cost.
Trey, on the situation where I said there was a concept plan that was done for the park by another firm, and so they had that. And of course, we were just on the downhill slide of COVID, so prices are still.
Just, you gave me the windows I thought I would ask.
Well, it's always best value, right? Projects always get pushed along the line somehow. So, you know, if you have two things you're looking at, you know, we'll help you understand the best value, life cycle costs, durability, manageability, that all kind of weighs into your best decision for your best value and how to spend your dollars too.
Yeah, and I assure you, we will find a way, whatever that budget is, that we're gonna hit the goals that you've established and achieved in your priorities. All the projects that we showed earlier in this all had budget challenges. That doesn't, you know, that exists with every project today. The market is changing, and we just work through those as a team.
I'll talk about Doug on the next. We do have budget problems. The staff always had sand-based filters, and if we use regenerative systems, that was more expensive to purchase. It was a new product to them, but it also meant that we had $180,000 we didn't have to add to the expansion of the pump building to make those, which isn't a value added. Nobody goes and visits the pump building. And it actually is more efficient in terms of sustainability as well, so all of those types of things.
You showed one of your designs and you said it was like net zero in terms of
Yeah, they got a lot of grants, I will say, full
Okay.
disclosure. They did get a lot of grants to realize a lot of solar PV to help those offsets. So that community really came together in many aspects to make sure that that recreation center could be as successful as possible.
Was that the Oak Park?
It's Oak Park, yeah, and it you know, it's kind of a mecca for the kids, and you know, it's a walkable distance from a lot of the schools, a lot of the homes, and some of the kids just didn't have anywhere to go. I think think from day one, the wait list on the after school and before school programs was, 40 kids long. There was such a demand, and they put as much of that in the building as they could, but the demand was still there. So, I think also just thinking about future expansion, like if you can't get everything you want right now because of whatever happens with the market leader, we're always thinking about future expansion, like how can you expand this facility easily to add 2 more courts, to add 4 more courts if you want to go to a tournament center, if that's a possibility, maybe not on the first site, but on the one that's closer outside, on the interstate, if it is more of a destination facility. But again, that's I know you guys aren't going that direction now, but we're always just thinking like flexibility, future, and longevity for sure. It could be, the mechanical systems or the flooring. It's all part of that longevity.
The other thing, and I'm going to piggyback off that a little bit about, expandability, but as you go ahead and as you go through the wish list, right, the wish list isn't necessarily going to match the budget. So as you start whittling that wish list down, and we're shrinking the kitchen, and we're shrinking the fitness center, and everything keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, this group that's in front of you will go ahead and at some point go, don't even do it.
Yeah.
If you go ahead and you continue to shrink that space, you're gonna be so multi-purpose that you're purposeless, right? You're gonna open your building that you're gonna have half a dozen spaces that are undersized from day one, and you're not gonna do any of those well, and it's gonna impact the whole experience that you have there. So I think that is something that's important for you to hear. We didn't identify a budget problem, but as you go ahead and as you shrink down that wish list, you do have to be honest with yourself and say, hey, 1,500 square feet for fitness, we might as well not do it. It's way too small from the day we open the doors. So we will be very vocal like that with you during that planning phase.
So, even if it's not net zero, there are a lot of sustainability strategies that can be a really good story about this project that's going to support what your goals are in terms of creating a healthier environment, a healthy building, so to speak. And some of those are really passive, meaning that if we go back to those diagrams that we were looking at, even for the existing conveyor and recreation site, getting a correct orientation and correct placement of some of these key puzzle pieces, the gyms, the aquatic center, and the fitness, are really important where we can maximize daylight, especially north daylight. And that's why you see me always liking putting that aquatics up north, because that daylight is the most controllable daylight. So it helps with the views, but it's also from an energy standpoint, we're gonna get the better control of that. Fitness spaces, I love to put fitness spaces up north also, no matter how large or small that is, so we can take advantage of views and good controllable daylight. Any studios, a yoga studio, that type of thing. So there's some smart moves that we can make just from a big picture planning standpoint, without even getting into the technology or into some of the other sustainability things. The reason why we do the detailed level, when we do a test fit, we sort of create these guide plates, as you may have seen, of program elements, is that's because I want to be careful when I'm right-sizing spaces, not to over-design or oversize, but also not to undersize. So we get into that with locker rooms, we get into that with gyms. So part of my technique is, having done this, I'm going to do overlays. I'm going to ask you about the primary uses for these courts, and I'm going to feed you with a whole number of overlays. Like, what about this? What about if we do volleyball? What if we do badminton? What if we do pickleball? What if you use it for a public, assembly event? And think about the demands on that space, and that's part of the right sizing. Anything else?
Maybe our timeline of maybe wanting to have a ballot question by October and a sales tax by January, February, is that something, are we on the right timeline, or are we?
Well, I think you have to go through the full study and make sure that the story's right. October's pretty aggressive if that's the ballot, and maybe
question. You just have to have the question, I think, written if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Ballot would be.
Yeah, and I think, once we have sort of that consensus direction in story, I think then we sort of look at that schedule and what's the right schedule for this community to sell it. I'm sure you've all heard the stories about, a much different scale project, much bigger, but, you hear it all the time, the sports stadium stories like that, Kansas City Chiefs and Royals trying to pitch their ballot issue. There's a lot of things that went into that being not successful, but one of those was it was too quick. there were so many members of the community in Kansas City that didn't really understand the project. They saw the slick renderings, but didn't know what the story was. That didn't understand where the value proposition was to them. And that's really important that we've answered all of those before you go to the ballot.
Yeah, it takes time, I think, to understand your detractors and, you know, how, who you should work on first with your detractors and how you can, like, you know, Darren was talking about, like, can you bring them to the middle, to that yes vote? Who are your detractors right now? Like, what would you say, like, who would not vote for this right now? What community groups or what leadership, and don't call anybody out if you don't want to.
The only thing we've heard, and we know nothing about ballots, but it's just car sales, local car dealerships.
And why is that?
Sales tax.
Wichita has a lower sales tax rate than we do, so.
So that's the only thing, honestly, and we work at the rec center, so we kind of know our patrons really well. We've heard nothing negative in the community at all, other than just that general category of.
The tax.
Yes, the sales tax.
Yeah.
I think I remember in 2018 when we did the school district bond, you were on school board and I was not, but just as a community member, there was definitely some state folks coming into Emporia who were really just against bond projects. And so they kind of found a base, I think, in some older residents, who kind of just said, well, you know, our schools don't need to be nice. Kids can just learn, you know? So there's kind of, yeah, exactly. So there's some of that back in my day, you know, it was good enough, so it's good enough now. So, but I think that other people coming into the community who just wanna fight against any bond.
It looks like we've got about a minute left here.
13.
13? Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of 210, you said 220.
You got
okay,
220.
we're good.
You're fine.
210, 220, whatever it takes.
Do you guys think we could build most of the needs for 30 to 40 million?
I certainly think that you can get a very nice recreation center for 30 to 40 million today. I actually just finished a $40 million project down in DeSoto, Texas. It's 70,000 square feet. So I think that's achievable.
How many gyms?
Now the market is changing. I don't want to promise that.
Sure.
And every area of the country is different, and that's why we want to work with the CM because they're tracking that on a monthly basis. But I think you can achieve something very special for $40 million. I think that's going to expand your programming significantly from what you're doing today, and I think you're going to get a beautiful facility for that.
Sorry, I was gonna push you to expand.
She
further
raised
with
her hand.
DeSoto. Sorry.
You go first because she raised her hand.
Apologies, Susan, go ahead.
I just wanted to know if you could articulate for me some of the key differences that you would see in amenities, not just necessarily square footage, but in amenities, between 35 million and 58 million.
It's a big swing.
Yeah, that's a really big
It
swing.
is. So I'm referencing these numbers behind you on the board here, and I wanna know, in the middle of the road at a 1/3 cent and at the high end of a 1/2 cent, what is the bang for the buck that you see amenity-wise?
Well, I don't really see a huge difference in the amenities, whether it's a 30 million or would you say 58 million? From a qualitative standpoint, architecturally and with aquatics, we're not going to change our approach. It's about the scope of that project and how much you're building out in terms of the scale of the project. So where we'll have discussions, if you remember back in the slide I had on programming, I talked about the two biggest puzzle pieces, the courts and the aquatics. We're gonna focus on right sizing those spaces first because they are going to be the drivers. Because one is the scale of those two. And when we make changes, for example, we talk about a 2-court, a 3-court, or a 3-court, or a 4-court. It's not necessarily shaving 2,000 square feet off. There's incremental changes that have large impacts on the cost. And then similarly, and Doug can talk about this, you know, in reading the notes, we know that there's a desire for 3 bodies of water, potentially.
Yeah.
But that could be 2 bodies that are shared of the same temperature. There's a lot of different ways to approach it, to conserve or to be more efficient with the dollars. So we want to get those two set right, the dry side and the wet side, the two big, and then everything else kind of fills in behind it. And we'll bring recommendations and give you a value proposition of where we see the return on that investment, knowing that you've got, you know, some budget decisions to make.
And I would say just from the aquatics, because the aquatics is the most expensive to construct, operate, and maintain, and it's a 4-to-1 relationship from dry side to wet side of a building. And so from a budget that's 39 to $58 million difference, but it's probably gonna, in the aquatics, you're probably looking at maybe 2 water temperatures, where in the larger budget, you might achieve 4 different water temperatures, that being like a whirlpool spa, which is really popular with older populations, a wellness pool, and then a kind of a lifestyle pool that has a broad reach to a lot of users, and a cool water lap pool for lap swimming. And so that's some of the differences, but again, we have to find out what the priorities for the community are to really identify what are the desires and the versus the wants, and
I think, understanding programming, like how highly programmable are these maybe 2 spaces you're considering if you're between 38 and 50? I can't quite read it over here, but, you know, what kind of rentable space could you see in either scenario where you could be returning some dollars back to the city if it's a more highly rentable space? Is that part of the equation of when you're considering, you know, what elements to add for a greater, you know, total project cost? So I think that all comes into play when we're considering, when you all are considering how to make those decisions.
There when you say rentable or programmable space, because as a community member, if I just wanna walk in and use the space and it's always programmed for XYZ sports, I don't feel good about my investment.
Yeah, and it's a balance.
Yeah, that's that flexibility and resiliency for those spaces to be able to flex and change throughout the week, because the community demands that. You know, again, like on the university side, one of the challenges is because the demographic is a much more compressed demographic, and because of the schedules, we find recreation centers have these huge shifts in demand throughout the day, where they're busy in the morning, then they have a quiet period, you know, midway through the day, and they're busy again at night. Well, community centers are different. That demand can be constant, but at the same time, because it's multi-generational, it's changing in different ways throughout the day.
2 things. Back to the dollar amount. Does the facility have to be 100% cost recovery? That's where my brain goes first in terms of how much you're gonna build and what you're gonna build, and does any of those dollars subsidize your operation? That becomes a big driving factor in terms of sizes, space of facilities. In what you talked about in terms of the drop-in availability, when we're putting these operational plans together and start talking about drop-in access and membership access and those kinds of things, one of the things that we always try and carve out within the operational plan is the program that no one talks about, which is what you just identified as drop-in recreation. That's sort of a hallmark of public recreation, to be able to go and shoot baskets with your son or daughter, or with a group of neighborhood kids, or go swim laps, or go ahead and casually walk around the elevated walking track. That's as much of a balancing act from an operational perspective as is finding the right program, because there's a demand to generate revenue with these facilities, but at the same point, and I've used YMCA's for a good portion of my life, the biggest concern we hear from a YMCA is that it's programmed all the time because of the need to generate revenue and offset 100% of those costs. So that is one of those hallmarks that we try and protect within the operational plan and within the business plan for the proposed facility.
And I think our goal, in the sense of like a 3-quart gym, would give you the ability to say if you wanted to host a prom in there, you can. You have the capability of, you know, bringing in a catering and they're able to plug it in. But if your primary use is drop-in, or your primary use is, you know, like scheduled, you know, leagues or something, you're also doing that in that space. You have the capability of doing that in a highly flexible space that allows you to have that opportunity to rent it, or pull it back and say, nope, our community really needs this just for their own health, well-being, and exercise, and being able to drop in or participate in program sports. Oh, finally.
I may know the question that you're gonna ask because I may have confused you, but.
No. I wanna cycle back though, cause you had referenced, cause I'm just
I said something about
visual
DeSoto.
guy, DeSoto, yeah, so can you, and I know that cost varies
Yeah.
in a lot of different ways based on the pretty factor versus the box factor and everything else, but what, so $40 million, let's say roughly for DeSoto,
Yeah.
the project that you did, what did they come out with? What was their end result? Cause I'm trying to think of for our
How many
end.
gyms, how many?
Yeah, how many gyms,
No,
what
that's
size
right.
aquatics,
Their
that kind of stuff.
end result was really close to what their original ideal program was. And we did downsize the gyms a little bit. We went to a 3-court gym, but it's still it's a very useful gym. So originally started at 4-court. That was probably the biggest move. The aquatics did not get downsized, and that particular project had 2 bodies of water, one that was a competitive 25-meter by 25-yard pool, and the second was a 4,500 square foot leisure pool serving community needs. That's 2 completely separate bodies of water. That's a lot of square footage still. Where a lot of the cost savings were, and that's why it's really important that when we look at the sites, we build a completely independent model for each of those sites from a cost standpoint with the CMAR, because the site costs is a huge variable in any project. It can fluctuate dramatically. The second thing is, in that project, we looked at the envelope, the skin, the systems, and we talked about that early in the design process of what was fit the budget. And we worked through some different options for that. But in terms of quality of space, they didn't give up anything. They achieved everything that they originally set out to with that project, and I'm proud of that. Now, the market does change, so one of the things that I will say is that we want to be at the table to help build the project budget, separate from the construction budget, because there's this whole other side that includes all the soft costs, and we have a tremendous amount of experience as a team, having gone through all these projects, to understand what those other cost needs are. And that includes, you may have some systems that are outside the general construction contract or the GMP. You're gonna have FF&E. You're gonna have equipment for the pool. There's going to be contingencies outside of that GMP that we're gonna want you to, or recommend that you carry. There might be an arts budget, or a graphics and interactive graphics or wayfinding budget. We have a tremendous amount of experience, and we can get you the right fit. We can build that budget so that you know the whole cost for the project, and it's going to be founded in experience and our proven benchmarking.
So a little bit ago, just to maybe piggyback on Trey's question, who's going to be on the project? All 5 will be raised your hands, right?
Yep.
So you're all in the same bus, but you're driving the bus.
I'm driving the bus.
Okay.
I'm your key point of
Your main
contact.
point of contact.
I will be serving as the project manager, also the principal. I'm going to bring you our best experience on this project, and I'm going to set the project right from the beginning. Because the first 90 days of this is when you're making the biggest decisions. And it's not that we're not going to have a great team down the line when we get to full design. You're going to have a great team, but you need the most experience right up front making the big decisions to get it right from the start, off on the right foot. Okay?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Okay, so a couple things here. I'm gonna give you, because I don't know who all gets the
Give them to Eric.
copies.
Yep, he'll send us.
And so what are the community partners here, while I've got a little bit of time here, that we know we wanna engage? We wanna engage everybody. We wanna talk to everybody, but we understand you have a company here in town. Dynamic this. And so hopefully I've got enough for everybody here. So we got some little markers here if you're a disc player, disc golf. So you can scan that, and you're gonna see a copy of course, the proposal, as well as this presentation.
So we picked those up this morning and met Meredith, and
You're welcome.
she was so nice, just really
There you go.
fabulous. It was, and I learned
Meredith
her
did
daughter
that.
graduated high school and
Yeah.
was on a cruise, so she was fun.
With the
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Amanda was on, were you on it?
Yeah,
too?
well, my kid was on it.
Yeah, Amanda
Yeah.
was on it as well, the same
Oh,
group.
that's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, I have
enough, just enough. I've got two extras if you want. All right.
Yeah. Her daughter was a senior, so her daughter.
Yes.
Erin took the team. She was a wrestler and a soccer player.
Mark's not gonna let you out. You're lost.
You pushed me right towards the dessert.
Yeah.
Well, you're older.
Scott, you put up with that for her? Did she call you older too?
She never calls me over.
Older, she calls you old, I'm just
He's
older.
just
That's the best thing to happen, right? Because if you don't get older, what happens?
Yes,
Thank you, guys. Nice to.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Good job. Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Snacks on the way out?
No, I do.
Oh, wow.
Don't look at me.
But it's too late now. You ate the fruit
Not that witty.
I'll turn 50 now.
Oh, and then with Jeremy,
Can you remember that far back?
I'm dealing with Jeremy on the agenda. So I'm
I
trying to.
know, right?
You need multiple screens. Yes, I do.
Manipulation.
He wants.
Around here.
I know, right?
Yeah, we're just sitting like this. I feel like I'm at a conference. Dude, is there beer? Happy hour, yeah. That's the only other time I sit and sit and sit and sit.
If everybody could potty quickly, I'm gonna ask the next folks if they could wait until 35, so we have a little more CMAR time.
Right?
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, what?
Wow.
How busy?
Oh, 6. Sounds about right.
Amanda, does Shannon still work at the rec center? or
Yeah,
did- Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know if
He's kind of
he got
pointing
poached.
to- Well, kind
or
of got
not.
poached.
Yeah.
But we're like, oh, it probably won't be long.
Jeremy
and everything.
approached him.
He's been at the rec center for a long time.
Yeah.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's a good guy. But I've seen him in lots of pictures and
But he's
media
just
and stuff.
always so I mean,
Happy.
he can never have a bad day, and sometimes
He's-
I want to be like, hey, you just be upset for like
Yes.
5 seconds. I
He,
just want to see
he
you.
is a
All
face
this is going in at the
that,
same time.
that happiness side, like the front porch kind of, right? Like, you know,
Yeah, like-
he's the guy that you kind of want to just be happy and, hi, how you doing? Welcoming to everybody. You know?
I got back from that cruise, so I was gone a whole week and a couple of days, and he was like, Amanda, like,
Yes.
like genuinely,
Yes.
where the rest of those fools were like, oh, yeah, how was it?
Yeah,
You know, where
yeah.
he was like, yeah, but no, he kind of mentioned that Champions Landing needed him to work some, and we're like, Shannon, do it.
Yeah.
We'll work around that
That's
schedule,
cool though,
yeah.
And that's gotta make him feel good too.
Yeah, because he does
He
feel like
wanted
a part of the team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's Kelly.
Amanda, I
Dart.
found a picture of it.
I asked them, I know BG's answers.
Yes, yes, correct. So it should be very similar.
We're supposed to have an artist on
Not to call you out. Like literally for like 10 months. Hey, where are we? We should have an estimate soon.
We had a $750,000 estimate that day.
It was already planned.
That's by a landscape architect, and so we're trying to get it confirmed. We all in here?
Every time it keeps getting longer.
Amanda.
It just means we can't fix that building.
Kevin.
It needs to go.
Who do we have next?
Oh, the one.
I mean,
Your executive board.
I mean, it's cool. People want to.
People out of the woodwork.
Yeah,
buffaloes.
I know,
Yeah.
our
Squirrel.
we talked about that within our board, you know, what actually attended sessions on that at KRPC. There's a lot of recreation.
Talk about how this is an idea might be
So here we are.
Brett, check.
Yeah, write the check and to also, but even to organize the necessary.
You can just say it.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, it's always easier
Do you
to
know he's an
online.
artist? Do you know this?
Okay, we have about 7 minutes. Will somebody tell me what it's 35 minutes?
Oh.
Okay, we have about 6-7 minutes to keep talking CMAR. I did reach out to Hutton since it wasn't apples to apples and asked, not for an apples to apples comparison, but if their range was negotiable, and it is negotiable to a certain extent. They said they did the range because they don't know what the project's gonna entail. Okay, so Hutton's is easy because it's a fixed cost. McCown's is a little different. I changed it from trade because if you remember, McCown's finished timeline when they were done with us was in 2027. So I did a year, 18 months, 2 years, and 3-year comparison. If we build put 20 million up there just to have a number, I think we're in this range somewhere. And we're probably between 24 and 36 months before either of these people are out of our lives. As you can see, they're a little closer than they looked earlier. So I'm not sure it's a huge difference. We're probably, if the timeline is 2.5 years, this is probably a wash. Oh, it is touchscreen. And close to here on a $40 million project, Hutton's probably a couple $100,000 more expensive if we're settling on the 30-month time. So I think price-wise, they're pretty comparable.
I'd say they only charge you for the time that their trailers on site. So it's not from the whole pre-construction. It's just once their trailer shows up in your building.
Oh, that's not how I read that.
Hutton or McGowan?
That's typically how they.
All of them?
All of them.
Okay, that's not how I read
Okay.
their little $45,000 a month paragraph, but either way, I think Hutton is gonna be, I think they're gonna be close at 30 months if we can get that timeline down a little bit more, then McCown's gonna be a little cheaper.
My only other question was experience. Can we review again the experience of Hutton with like recreation and aquatic versus McCown with recreation and aquatic? Because I don't have like those original spiral proposals. I was thinking about just like one versus the other, who's built.
Hutton has done tons
There
of
you go.
schools.
They have done tons
Okay.
of schools.
I've got a couple right here.
Thank you.
McCown has done, Olathe, Valley Center.
In terms of recreation centers,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, and I think pairing either one up with a good AE is gonna make all the difference in the world as well.
And I guess there's 2 thoughts I had. One, I think Hutton's the easy choice for winning the election. I think McCown, if I knew I was doing the project and I was just hiring a construction firm, I think McCown's probably the better choice there. So one's a better choice for winning the election, and one's probably the better choice for construction. We need one for both. The other, and after sitting through the 2 presentations, I don't even think it's an issue, but I checked with an acquaintance of mine in the construction area. He said don't pair Schaefer and Hutton together because how they operate together is probably not in the client's best interest.
I feel like if we were to go with like Perkins and
That's what
Will,
yeah.
I think Hutton would be a really good complement to them, meaning that Hutton has that, the pre-construction, I don't know, the voting, the ballot, all that kind of stuff, where Perkins and Will just didn't seem.
So do you guys prefer just keep talking CMAR at the next break as well, and then start off our post last interview with picking a CMAR first, or do you want to pick one now or in the next break.
You know, like, I hear what you said, Anna, but then also I think I heard Perkinsville really talk great about their relationship with Cal Board, and so I wish I knew what that synergy was, and how it like translated to the election too.
Sure.
One of the things that Hutton mentioned when we asked that was they had worked with all of them but one, and they went ahead and made a phone call and he said, to make sure I could work with them. And I liked that phraseology.
That's probably the Jesus there.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
He said it. He said
He said
called
it was
Caleb.
Taylor. He
Yeah,
called
he said
him
called
Taylor.
Caleb.
To make sure that he could work with
He
them.
knows BGU. Luke knows BGU.
Well, man, I'm just with that beat that proposal.
I feel like I would like to wait until after we have all of
Okay.
the
Yeah.
interviews with the architects and engineers, because I feel like they are gonna have to complement each other. So I'd rather wait to make a decision on the CMAR, if you guys are okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
No, right now.
Good thing he doesn't have a vote.
It's
And
getting
he
to
didn't
the
hold his
late
hand
punchy
up.
stage of the day.
And he didn't hold his
He
hand.
didn't.
I know, right?
Not even valid, cause we
Okay,
have
I'm gonna break my neck.
Learned that.
Did you understand that, Principal Kirk? Raise your hand.
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm honored.
Learned it today, didn't you?
I was never the
You
one
know,
that raised my hand well.
I
That
wasn't
was-
either.
I don't normally raise my hand. That was the huge irony.
Well, we're starting to figure out air insurance fees, so I mean, you know, it's taking a little bit of it.
He's getting it down.
Yeah.
He's got a grip.
I feel like you're on Shark Tank.
No, I kinda like
I know, I thought it was
Yeah, no, it looks like a donut box, sorry.
I'm
I'm excited.
Looks like you guys got the right amount of candy already.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big trip.
Just little placements, us, you know who we are.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, are they?
See where that gets down.
Yes, you're welcome. I'm in a school classroom.
Thanks, sir.
A lot of science, a lot of science from that corner.
Thank you.
He's multitasking.
I'm a multitasker.
Hey, you got something I can draw on my stage.
Yeah, step back here.
He's nice back
Yeah.
there.
Oh, I didn't figure.
Oh, that's cool.
I know, that's exactly what I pointed to.
That would be fabulous. That'd be nice if they could put it in front of the railroad track, so they could go that way.
Somebody say here.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I just wanna make sure everybody has one. Amanda, who's collecting the fee?
More trouble from you. Who made him pick firm?
I know, right? You see him again. Oh, he's just cycling through. Oh, yeah. We probably will.
Yeah.
I really thought that through.
Which one? This one? This one, all set?
Are we all here?
You can hold it up. Put you in the corner over here.
Yeah, I think you guys are ready.
Ready? Wait until Graham gets hydrated. All right. Any introduction to your side, or you
Yep,
guys?
you're good,
That's
just jump right in. Yep.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having us. My name is Dan Zeller. I'm the principal of Multi-Studio. Multi-Studio is an evolution of Gould Evans. We're actually celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, which is very special for us and very special for an architectural firm, because it's hard to get past multiple cycles of ownership.
And we are now 100% ESOP, so we're employee owned, and we take pride in our employees, and which is why we have been around for so long, because of the passion and the great work that we do, and the project experiences and everything that we push forward with. We are a national practice. We started in Lawrence, Kansas. Bob Gould and Dave Evans were professors at KU, and we started there, moved to Kansas City, and then since then we've spread out in the country. But we are rooted here in the Kansas City, in the metro area. We are a national award-winning architectural firm. We are super excited to be in front of you today to talk about community recreation centers. It's a passion personally of mine, but it's just a great mix of project type that allows us to take a lot of different parts and pieces that we specialize in and put it all together. It's something that we're able to build a community hub around. So we brought a great team, and we're going to go through introductions on what we're talking, what each of us are going to talk about. But with the graphic design, the brand experience, city planning design, all of that's going to come together in these community centers. So we are super excited to be in front of you today and walk through this project. We were in front of you guys, I think it was 13 years ago. We actually had to go back and look. When we got brought on to help with a little study to see maybe if there was a renovation possible for the existing recreation center. So we're excited, very excited to be back in front of you, hopefully make this a project, a positive project for the community. So with that, introductions.
Yeah, I'm Kelly Dreer. I'm a principal in our Kansas City studio and also a former resident of Emporia. I was born and raised here, so very familiar with Emporia and still have family here. But it's great to be back in my old backyard to talk to all of you all today.
Good afternoon, I'm Katie Dean Smith. I'm one of the leaders in our brand experience practice, working closely with Grandma's Project.
I'm Greg Smith. I lead our city design studio at Multi-Studio, and we'll be working to help integrate the recreation center into the community of Emporia.
I'm Sam Loring. I'm a project manager and architect, and I've been kind of more involved with the project to get a little further along in the design and development of the project.
Jeff Hartley again with I guess I'll mention a couple things I didn't mention last time. Water's Edge, we're a firm that's based out of Kansas City, but we'll cover you from 2 locations because we have staff also in Wichita. Ryan Hill, if you've met him or know him, he's an aquatic specialist that worked for the city of Wichita for decades as their recreation superintendent and aquatics director. So he'll be involved as well, and I would say, despite my youthful boyish face, I'm an engineer with 31 years of experience on aquatic planning.
All right, well, as Dan mentioned, we had been involved in some of the prior efforts, but it's great to see kind of the 3 different entities coming together to help make this reality, because it seems like a really strong and purposeful way to make this a successful project. But with that said, I think we're really interested in understanding, and maybe as we go through, we can answer even some of these questions too, but understand what is this effort successfully look like to you? And I think we'd like to understand that maybe from kind of each of the 3 different groups. So I might just kind of call on each of the 3, and if there's anyone in particular who wants to answer, but maybe for the school district, who might have some thoughts on that.
Ann and I are the school district reps, and I think for us, we want to make sure that our community's kids have a place to be. Community centers should be a place where they can hop in after school, where they can be in summer, and really can just sort of be a fun extension of their school day. And Tell's also a school district rep. I'm so sorry.
I did find the donuts. Well, somebody else's garden.
We really want, to be another place that kids can go and feel supported. We really think it's important to also increase sports participation in our community as well, and the rec center is key to that.
Great. Anything else on the school district side? How about rec commission?
Just to echo what the school district said about, a place for young people to go, increase that participation in youth sports and middle school, high school sports is really important. But I know in addition to getting this passed, we need to have something that encompasses people of all ages and multiple interests. I think that's something that we're looking at with the rec commission is how we can do that.
That's great. Any other thoughts on recognitions?
Yeah, that multi-generational is an important piece.
Huge. How about city commission? Aaron?
Susan?
Commissioner Carter and I are representing the city, but I think more importantly, we're all taxpayers in the city in this room. So that's just first.
Yeah, fiscal responsibility. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, appreciate that. Well, also as Dan mentioned, that's kind of the great thing about this type of a project is it's bringing a lot of different aspects together, a lot of different communities together, and that's actually what I think we as Multi-Studio pride ourselves in. It's actually why we rebranded and why we became Multi-Studio, is recognizing kind of the different facets that we bring to any particular project. The cool thing about a recreation center, and especially Emporia's recreation centers, I think we get to encompass like all of the things that we have within our studio. Education design, obviously these are education centers as much as they are recreation and wellness centers. There's certainly the architecture and interiors part. I mean, that you're interviewing architects today, so that part's pretty easily understood. But we also have a very strong city design component that is thinking about how these buildings get integrated into the community successfully, and Graham's going to speak to that here in just a moment. And then brand experience, which is really about engaging those communities and bringing them along in the process. There's going to be a vote, I think, early next year, is that still the plan? Having a successful vote and bringing the community along is as important as any other part of the process. And so having that brand experience embedded within our studio, I think, will provide some benefit. Kate's going to speak to that right now. So there's really three things that we're going to want to emphasize today. Is one, obviously getting that vote is critically important, being embedded in Emporia, and then all of that is setting the foundation for doing great work at the end and having a successful project. And so we're certainly going to want to share what we think an inspiring project might look like.
Let's talk about how we clear that first critical hurdle of getting the vote. Part of what we owe the people of Emporia is a really clear and compelling vision for the future recreation center. Thank you for sharing the needs assessment survey. When you talked about, youth programming, #1 response, right? That's the need, but it's among many others, and there's a diverse constituency and a diverse set of needs and goals that we need to be responsive to. But the reality is that people aren't going to vote for a kind of loose collection of amenities and spaces. They need a big idea to say yes to. And part of what's exciting for us about the project is the opportunity to even think more broadly about what a recreation center can be. We're inspired by the recent redefinition of the way we're thinking about libraries. So they used to be these kind of quiet, dusty repositories, and now these are dynamic public spaces that are about expanding access to public resources. So thinking about recreation, certainly going to be about fitness, but since the pandemic, the way we've expanded how we think about wellness, how we refresh our minds and our bodies, how the redefinition of work during the past half a decade, how we make leisure time accessible for people in different ways. And then the center, thinking about how do you create a center space in a town and a city during a time of loss of third spaces, when things like churches and civic institutions, volunteer organizations, we've seen a real decline in those over the last decades. Sociologists tell us we're living through an epidemic of loneliness in America. So there's this real need for community, and we see an opportunity to imagine a recreation center that serves as a way to literally make space for community and to really kind of offer that social infrastructure to support connection in different ways. So to ensure the vote, we owe a vision, for the recreation center that's responsive to these kind of cultural moment and to the real authentic needs of the people of Emporia, so that it really feels like it is of this place. And here's how we get there. It's an integrated collaboration in every sense of the word. We start by becoming a part of your team. We listen, we want to really understand your goals and objectives. We also have to understand that kind of larger cultural and physical context of the project. And it's that kind of sense of place that's going to really kind of undergird all of the design decisions that we'll make together. It starts with a kickoff where we align around goals. We'll talk about protocols, ways of working, timelines, key milestones and deliverables so that we all have a clear understanding of how we move forward. But because we need to understand that kind of broader context, at Multi-Studio we have a key philosophy to humbly engage many. So this comes to life as an extensive review, a kind of contextual review, and an audit that invites the perspectives of the community in, the voices of the community directly, as well as the voices and perspectives of key stakeholders. We then work together to really co-design, to co-author the experience strategies that are going to drive the project forward and eventually inform the shape and function of the space and the way it's embedded within the community. Those community engagement sessions can look a lot of different ways. Sometimes they look like more of a town hall format where we have people come in and we design exercises and activities to solicit their perspectives. Sometimes it looks a little bit more like a block party. This was one that we recently did, and you know, you can see families, kids coming down, helping us understand, you know, site selection, and really kind of as the project in its early stage of formation, we want to make sure again we're capturing all those perspectives. Those inputs from all that kind of qualitative data and any other kind of strategic inputs and quantitative data that you might be able to survive are collected. We analyze those and synthesize those down into the kind of key imperatives and themes that will inform the design work. We come to alignment around what those mean in terms of the design direction of the project and the story that we need to tell. And so once we arrive through the end of that process, we have consensus, a clear kind of guiding concept of where the project will go, and an understanding of how everybody will bring it to life. A couple of examples of where we've applied that process to an organization called Creative Flagstaff. This is in Arizona. Where they had a key initiative around highlighting the intersections in their arts communities. So we worked with them closely along those process steps to kind of define all of the programmatic aspects of that event. We branded it and created a full kind of look and feel of the project, created a whole set of messaging collateral to get the idea out to the community, shared it with the community in open forums and city council presentations, ultimately creating materials that help them secure grant funds to make the event a reality, and then of course all of the people in the community that were actually going to live and make the event manifest. And one other one from some work we're currently engaged in over in Leavenworth. This is an idea for a Frontier Museum of the United States Army. So this is a museum that doesn't exist yet. We're working with the curators and the U.S. Army and a whole host of folks to create a really bold vision for what this museum space might be. Everything from the stories that will be exhibited there, of course the architecture of the space itself, and the way it's embedded in the site in the town of Leavenworth as a real community asset. And we're packaging that up into a compelling story and narrative that can be shared with a really wide range of stakeholders, everybody from senators to civilians to Army folks that need to come along on this project to make it real. So the need to kind of coalesce a vision, share with the community is how we think we get the vote, and the way that we articulate both the site itself or the space itself, the impact of the community, and the experiences available there. We think are the key pieces of that story.
As I mentioned early on, we really want to make sure that this facility is embedded in the community of Emporia. Most of our public architecture that we take on, we really want to understand that those are more than just facilities, but they're part of the community, and ultimately, this needs to be part of your community. So we want to look at not only the site, but we want to look at the community and the things that are going on in the community, understand the relationship of whatever site is selected to surrounding destinations, to the connectivity to the rest of the community, by all modes really, glad to hear that you guys are thinking multi-generational, because when we think of multimodal, that's exactly what we're thinking of, as 8 to 80 is what we typically describe that as, making sure that there's not only connections but access. And then ultimately we want to understand the context around that so that we can embed this in the context of wherever the site may be. So we want to start out by understanding more about your community. We've started to identify some of what we would consider sacred cows, maybe some of those destinations, some of those uses that are key to the community, whether they're schools, their commercial activities, your library, your municipal auditorium, parks, those things like that. Understand those more from the community's perspective so that we have a good understanding of what's going on currently and how we can relate this facility directly to the rest of the destinations in the community. We know those destinations are going to be important. We know this can be a very, very important destination for your community. As Katie said, those third places we're losing in our community, we want to make sure that this can become a third place, but also help support other third places. And we think the central region of Emporia is the place to do it. Whether it's the university, whether it's your municipal auditorium, your school in the area, how we connect those physically and kind of psychologically to one another will help us embed this in the community. I mentioned multimodal transportation. I think we want to focus on those connections for all those different modes, but one of our priorities is going to be the pedestrian network and making sure that kids, as well as elderly folks, anyone who wants to, can access that facility primarily by foot or by bike, but then also by automobile and by transit. We've done a really good job, Emporia included, of building out our transportation networks. It's time to focus on some of the other pieces of that network so that people can use the community. As I mentioned, we also want to understand the context. If this is going to be more of a walkable kind of, we'll say, urban place location versus more of an open space or a park location, we want to understand that context and make sure that the facility also contributes to that context. And then finally, we want to understand some of the barriers that may exist to contributing to that context, as well as the connections to the facility, and making sure that we're addressing barriers, or at least acknowledging the barriers that exist so that we can plan for them, whatever the site may be. So we want to start that process by looking at not only some of the sites that you've identified in terms of potential areas, but also looking at some of the underutilized properties that may be in the surrounding area and how those might relate back to the rec center itself, so that we can plan accordingly for the larger area and those connections and context and those things I mentioned. And then finally, I just want to add or give you an example of some of the ways that we've used this process and we've used looking at the community as a whole in some of our past projects. The Matt Ross Community Center, which is in downtown Overland Park in the Kansas City metropolitan area, 20 years ago, we did a master plan for downtown. 15 years ago? 18 years ago it was built, and within the last 7, actually COVID slowed it down, but prior to COVID, downtown Overland Park really took off in terms of redevelopment, a lot of new housing, a lot of new commercial services, and they're continuing to do things, not only better connect the downtown, not only grow the downtown, but connect it better to the community, remove some of the barriers like Metcalf Avenue, if you've ever driven down that. But really doing things to make that a success, and that was really a catalyst for development. The View in Grandview, Missouri, a totally different context set in a park setting. That generated a lot of activity in a park, in an existing park, that has led to the design by us and construction of a new amphitheater in that park as well. So really started to stimulate activity in that area. The Lawrence Public Library, again, has really become, I'll say, the hub of downtown Lawrence. It hosts some of the most important community events and gatherings in the community, and year round, really. Looking at an ice rink in the winter to movies on the lawn during the summer and kind of everything in between. It's really become a focal point of downtown. Little Lenexa Community Center is under construction right now, but our process to put that plan together for the site was really embedded in the same kind of process of looking at the community, how it would contribute broader to the community and be embedded within the Lenexa community. So we're hoping that this process will do the same for this facility as well as the city of Emporia. And I'm going to
the work that Graham and Katie just walked through with you is the bulk of the work that we would be engaged in over the coming months. And it's probably some of the most important work of the entire project, including the design and construction. It's creating a solid foundation for all the work. It's creating consensus building across the city. And it's rooting this facility within the fabric of Emporia in such a way that it's benefiting the economy, it's reaching as many of the constituents as you can, et cetera, et cetera. But certainly, once we finish that portion of the project, it's really about the architecture and it's about the facility and what that can do for Emporia. And building something that inspires is what we strive to do in all of our work. There's some various components to this that I want to emphasize that are that we think about as we design a project. And first and foremost is designing for engagement. That's what these community centers are all about. It's about connecting people to one another. It's about connecting individuals to opportunities. There's stakeholders of every sort that are involved in this type of facility, and so it's really about engagement. With recreation centers and community centers in particular, thinking about the overlap of spaces is critically important. An individual is going to this facility to maybe engage in one particular function, but there's probably 100 different types of services and things that are happening within this facility, and creating overlap, as you see in all of these spaces, is the way that a young student or a senior is exposed to things that maybe they didn't think about, or things that they weren't maybe originally going to this facility to engage in. Certainly the longevity of the facility is something that's critically important. For every single project that we pursue, we do what we call paving the path to zero, and that's zero net energy. The benefits to that are not just in the energy consumption of the building, but it's ultimately in reducing your utility costs. It's thinking about the materials and other things that are have a longevity to them, because we're thinking about life cycle costs, so not just day one costs, but what does it cost to operate this facility in the long term? And then ultimately setting the project up to be plug and play for renewable energies in the future. So at whichever point it makes sense to add solar, for example, as a renewable when the payback is right for the city of Emporia, then doing some pre-work now allows you to do that very easily and cost effectively in the future. Certainly thinking about longevity from a materials and just finishes standpoint, there's going to be every type of interaction, and these facilities get abused, as you can imagine. But that's just a part of the process and the way that we design them. Rec centers are fundamentally wellness centers, but we think of wellness through the architecture as well. It's about bringing daylight into every space, but not just daylight for the sake of even just benefiting health, but offsetting the artificial lighting within the spaces you can see here without having glare within those spaces that is distracting to the functions that are within the existing facilities. It's connecting those experiences to the outdoors and providing views from all of the major spaces within the building. It's connecting those views to the outdoors and to green space and wellness spaces, and thinking that the architecture isn't just what's happening inside, it's the way it's connected to the landscape, it's the way it's connected to outdoor programming opportunities as well. And then something that is also foundational to every project that we do is thinking about the materials that go into this building and making sure that they're healthy too. For generations, buildings were built with materials that were off-gassing and had other negative impacts on the occupants within those buildings, in which they came up with a red list for those particular materials, and we diligently go through and make sure that all interiors are built red list free, as we call it. And then, foundationally, it's about creating impact for your community. For recreation centers in particular, these are really dynamic facilities. There's some incredible programming that happens within them, and one thing that's a wonderful opportunity, we think, is just being able to showcase what's happening within these buildings so that the community can kind of see what's happening without even entering the building. It becomes a beacon, if you will, or a hub for the community, and is what is a part of basically relating to all these other ideas of making this a hub for ways that we do that. It's not just in the interactions and being able to see the programming inside, but it's being able to see the artwork that, is on the walls and other things that are placed within this facility that are community made, if you will. It's showcasing, some of the fun spaces that you can see on the image on the left, like we did at Mount Ross, where you can see kiddos playing in those places and some of the fun interactions that are taking place. And then, as we did at Rockhurst for their recreation center, was just being able to show off the different amenities that this facility offers. Everything from the workout equipment that's on the upper floors in this case to some of the community spaces on the lower floors, because some of those are maybe some of the highest utilized spaces within this type of building. And then, at the end of the day, it's really about celebration, in our opinion, that these are places where different groups come together. You're celebrating the work that's happening there. It's an opportunity to celebrate artwork that's happening within the community, to celebrate through graphics and other things that are inspirational to Emporia. And, as Graham had pointed out earlier through this image, this is ultimately a place to create a new hub for Emporia. It's a new destination, and it's a place, a kind of a unique place, if you will, that almost all of Emporians will engage in at some point or another. So that's kind of our thinking on the architecture side.
So with that, it's an exciting fee discussion. So we were asked to present a fee, and we provided a copy of this, but we just want to walk you through. So I asked if we could hold off on the fee because we really don't understand exactly what the scope is and what you're looking to achieve with this. So even when I asked our engineers, they were like, what are we basing off of? I said, well, let's just give a range. We don't know if it's an addition, a renovation, addition and a renovation, new build out on a green field, or in an urban environment. So we provided a fee range, and that fee range could be bigger. It probably could be less on the low end side. But that fee range, what we were planning to do, somewhere between a $20 to $40 million project, 8.75% to 10.25%. Of that fee, we were thinking this initial study that we're talking about, this bond support piece, would come out of that fee, and it would involve everybody that you're seeing here as we're developing this community hub. The basic services is everybody that's involved here as well. Civil engineering, structural, MEP, fire protection is what F stands for people that don't know. And then additional services we have, and some of these may actually blend into the stuff up above as we start getting into it, like finishes, fixture and furnishings, equipment, the FF&E design, AV and technology. If you guys say, well, we really like your MEP engineer Henderson to provide AV and technology design for the center. So these are things that are generally outside of the scope, but all of this stuff we can work through. So an example, I just took something in the middle just so you guys had an understanding when we talked all these percentages, because there's a lot of ranges and numbers. So if it was a $30 million construction project, the fee could be in a range of $2.6 to $3 million. The pre-bond services could be somewhere around $190,000 to $200,000. And that would come out of the fee at the top. And then the external campaign assistance, the stuff that Katie was talking about, you guys might have people internal to do this and can help package stuff together and say, we want to go out and hit this hard. We would develop renderings, we would develop the floor plan, site plan, analysis, all of this stuff. But if you wanted to go out and start branding some things, or doing Facebook ads and different things, newspaper articles, different things that you want a lot of branding and graphic stuff, we can assist you with that through our brand experience stuff. And it could be in a range of, we just said 15 to 85, because I don't know, we could develop an entire website that's dedicated to this project and to the community and how it's, and so all of those things can be, so this is more showing you that we have all the tools and resources within Multi-Studio to help support you. We never want a fee to get in the way of doing great work for our community. So we just want to negotiate and work with you guys on what's the right scope that you're looking for, and what do you want us to help you with. So with that, we have questions. I think we left you guys about half the time.
Who's coming to Emporia every 2 weeks?
Sam. Sam is the project manager, project architect. Once this project turns into, as Sam said, turns into an architectural project past the bond election, Sam would be coordinating all of the consultants, all of the contractor, the CM, working through that. So he's doing that currently on Lenexa Community Center. He's doing that at Garmin. We're doing some stuff at Garmin that he's been going out. And so he would be your guy that's there. I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Here, like you said, these guys are doing some of the early stuff, and then I'd be coming in as the project gets real and working with you guys to get it built.
What experience do you guys have working with our two CMARs?
I don't think, we actually talked about Hutton. I don't know that we've worked with Hutton of recent. We've worked with McCown Gordon a lot. Most of the community centers up here were with McCown Gordon as a partnership in either design build or CMR. So just because they're a Kansas City local firm and in Manhattan, we do work in both of those areas. We've worked with them a lot. But the CMR, we feel personally, after going through all of the different processes of construction, the CMR at risk is the best system out there because it allows the contractor to be on board early through the discussion. So as soon as we bid a project, usually a lot of times when we're trying to go through, they'll say, why don't you cut this? Why don't you get, no, that's the owners, that's the client, that's their favorite thing. You can't cut that. You need to cut other things or whatever. So we're getting into value engineering, which we all love the value engineering meetings. But they're in the meetings with us up front, so they're able to understand what the most important things are, sacred cows, if you will, for the project to move forward, and then they're able to continue it all the way through the project. So we really enjoy that process of working hand in hand with the contractor. And even talked about constructability, because Kelly touched on a little bit about the environmental friendly stuff. We also focus really heavily on building science, making sure the buildings are detailed and designed appropriately, not just aesthetically, but flashing, waterproofing, insulation values where they're supposed to be, keeping water out of the building, all of those things, testing, water testing, when construction manager on board, we insist that they test every window on the project, not just a sampling of windows, but literally every window on the project. Water test and spray it before they do any finishes inside, and any kind of leaks that are coming through, they seal everything up. Those types of things are just the annoying factors that help degrade buildings and help bring these longevity issues to life. And so this is a community, which is why we love doing civic projects, is it's a 100-year building. We don't look at these as designing a throwaway building, a retail strip center or something. So we take pride in that, and being able to talk to the contractors up front early is, and Sam is excellent at that. I'm gonna give him a performance review when we're doing this.
Is our timeline realistic for you as far as site analysis and drawings, renderings, design, all, and then hopefully a ballot by early January or February of next year?
Yeah, we assumed approximately 4 months, mid-July to mid-November, to pull all this kind of pre-work up together and package something together, so because not knowing how long you have to have stuff together and send out to get on the ballot. We assumed that was gonna happen after the first of the year, so we're assuming a 4-month duration to really have some good public engagement and be able to pull that from the community, so we're making sure we're designing this building for the community. So we feel that that's a good timeline, then the rest of the work would all happen next spring and summer.
We're getting quieter as the day goes on.
You say you guys need a little snack back there?
We've asked questions. It's always, the last one always gets the least amount of questions. You've already asked.
It is fun to see Emporia. So I missed this in the front part because I was gonna make sure everybody knew that, so Kelly didn't have to say I grew up here. But my dad grew up in Olpe, Kansas. And so anybody from anywhere, I'll say, yeah, my dad's from Olpe, Kansas. And they're like, where's that? Just south of Emporia. Oh, I know where Emporia is. And I remember as a kid, we'd drive down Commercial Street, and I knew we got into the big city. After the long drive, we got to the big city, and I was like, oh, we're almost there. And then we got got down past the chicken house, the only restaurant in Old Beach. So it's a lot of fun.
You said you're working on the Lenexa one right now, or just finished?
It's under construction.
Is it a full rec center?
It was it's a renovation of a recreation and senior center. So they had a senior center removed from the building, and there was it's in Old Town Lenexa, so we're over by the rail area. And so we tore down the senior center, tore down part because the recreation center had been added on to 3 times. We tore down the really bad part of the rec center, and then put the senior center over there. So it still has a gymnasium component, it has a community room, it has a senior component, and they intentionally we worked through with them to make sure they have a senior entrance and an activity entrance, so that the kids and grandparents don't have to enter at the same spot. So it's under construction, it should be finished up December.
What staff member are you working with at Lenexa right now?
Ben Clark is the project manager, but we're also working with Logan and Mike and
Mike Dolan.
Yeah. But Logan's the Mike. Yes.
You gotta hold your hand up to ask a question.
Only when there's opposing questions.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We have
New rules. Rules coming up all the time.
Be anarchy if you didn't have rules.
Cal, you mentioned the fact that, the building can be designed for future renewables, be renewable ready.
Yes.
Do you, when you do your analysis, kind of help the bodies to understand what time is ready? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
obviously you figure what a solar panel will cost and how much it produce
Yep.
at the upfront, on the initial construction. So
Um,
how do you compete? I mean,
Yeah.
I believe in renewables, so.
It's a return on investment conversation, and we'll be doing that work for you anyway to give you a sense of what the return would be, or the number of years, and then it's just a decision on your part of like how many years makes sense for you to make that investment. There's been a lot of other credits and similar opportunities as of the last 10 years, I'd say. And as you're probably very well aware of, different ways to basically pay for that type of a system. So we walk through that and see if there, what could make sense for Emporia. And for some, if it came out 8 to 10 years, let's say, hey, that's great, let's plan on it. We're not ready for it yet, but we want to be able to be ready for it when the time is right. And that means you need to make sure that there's a head-in room for the equipment it's not large, but making sure that it's there, that the conduit's in place, that you have roof structure that's designed for it, like the premium for roof structure to make sure that you can ballast solar voltaic is a very small premium, but if you don't pay for it now, it's going to be a huge premium later, right? So it makes it's the difference in whether solar would be an option later or not. You also want to make sure that anything that's on the roof is kind of co-located so that you have room for solar voltaic. So they're just considerations that need to be embedded in the process early, whether you do it initially or not. We'll walk for you through, like I said, a return on investment conversation.
Secure
And
message.
if they say, yeah, let's do that, let's figure out what the funding strategies might be, and we take it to the next step and go from there.
So the project that was the University of Central Missouri that had the rock climbing wall, that building, that addition was actually designed, the roof was designed for photovoltaics in the future. We actually have a room in the basement. It's a storage room right now, but it's ready, and conduits. I think we put 12 4-inch conduits up to the roof and exited out the roof and capped them off. So everything's set up, and all they have to do is put whatever photovoltaics they have down ballast and then run everything down, and then put their battery packs and all their stuff in the room. So we actually prepped that building for the renewables at some point when they become cost effective. It's hard in the Midwest because our electricity is so cheap, but it's not going to keep being cheap.
Yeah, go ahead.
You do a lot of multi-story glass in your buildings. What kind of safety is built into that? So when I think about our school buildings, we're not putting big glass fronts on them for the purpose of safety. You don't want to be able from the street to see all of those children. But in a lot of your buildings, you could
also ways to bring in daylight and still allow for you to see what's happening within the building, but kind of obscure, you know, just through frits and things that you apply to the glass. And, you know, obviously we can concentrate more on making sure we're bringing in daylight, providing views for the occupants, but blocking views entirely from those at the street level. So there's a whole range. It's really a conversation with you all to understand, you know, where's the comfort level, weigh the pros and cons, discuss costs, you know, when it's, you know, applicable, and you go from there. Yeah. But it's a conversation that we have on every project. It's an important conversation. You know, we need to make sure that the community is comfortable with whatever we're putting in place. Certainly safety is of utmost importance on everything that we design, so weighing those considerations is an important part of the process. Yep.
Anyone else?
I'll ask one more,
Yeah.
maybe over here. So we know we'll have to do a special election for a sales tax. So I'm curious your thoughts on, so a special election, is it mail-in ballots, or is it better to have an actual poll site? What are your thoughts there?
That's a great question.
I would have picked Graham if you would have just asked it in general. I would have pointed to Graham and said, go ahead and answer that.
I would have done one of these. But it's a great question. What we've experienced in the past is it's really community by community. And I hate to kind of push this off as an answer, but it really comes down to what the community is most comfortable with, because we've seen mail-in ballots fought really hard, and post-election, the community really comes out against that, and they make it their arguing point either way, whether it failed or whether it passed. So sometimes it ends up as more of a perception than it is a reality. Shocker in today's environment, but that's kind of been our experience in the past. Is it's community by community. Some communities are very comfortable. We've been told by communities we don't need to go talk to the people, so we can do a mail-in ballot because they elected us to make decisions, and they've told us that. So our decision is to do a mail-in ballot, and it goes perfectly fine. In terms of a return, I think mail-in ballots have a little bit better track record of people actually paying attention and returning things as opposed to in person. Because if this isn't of specific interest to an individual, they may just push it off. If there's other things on the ballot that they may be interested in, then you're gonna get a better turnout. We just had public school bond issue in Kansas City, Missouri, and it was one of the lowest voter turnouts in the history of voter turnouts, because it was the only thing on the ballot. And it probably would have done a lot better with a mail-in ballot. So not a great direct answer, but that's kind of our experience.
But that'll be part of the process of what you guys would help us go through then, figuring out. Like, we're gonna be on the heels of a pretty important general election.
Really?
In case you didn't know.
Another second coming up.
And we'll need help answering that question specifically. So we're gonna need some guidance on that.
Yeah, I think like Kelly was saying about some of the conversations that need to be had, that's probably a conversation we can contribute to. We're obviously not gonna make the decision for you all on
Right.
that, but we can certainly give you our experience.
So Graham, does that become a survey question? How receptive the community is to that?
Could be. Again, I think it comes down to the comfort of letting the community decide that, because once you put that question out there, there may be an expectation of what the result of that is. So, well, that's something else we can certainly talk about.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to ask the question.
I mean, that's the bigger question, is we need to, particularly on a survey of any kind, is we want to make sure we're asking, I apologize, this is going to sound bad, but we want to ask the questions that we definitely need to know the answer to. If there is a group of stakeholders that are involved in this process that need to control a decision, then we need to make that decision at that level. But if that's a question that, like you said, wants to be asked of the community, whether they prefer one or the other, then we can certainly ask that. But that's an early on conversation that probably needs to be had about how we approach that.
We actually have a researcher in our office, Dr. Michael Ralph, and so as Graham talked about the survey, like asking questions, like used to be we would send Survey Monkeys out for the office and it would be yes or no questions, so you just guess yes, no, maybe, and it was really easy. Well now, since he's involved, there's no yes or no, it's like, yeah, like he really gets into, and you have to think about it, and so it's pulling that information out to find out really what the root cause is. It's not giving somebody a cop out like a yes or no or a decline. It's really getting into it. So we could even bring him in and have some conversations about, what's the psyche, how does this help the community? Because we all know that this is an important vote to get this and move this initiative forward. So I wanted to mention that too. As soon as Graham was talking about survey, I was like, oh, I remember the surveys that Dr. Ralph puts out in the office are hard now.
Well, they all go to him before they go out.
Yeah, yes, sir.
It's just it's all in the way you ask it and what you're asking. So.
Good. Thanks, Multi-Studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Only one left, guys. You can power through. I'm in 6 in 1 day. It's tough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Love the renewables. Yeah, good. It's coming. Kansas City. You want it? Yes. You have a pile of them.
You guys all get
How much time do we have?
I know. Some packages like
Okay, hang on.
So the joke that Doug made about picking the perfect water temperature. You do know what the perfect water temperature is, though, right?
No.
It's the one that everyone complains about.
Yes,
That's what we
the
always.
aquatics joke
That's what
right
we
there.
always. Yep. That's what we always used to say. Is the perfect water temperature is the one that everyone
Everybody in the world
If everyone's a little unhappy, then you probably have it just right.
Well, we've never made anybody happy.
I figured you would appreciate that.
There we go. Hey, Aaron. Good yourself.
So Bruce, can you tell us how the canal works?
Bruce, can you tell us how the canal works? Keep going from where you're sitting.
Oh, yeah. Engineer had to go somewhere to see something engineering, huh?
See that little.
Sorry.
Okay. Still going on my end.
I just want to say hi to the back of the room. I know what are you doing? I've heard of that. Good to see you guys. I know. I appreciate it.
They brought lemonade tea.
They're doing on the shelf.
Scott. From
Long day, huh?
I got it. There you go. I got it. 3 years. Oh, really? Yeah.
Because of that long day.
No, last night the man said that.
Hi, good.
So that was the end of the day.
What's wrong? See, I don't want to get
You will get one more.
You a Lakers fan or something?
How you doing? I'm Chuck. Taylor Fred.
On days like this, I'll get it. Yeah, my brother, he does drink all
I actually Bruce and I grew up together.
Deep preparation.
He and I lived together.
Deep preparation. It's got everything that you need. Just the ones that are coming home with me one way or another.
I know we call I'm sorry.
Hi, I haven't met you.
Yeah, 28, not quite 25 years.
Yeah, I'm 30 years. I got you by a few years. So you got a good 15 to retirement?
Something like that.
Sure.
So are you in Wisconsin then, or where are you?
Yes. All right, well, you're doing our team. And we'll send her next week too. They are too. Our numbers is I don't know when.
Yes. Oh my God. That's how landing, so it's really my middle name, but I've gone by.
A lot of
All sorts of stuff, like it's at this point, fun to be entertaining.
That's all. You're loading up on coffee just to make sure you can make it through the next one. I saw some fruit too. Mark Jack.
So it's similar. You've got an engineering too, or the, okay. I'm wondering how far it was.
You guys got to finish at the market.
You guys okay? No, but that's headquarters up there. Mind if we push this through? I think I met everyone, but I didn't. Hi, I'm Jeff. What's about Scott? Is Empire chocolate.
One full side of the board and a hot food side.
In executive sessions, we always get buddies. And they come and just celebrate. And being juvenile like we are, at that point in the day, we can do it, yeah. This, and
Yes.
it's not just you
And mine's neither. Oh, let me send an email.
No one sees us do this.
We have three levels. We have our teams, although with our lunch discussion, that's great.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Are you guys, is everybody okay with them starting a little early?
I think
Yeah.
go. So you don't have to stand there awkwardly.
The floor is yours and the guy with the parrot.
All right, well, and the guy with the parrot's gonna lead us off, so Bruce, when you're ready.
Oh, good, he's on mute. Hang on.
Oh, he's muted somehow.
Oh, muted, Bruce?
He's talking, but we can't see him.
You're muted.
Once you know it, I have it on, my mic on mute.
Good start.
Thank you all for having us here today and accommodating my need to be remote. I would like to be there today. This is a very important project. We're excited to listen to your ideas and develop them into a successful community recreation facility. This slide shows our company's integrated, just like we will be during the planning and design process. These are the folks that will be working on your project, from planning, public engagement, design through construction. This will be your team.
So one thing we decided to do here is we're not gonna go around and do full introductions of our team. We tried to do that with you already in the room here. We have some name tags, but if you don't remember who we are, feel free to just say, what's your name, or whatever you want, guy with the weird coat on. We'll respond to anything. We're gonna get right into it. We have a lot of stuff we wanna talk about today, but what we're showing here is our full team. So we have a group of people that we want to represent us today, but we have quite a few people that are gonna work on your project that couldn't be here today. My name's Adam Bastian. I am a design principal at Kaler Slater. What I'm going to do today is my best Bruce impression, because he would actually be leading the conversation for us today. He is our team leader, but because of his distance, we're going to give you somebody with a face in the room here. And I'm going to start out by saying really what we feel today is all about. So it's not about bricks and mortar. It's not about just creating a building. We strongly feel that today is really about creating a destination to engage, attract, and inspire the entire Emporia community. And then there's a big question here. You're interviewing 4 architects and engineers. Why BG and Kaler Slater? Why are we the right team for you for this project? We feel strongly that these 3 elements are why we're right. We're hoping you feel the same. But one of them is our commitment to Emporia. Bruce and his team have done many, many projects in the city. Bruce living in Emporia, Trenton living in Emporia are essential members of our team to keep us grounded with Emporia and make sure that this is a truly unique project. We're pairing that with Kaler Slater's national expertise in community recreation. And the hopes is that you get the best of both worlds. You get that local commitment and you get that national expertise. And then finally, we're all going to come together, every team member here, we're going to provide a very inclusive design process where we want to incorporate all of the community into this, so everybody has a feeling of ownership. It gets you through phase 1, through phase 2, and then to opening day of the facility. The agenda, pretty simple. We're going to talk a little bit about us. We're going to try to minimize this, our team and our expertise. You've seen a lot of that in our proposal already. And then we're going to get right into your project. We're going to talk about process, community engagement, design ideas at the end, and then we'll get into Q&A after that.
Thank you, Adam. So my name is Clint Hibbs, project manager with BG Consultants. And I want to introduce you to our team in a little bit more detail. If you look at the next slide, we have on our team BG Consultants, Kaler Slater, Shockheed Consulting, Ballard King, and Water Technology. Something that's interesting about our team is that we are bringing 2 architects to the table. The reason for that is because we believe we can bring the strengths of 2 different companies to bear on your project as we move forward. You can see that we've identified a design delegation that'll share the responsibilities, so there's no duplication of work or effort or cost that you'd have associated with a team such as ours. In addition, I want to tell you a little bit about BG Consultants. We've been in the community for 35 years. We love being in the Emporia community. We love working here. We look forward to continuing that relationship. And something we want to share with you is that we are a full service firm. We have architects and engineers in-house.
Kaler Slater, as you saw in the proposal, we do have quite a bit of specific community recreation expertise. One thing to note about us is, so myself, I've been working at Kaler Slater for 18 years and been the lead designer for the sports and recreation team that entire time. Jeff has been working there for over 30 years. We are very confident that we will be around for your entire project. We are going to work on your project, and then we're also very confident in saying that everything that you've seen in our portfolio, on our website, in the presentation today, are projects that we have worked on. We have gained the experiences from those, and we'll be able to bring those experiences to you with the hope that, or really the goal is that we're not learning on your dime. We have learned already. We're going to be able to work with you to innovate on this project. One other thing, sorry, I did forget about this, but we actually, the reason why Kaler Slater is here, one of the reasons is we are working right next door here on the nursing school edition. And we've also worked at Pittsburgh State and have another healthcare project in the state as well too. So we've been around the area for quite some time, some other teams within our office, and that's how we had the relationship with Bruce and BG through actually the project here. That's how we.
I'm Anne Van Hertzog, and I'm working with Shockey. We'll be leading the engagement team. And one of the reasons we're here is we really know that it's important to bring the community in early, engage them early. We've had over 25 years experience. We worked in Emporia before on your Imagine Emporia Together campaign, community campaign, community vision. And one of the things we like to do is we really bring people in, because if you want to have a successful campaign at the end, we have to all be together from the beginning, and people have to be part of the process. So that's why I'm here.
And we also have Water Technology and Ballard King on our team. So you've met these two fine gentlemen a couple interviews ago. I hope at least that portion of the interview went well for you. They also bring an incredible amount of experience, national experience for both of their individual roles, so aquatics design and operations. And again, what we're trying to do is really surround you with as many people with as many experiences as possible so that we can really do the right thing for your community. And in addition to that, another very important person or group of people at the table when we talk about experts is the CMAR, or the construction manager. We all have great experience working with CMs. In fact, we think that that's one of the best ways to deliver a project because of that added expertise during the design phase. Kaler Slater and BG Consultants both have great experience with McCown Gordon. BG has great experience with Hutton. We have done phone calls. You may have heard from them earlier on today. We had a great phone call with each one of them to talk about how we would align on the project, and we couldn't have been more aligned. We're very excited to work with either one of those two to bring you a very, very connected team that has your best interests in mind. And then finally, referendum bonds, sales tax support. Again, a lot of projects listed here that we have done this work for you. Again, we don't want to learn. We don't want to learn on this project. We want to be able to tell you the experiences and show what we've done before. So for the rest of the experience section, instead of showing you images of projects that we've done, which hopefully our proposal was able to do, or you've looked at our website, we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the elements within some of these projects. We actually heard from you through conversations that we've had leading up to today, but even more so, the proposal review video that you posted online, which by the way is the first time that I've personally ever seen that, so it was kind of scary and fun hearing some of that live feedback. But we got a lot of really good nuggets that you said from other people's proposals that you were really interested in, and we felt pretty good because we feel like we have some of that experience also. Things like multi-generational programming, esports, building efficiencies, and the one that kept coming up again and again and again was fiscal responsibility. So we're happy to come back to any of these later on in Q&A if you'd like to hear about them. But we were going to take just a quick minute to talk about our Columbus Fieldhouse project and how we were fiscally responsible with the money there. This was in our proposal. I believe you're familiar with it. I know you mentioned it in the video. Pretty low cost per square foot. One of the ways we did that was starting out by being very responsible with the overall planning of the building and the structural system. So this is a quick diagram to show the different types of structure that we use. We use pre-engineered metal building for the field house, which is the portion at the very top, and then a pre-engineered structure for the gym and the trampoline park, which is down on the bottom there. A traditional structure in the middle where we needed a little bit more flexibility for it, but we saved a considerable amount of money on structure by utilizing a joint structural system like this. We also look at staffing and operations and how we can save money there, be efficient there. And Ballard King, and in fact on the aquatic side, WTI is really good with this also. But the location of our welcome desk, not only is it an area that you see right away from the door, so they know who's coming in and out of the building, you provide that smiling face right away, but it's specifically located in an area that has visibility into all the other major spaces. So you don't have to have the people that are wandering around the space to see who's in other areas. Just one small example of how we can cut a staff person, or maybe focus that staff person on something else that's more meaningful to the community as opposed to just walking around the facility. And then finally, revenue generation. I don't want to get into too much of this, but countless elements within this building, from esports, youth activity center, the mini golf area, hit tracks room, and also the medical suite. So they're partnering with an outside tenant to bring revenue. They also have a great cafe in here that's an outside tenant as well too. So now let's get into your project.
So you saw in our proposal that there's a process. I'm Jeff Piet, I'm a vice president, I lead our sports and recreation team. My role on the project is really going to be to help you in programming, and that's a really critical part of the process. As you see here, dream, define, design, deliver. For the next few slides, we're going to kind of walk through that process step by step. It's critical that we build a good foundation as we start this project, and that's going to be building consensus. Really with this group, understanding sort of the goals of the project, developing project drivers, which really will become a checklist for us to go back to and test against when we talk about specific program spaces. So this is extremely valuable, and it's important for the group to get all on the same page from the get-go. We're also going to talk about how we're going to measure the success afterwards, and what kind of metrics we want to attain with the project, whether that's revenue generation or whether that's community wellness factors. But it's a great early conversation.
And speaking of early conversations, like we were talking about with the community, we want them to get involved early, and we want them to understand all the parameters of what can happen in a community center, rec center, like what options do they have, and really hear from them what they want. And to do this, we needed to have 2 phases. The first phase is really going to be listening, learning, finding out what the community wants, things that are going to influence the design and options. Then the second phase, the second part will be the voter education part. That will be after the first of the year, after we've cleared the other voter things that were happening in the fall. So we have our fall will be focused on educating, getting people involved, exciting events. Next slide, kind of these sort of things where we're going to go out and meet the public where they are. We're going to go have open houses. We can have stakeholder meetings where we really dive into different things that they can do. And then we can also have surveys, scanners, boxes, just so everybody's aware this is happening. It's not something that's happening over here. It's something that the whole community is involved in and it's excited about. And then that will help us influence our voter campaign down the road.
And that's leading to, that's leading to our, sorry, I skipped from here.
So we want to hear all voices here.
Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
All right, so multi-generational engagement, we've heard that time and time again now. I know that's a very important component for this project to move forward. I think we all know the importance of the existing facility to the older generation in Emporia, but I personally clearly heard we need to incorporate the younger generation, and you have our commitment to make that a successful component on this project. One unique aspect, I'm an advisor for the Emporia High School Pre-Engineering STEM program, and I'd like to involve local youth in having a stake and actual self-ownership of the facility by helping to participate with the architects and engineers. And we can listen to the youth's ideas, their thoughts, listen to their questions, and letting them understand the design process and being part of it through us, and they can take ownership for the project.
Now this is on my part. So after we listen to the community, we've heard from them, we've heard from you, we've established our goals, that's the time when we start programming. We start talking about what we want in the space. And a lot of times just asking people what they want, you can get all sorts of answers. So we're gonna focus on how you plan to use it, how you wanna program it, simple things like hours of operation. Of course, we're gonna wanna understand that, but your sports tournaments, and community recreation. How do you want to operate that? What kind of groups do you want to come into it? So all these things will start to inform the space program. We're going to build it in a few different ways. Maybe small, medium, and large. We could talk about different ways you want to build it. Maybe it's based on construction costs. Maybe you have a $20, $25, $30 million project and you see what kind of elements you get for each. But this is a great opportunity early on to align with the construction manager, all these different program spaces, and really allow you to make informed decisions at an early point before we start getting too far ahead of ourselves. We're also overlaying trends in this. We know you're interested in indoor turf. It makes a ton of sense with the field sports. I know you want to address courts and other things with court sports. So that may be something that we spend some time on. Esports, we've heard. There's a number of different trends that you may or may not know about that we'll make sure to overlay into the programming process so that you're all informed about it, and we're making sure that we're testing the program, making sure each one of these program scenarios are right for you.
And like Jeff talked about that, the trends and things, we will help educate the community what could be potentially in the aquatics, but it's really having that multi-generational appeal. And the reason that's so important, so that we maximize participation, getting everybody in the community to become involved. Learn to swim programs, how important that is. But again, also senior adult wellness centers are really important, all the different types of activities. And so, like Jeff talked about, the importance of really understanding the metrics, what are the programs that we're gonna be offering, what kind of pools and the water depth and the temperatures are gonna be needed for that, and being able to kind of look at what a layout might accomplish with that, but also what the costs are, helping the construction managers. We have a great database to help them be informed of what the actual cost of that, so we all make great informed decisions together.
And while we don't make any pretty pictures, we make some really amazing spreadsheets. We're going to start talking with you about operations from the first day of your project. When we do our kickoff meeting, we're going to talk about operational goals so that we go ahead and we use that as a litmus test throughout this process. But by the end of the day, using data from the National Sporting Goods Association, using data from National Endowment of the Arts, you're going to go ahead and you're going to have a line item budget to go ahead and to put together. It's important to know we take a conservative approach when we're putting those numbers together. We want you to go ahead and be able to achieve those numbers. And we want you to go ahead and continue to do the core services that you provide now very, very well in this new building. So how do we expand on those core services? Let's make sure that your staffing is right and finding appropriate price points, right? We can make any operational plan break even, but those numbers we're just pulling out of the air. These are going to be drilled into your community and your surrounding area.
So then we'll have most likely a solid program that was built from the community and from all of you. We'll have an operational plan to go with that. The aquatics portion will be mostly figured out as well too, and we'll start to get into design. For designs, we firmly believe that this is a very collaborative effort, not only with all of you, but also the community as well. So we have a series of workshops that we'll go through that we'll design with you. It's not a scenario where we go off and we design on our own and then we present to you. There's obviously work being done on our own, but we're gonna come in and it's really a fostered environment to be able to create together. We focus on iterations. Iterations are key. We firmly believe that there really aren't any bad ideas. There might be bad components of ideas, but you'd be surprised on some of those ideas that you think, oh, that's kind of weird. Like the little nuggets that might be in there that could inform one of the other options. We do iterations. We combine iterations together. We look at different things comparative to each other to get us to where we want to go. Smart sustainability is absolutely key throughout the entire process as well. We have a series of tools that we run our models through to essentially predict how the building is going to perform, not only from a building system standpoint, but also from an experiential standpoint as well. That will be included throughout as well, again, helping you make informed decisions about each one of these options. And then finally, live 3D modeling. We're going to show you a version of this a little bit later on in the presentation. We'll walk you through a design option we have, but that is a key element as well too, to immerse yourself into these experiences.
My name is Trenton Morley. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. I am a young professional out of BG Consultants in our Emporia office. This project, with this scale and community impact, would be a career monument in any town. However, for me, hits a little closer to home, more personal, because I'm from Emporia and I'm involved in all sorts of rec activities, from softball to basketball, and just have a large community engagement myself. And I think that brings a very important, unique advantage to this team you see here, because we can take that knowledge of Emporia, and between BG, Bruce, and myself, we can take that knowledge of Emporia and put it in every aspect of the design and truly create something unique to Emporia with this rec center. We're just very excited for the opportunity that this project presents, not only myself, but our community.
So then we start to really get into the design process. We talked about iterations before, and you saw this in our proposal. We'll study all the sites. Every site that you have, we'll study all of the different scenarios that exist on those sites as well too. We want to do our due diligence through everything here, but again, we want to focus on iterations. And we want to do this that really pairs with operations, and it pairs with costs from the CM at the same time. So even though you're seeing little thumbnail sketches, you start to have a lot of information that tells you about how much that might cost to operate, how much it might cost to build at the same time.
My name is Grant Urban. I'm a project architect with BG. One thing that Adam really honed in on is that we're going to analyze each site, right? So we understand that there's 3 different sites that you guys are looking at currently that may grow, that may dwindle down. But right now you have the one on the west, that's the Emporia, the Aquatic Center site, and then we have the southernmost, which is your existing Liberian Rec Center, and then north of that we have the Lowther North School site. All 3 of those sites have a lot of interesting opportunities and challenges themselves, either whether that's through new construction or whether that's through adaptive reuse or remodel or renovation. We've looked at these different sites and have understood their connectivity to the rest of town, how they've integrated from a historic fabric standpoint. We want to get real specific on the Lowther North site because we feel that maybe that one's gained some traction recently. We feel it has really great connection with downtown. It's really connective to diverse groups of people throughout the community. We understand that it has some historic aspect to it through the historic character of the school, and across the street to the Humanitarian Center too. It's got great public visibility from 6th Street. It's got a lot of utilities on the site from where 7th Street used to be. Right, so we know where sanitary, sewer, stormwater, water, where that comes into the site. So we feel like that has a lot of potential. And so we've explored that site a little bit, that adaptive reuse option. What do we do if we do with the expansion of this particular facility? We understand that the building is a 4-level building. It's got 12,000 square foot floor. All in all, it's had some additions done to it as well. So we know that it's about 100,000 square feet of usable space. We understand that you would want to build an addition to that would house the gymnasium portion and the aquatics portion. But what do you do with that existing building, right? That's a lot of space, that's a lot of square footage to program. It could be potentially some partnership spaces, other rec spaces, fitness spaces, but really it's a lot of square footage to plan for. So maybe it's not the ideal site, maybe that's not the ideal option for this site in particular. But we want to understand, as Adam said, that we've done our due diligence and we're going to continue to do our due diligence on each site that you want us to analyze.
But we're also understanding that, you know, a new building, it could be a really great thing as well. A new building on different sites. But that led us to a series of what ifs. So same thing, in our proposal, we did this. This is what we like to do when we start projects, actually all the way through this. It all revolves around being unique to Emporia. A few different ideas that actually we're very excited to be able to create a lot more with all of you. These are just a selection of a few that we did on our own, or maybe from some of the initial conversations we had. We'll talk about all of these in Q&A if you would like, but we wanted to focus in on the Veterans Memorial. So the Veterans Memorial idea out of Veterans Day, that it's such an essential element to Emporia, and the outside Veterans Memorial, the actual Veterans Memorial, is an amazing immersive experience. It's not just a series of plaques, it is a journey. And there's something that's really great about that. And so the what if here is, what if the building was designed with that in mind? And so we took this a little bit farther, and we're gonna show you a design. I wanna put the caveat on here that I can guarantee this is not going to be the design because we haven't worked with all of you. You probably heard this already today. But it's really important element because we don't do this well without all of you and without the community. What we want to do today is show you a little bit of our creativity, show you a little bit of our excitement, and then also some of the tools that we'll use to be able to showcase the designs as well. So this would be a potential layout for a building on Lowther North. What it does is it all revolves around a centralized space, which we'll show you more about here, this central gathering space, this community hub, that every individual space that you have within the building could bridge off of. There's a couple advantages of this, and by the way, the entrance could come in maybe off of 7th Avenue. That connection over to Commercial Street might be nice. You could do parking up to the north. Maybe you save a little bit of green space to the south, like there's green space right now. But the value of having everything come off of a central hub is you really start to eliminate a lot of circulation in the building, and you're putting more of your dollars into the actual program spaces or maybe even into this centralized space. What the space could potentially be, again, trying to make this more about a memorial, a veterans memorial on the interior. And so one of the thoughts that we had is, you have an incredible program with banners throughout the community, 1 month out of the year. What if this was the home for those banners the rest of the months, or the 11 months out of the year? So you can see those banners up in the ceiling up there. They sort of create this ring they're hung from this ring of wood up in the ceiling. That ring of wood then has these branches that reach down, 6 branches that represent each arm of the armed forces, that maybe at the bottom of it you could have some touchscreen TVs that allow you to be a little bit more interactive with the banners themselves, or listen to some of the stories that you might have associated with each one of those individuals as well. But the point is that it's surrounding the space, it's creating a space. It's not just a singular plaque or a singular series of plaques, it's actually creating this great community space. And then through those, you have all of your individual recreation components. But the thought is, this is a decent sized space here. We're showing it as a lounge space, but maybe there is an opportunity to use it for more. Maybe this could truly be a great community asset at the same time. So what if it was a space that also could become an event space, and you could have weddings or community gatherings in this space as well? What if it was an opportunity to have indoor movie nights, or you could have your farmer's market move indoors when there's inclement weather, or craft fairs or other things like that. But it could be just another community amenity that you have. But again, always it's reinforcing that idea of the Veterans Memorial and how important that is to the area. That's an idea maybe that doesn't make sense in other communities because of how important it is for all of you. Again, just another what if, not a true design option by any means. We're excited about a lot of the other ones too, and again, excited about opportunities to talk more with this and create a whole series of new what ifs for this project.
And those what ifs are really hard because we've been talking to the community about those what ifs, and nobody discussed all the meetings, public outreach, will be getting their input. And this is really laying the groundwork for a successful voter education campaign and getting the community behind getting a new rec center. And you need the time to build that so everybody feels a part of it, feels involved. And then when we start the campaign after the first year, where you're really educating them now on the actual economic factors of the campaign, what it's going to bring to the community, who's going to visit, all the different aspects on why it's important to the community. You really bring everybody on board, and the voices that you use in the first part of that, where you went out and reached out to the community, those are going to be your advocates. They're going to really help us create this campaign to get to have all the community support that we need for the rec center.
Thank you, Ann. And I think that in addition to that, one of the things that we wanted to bring to the table is not just a team for phase 1 visioning for the community. We want to bring a team that's able to carry through phase 2, which is the delivery of that vision for the community in a realized product.
So moving forward with here, ending the presentation, I just want everybody to know how difficult this is for me here. I so want to be in person with you and show my commitment and how excited I am, and I'm not there able to see your faces, and just profess my commitment to this project. We're so super excited to discuss this, listen to your ideas, and bring everything full circle for a full community engagement and a successful project for the city of Emporia.
We're gonna wrap up really quickly before Q&A with a quick video that we put together just to show some of the passion that we have.
What does it take to create a recreation center that inspires, engages, and uplifts? How do we capture the beauty, culture, and welcoming spirit of the Emporia community? Simply, we reimagine what the Emporia Recreation Center can be. We start by listening. We leverage all we know to go beyond what is expected and create something new. We engage and excite the Emporia community so they believe in the future we are creating together. We believe that our best work comes from a collection of voices. Our inclusive process will give you the experienced guidance, local Emporia knowledge and commitment, and consensus generation needed to ensure we continue this journey and create the space your community wants and needs. Together, let's design a space that is vibrant, colorful, and engaging. One that is flexible and adaptable to serve people of all ages, abilities, and interests. A place that encourages wellness, transparency, and connection, and celebrates your love for the outdoors. A place that honors the legacy of Emporia while charting an exciting path for the future. Let's design something new, something inspirational, something uniquely Emporia. Let's build the place you have been dreaming about for years. Together, let's bring your vision to life.
Thank you all very much.
I gotta give up.
Happy to answer any questions. Dion was in
I have a question. I'm really intrigued by the rooftop soccer field, like, big time. So could you maybe talk a little bit about what that could possibly look like? What does it take to actually do that? And how do you, keep it safe?
Yeah, no, great question. So the good news is there are many examples of this actually working. And so it's not any we're going
Not
to,
the first.
yeah, you will be able to show you projects, go to projects even, so you can do it. So it's not just some pie in the sky idea. Obviously, netting is absolutely key to make sure that everything stays up there. There's safety, from safety standpoint, I think that's really easy to do. Where it gets a little bit harder is actually access up to that spot. So let's just say that you have a 2-story building, which most likely this will end up being a 2-story building, especially with the size of a gymnasium and a pool. The soccer field is going to want to be on that 3rd level, that rooftop level. So you have to have enough access, elevator access, stair access to get people up there. But in the case of an emergency, they have to be sized appropriately to get people down too. So there's some infrastructure that you have to build up to that level. And then the cost of it, I mean, it's definitely an added cost to a project, because instead of putting a standard roof on there, you're putting in an actual true soccer field. And so this would be, if it's athletic based, we would most likely use an athletic turf, which would be the rubber infill turf, which I'm sure you're familiar with. But that's the safest turf, that's the best turf to use for actual sport type of activities. So again, there's a little bit of a cost associated with it. So I think the opportunity to have soccer in the downtown area, if Lowther North is your site, the opportunity to have soccer field, we've heard from you that that's a big need, and to have it at a facility like this that also has restrooms and locker rooms and other things in it, there could be a lot of adjacencies and similarities for that. But there is a cost associated with it. So during the process, we would make sure that we work with the CMAR to analyze that, and then if that does become one of your priorities, we'll make sure that we adjust the rest of the project in order to make that happen. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Remembered.
Well done.
Where do you hide everything that typically goes on a roof when you're putting a soccer field on there instead?
Oh,
So you're familiar with Harry Potter and the
I'm Jared Mann with BG Consultants. I lead our mechanical electrical plumbing design team, so you didn't hear me talk up here, but this is the kind of question that I can help pitch in on. So there are a few things, and it's, once again, going to be very site dependent, but since we had to focus on Ladder North, looking at that site, there's really not a back side to the building where you could put things on the ground, and there's not a lot of ground. So you're right, a lot of those things would traditionally be on the roof. If there's a soccer field up there, we're going to have to look at where things are. But as Adam mentioned, there's going to be some third floor elements that need to come up. Elevator lobbies, there might even be restrooms up on that level specifically, some other things. So there's going to be some elements that we can either be on top of for some small things that are screened, can be behind them on others. But it's really just thinking about that very early on in the process, and that's where what we spoke about before about starting that design right from day one. That, a lot of times that's just thinking of the adjacencies in the architectural design, but with our integrated team, we really think about that from a system standpoint as well, so that those systems work very well, but they're also very easily maintainable. They're screened where they need to be. They're out in the open, and you know, when you need them to be that way too. So it's just part of that process.
And then there's other things you could do too. So if you do competitive events, that takes it to a whole different level, because there's specific field sizes that you need to get to, and every age group's at a different field size. So it gets a little challenging for that. If you're looking for a place for recreation, for some kind of activities like that, that's really a customized size. We could take you know, over your forecourt gym or something like that, take that size, which may not get you a full soccer field, but gives you plenty of area to still run around on and other things. And so I think you could still work in a rooftop penthouse, or you could bring in that penthouse and have the second level still.
One last thing on that too is, like, it does affect planning also. So like you're talking about a demonstration kitchen. If you do a full demonstration kitchen, you most likely will have a hood, and there will be some pretty amazing venting that happens for those of you that know kitchens well. We would want to make sure that that most likely is not located right in the center of the soccer field, because you know, you can go sideways. We can do things to route that around, but it's going to lose a lot of the efficiency in order to do that. So if that becomes a priority, that's okay. We'll work with that, and we'll make sure that everything else, all the other components, work with that specific element.
You wish you wouldn't have shown the soccer.
It's a good idea. Again, when space, there's limitations, you can do that over parking too, and build basically a cover over parking. It doesn't have to be on top of the building. It just comes at a cost. So it is you know, usually on a dense site when you make decisions like this, but it's a feasible option.
So the community engagement part is really important, and I think, you know, I really got that piece. But then we have to sort of work towards getting out the vote. And so I feel like that was the part that I would love to know a little bit more about. Like, how do you go from community engagement to actually getting voters to turn out to vote and support this?
Excellent question. Andy, you might speak more to that.
I'm happy to. So one of the reasons is a lot of, when voter campaigns fail, it's because people don't feel involved in the campaign. They feel like you're trying to just steamroll it, right? So that's one of the reasons that you guys are giving this time. So during the whole fall, when we're engaging people, we're letting them, we're telling them that we're going to have this later, but we're not going to be talking about the election or voting or anything like that before November, right? Because that'll just confuse people. They won't know when it's going to be on the ballot. You know, it's not. So the whole time you're building it, you're just talking about all the elements that we can have, all the things that they want, and really designing something that the community wants. After the first of the year, then you do your get out the vote. You already have all these contacts you've made with people that have come. You've gotten emails, you've gotten phone numbers. You can email them and let them know and do that to get out the vote. You can send postcards out to people. There's a lot of different ways. You can do yard signage. As a city, you don't necessarily say you can, you know, go vote yes, but you can get other people, your chambers of commerce, your Rotary clubs, your children's clubs, they can all tell people to vote yes, right? They can go out and be your vote yes campaign. And so you really create these trusted voices in the community that have learned, have been part of this process, and now they're out there speaking for you, and you're encouraging them. But you're doing the groundwork in the fall for the campaign that you're gonna have in the spring.
And would you all sort of shepherd that through for us? Like, would you actually be part of, designing postcards and getting lists and designing the yard signs? I mean,
Yeah,
are
I mean,
you,
that's
are you part of that?
Yes, that's,
Okay.
I mean, that's something we'd love to be a part of. We do that a lot, and that's really, and we've been working with the design team so that when when people are voting on things, they know this is something I saw, this is something I wanted, right? So they're really letting them know that this is their Emporia Rec Center. And, but the only way that now that this is something that they want, they have to get out the vote. And now, so we start encouraging them to get out the vote. It's important. Vote yes. I can't say vote yes, but we encourage people. That's why we call it an education campaign. So that then those people that say vote yes can. Understand?
I think one of the factors that helps also get to yes is also having your staff from the recreation center be involved in the process, because they're helping you be informed. They're helping inform what they've heard the public say. The other thing that happens when they're involved in the process, they're hearing all the design ideas, and they become informed, and they become kind of de facto ambassadors, because the people that are using the facility are saying, what do you know about a new gym or a new fitness area? And they have the answers, and so that's always a great resource as well.
Communication, keeping people informed so they're part of the process.
And you'll kind of coach us through that, how to engage with the community, what types of things to say, and
right. And we can create kits. We can create like kits that you can take out from kids groups. They can go to the schools, make sure they're involved, because the kids know about it and their parents know about it. You can talk to the PTAs, and like that, community groups. People all you guys will be both the voices in the community, and then you can help us identify voices, but we can follow up with them. We can get emails, do some creative ways of meeting with them. Hopefully they've all been to things in the fall already, so they're already going to be part of it.
Another big advantage is BG being local and having local contacts. And we're going to be in this every step of the way, so we can really help push that.
And it was intentional for us to bring on Shockey onto our team, because it's one thing to go out as a design team, and sometimes it looks self-serving for us to go out and make presentations and kind of build excitement on this. We're clearly going to be there to support and be at those presentations, answer questions, be involved, but it's important to have an expert kind of lead through this process. Anne's got a toolkit that is much deeper than anything that we have in this regard.
Who's going to be coming to our meetings every 2 weeks?
I will be coming to the meeting every 2 weeks on a regular basis as the project manager. I will be also coordinating the key players. Adam will be a big part of that early on in phase 1, and then he'll continue on through phase 2 to a lesser extent, but my presence will be there. We also have meetings that are scheduled. We're already planned out workshops where Keller Slater and BG will be together with you during those meeting times.
And just an example of my involvement with this, so the Columbus Fieldhouse project just opened up in January. In December, I was there for the punch list for that. So I was there at the very beginning meeting, the concept meeting, and then there for the punch list and all the way throughout as well too. So this isn't a scenario where Keller Slater hands off the project at all. We want to make sure that BG is at the table right at the very beginning to bring their expertise on Emporia, and we're there at the table at the very end of it to continue our expertise with community recreation.
We were at the interview, the groundbreaking, and the grand opening.
And everything in between that.
And all of us are going to be like that. We might not be here every 2 weeks, but we're going to be here, at the very key points when we're getting the public engagement and that public education piece.
And we are local. I mean, I live in Lawrence, and our team's all over the park. We're 1.5 hours away, so we can be here to any meeting that we need to be. And we can be, and if it's something that you want us to be here every 2 weeks, we can do that.
So I remember from the initial proposal package, I think that you put together, some of the Columbus project pictures caught my eye. Can you give us, so I'm trying to connect frame of reference for myself, can you share maybe a little bit of what that project entailed as far as number of gyms? Was there aquatics? What, kind of describe that space, and then what was their cost? Because that's also helping me wrap my brain around where is our target price line? You know, you can see behind you some of the half-cent versus third-cent sales tax stuff we've talked about. Just trying to think about where are we gonna push for or advocate, and what do we want as we start to narrow that down?
Absolutely. So the project, the scope of this project, actually, this diagram probably shows a little bit better. So this was an addition to an existing building. They had about an 80,000 square foot recreation center already. That had a pool in it, that had 2 gyms in it, and then it had a fitness center. This project was really about complementing that project, so we did not do aquatics on this project at all. So the cost per square foot that you probably figured out does not include aquatics. And obviously aquatics is going to be the most expensive piece to it. But it did include an incredible amount of square footage, so we actually quadrupled the size of the building with this new addition. It headlined a full indoor soccer field, so it has soccer, it has football, they use it for lacrosse, ultimate frisbee, a whole bunch of different things in there. It does have 2 basketball courts that are right adjacent to the existing 2 basketball courts, so now we've essentially created a 4-court gym as opposed to a 2-court gym. It has tennis, 2 tennis, and 8 pickleball. So pickleball was their primary, so they actually ran that, the crosswise in here, but we do have a net that drops down right in the middle and allows you to play tennis on that as well. And then in addition to that are some of those other elements that we showed. So it's the revenue generating elements, the PT clinic, there's a sports enhancement area, there's simulators up above, there's the mini golf up above, and then one element that is probably the most popular out of everything is the track. So there's a track that wraps around the entire field house on the 2nd level, and it is just about a 1/4 mile long. So it's an incredible length. It's great for runners, it's great for walkers. Everybody in the community is really taking advantage of that as well too. As far as costs go, so we did have some conversations with the CMs about cost per square foot. You're sort of at mercy to the environment that you're building in, and it's hard to compare one place to another based off of the subs that they have and different conditions that are happening there. From the initial conversations, I think the cost per square foot for this building would be higher than Columbus. But that might be because of the pool involvement. You know, you're talking a fair amount of square footage for the pool at the same time too. What I can say is what we really try hard to do in every single one of our projects is to get you the lowest cost per square foot for the quality of space that you're looking for. So we're not necessarily going to say we're going to get you the lowest cost per square foot, because that might not get you the building that you're looking for in the end, but for the level that you're looking for the quality and the experiences that you're looking for, we're going to come up with the strategies to work with the CMARs to get you the lowest cost. Did that answer your question?
What did the football and tennis structure and the 2 gyms cost? Ish.
Everything together, or just those 2 individual?
Yeah, what are we looking at right there, cost-wise?
The whole thing.
Total project.
The whole thing was 54 million and change for about 265,000 square feet.
That's a lot of square footage.
A lot of square
Yeah,
footage.
but it's different square footage. So this is 110,000 square feet
Right.
Of that, and it's a pre-engineered metal building, as Adam talked about. It's just a different type of space, but yeah, it was a lot of bang for their buck. The hospital, again, back to the goals that were established. The community center that's in front of this was 80,000 square feet. It addressed a lot of the health and wellness components of the community. This one was more about activity and recreation and sports for the community. Yes, they brought in a sports tourism piece with a full-size indoor soccer field, which is, wow, it's kind of crazy to think about for a community of 26,000 people. But it's amazing. So they get colleges, universities, people traveling to this place. But this was about, again, how do the families, how are they supported in the community with youth activity spaces, esports, other things, and they really had a problem with this kind of the youth and the tweens. Were there enough things to do in the community? And so this started to address that.
You guys, the slide right before the circular with the banners, the proposed design, did you guys have a number for something like that for gyms and aquatics?
We did not. No, that's and really, I think it's really important to understand the whole expertise in the CMARs. Like that would be a conversation that we would want to have with them too on this one. And then like I talked about, the design isn't complete or really great until you are all involved in it. I can guarantee you that this will look a little differently with their involvement as well, because they'll be able to overlay. Well, you know what, if you actually took the span of the gyms and you made that 3 feet shorter, we'd be kicking into this span, and we could use this steel system as opposed to what you're proposing, and that's gonna save a bunch of money. And that's the type of, you know, collaboration that we really wanna have, because then we'll figure out a way to make that work and save money.
We had some great conversations just through this process with our whole team, just brainstorming. And really looking at the inventory of your community of spaces. Doug and I were talking about the inventory of water and pool space in the community. So you don't have to be everything to everyone at every location. So if push comes to shove, what's the right complement for the community? Do you have warm water in the community? If not, warm water space is really great. It's great for kids who learn to swim programs, it's great for seniors, it's great for water exercise things. So I'm not saying we shouldn't put in lap swimming, but if push comes to shove, you may tell you what kind of pools you want to build. Again, very expensive to build, very expensive to operate. Let's make sure that we spend a lot of time talking about it to get it right for this project.
Prioritize the number of lanes we need for cool water, if we're gonna have cold water, or what kind of a warm water program pool we have, or what kind of a wellness pool we have. All those things are gonna be based on the community input, but like Jeff talked about, not duplicating services that we already have in the community, that there's no sense in taking that business away from them.
Being complementary as well. It's one thing to duplicate, but then there's also, you can complement others and become kind of a feeder for other opportunities in the community. It doesn't have to be a one or the other.
Which is something that we heard from you about fitness in the community as well. There are fitness facilities already, and we want to make sure that we're not taking away from that business, that we're being complementary to that business. I think the same lens goes for everything.
We were talking about that pre-interview, talking about the whole fitness and are we competing and those kinds of things, and you have to think of it when you talk about a community center like this. Look at just that design, look at the size of the whole building, and fitness is a portion, right? And do you go there just to do fitness? No, you take your whole family there and somebody plays basketball or pickleball, and somebody goes to the pool and somebody works out. We also find communities that are trying to avoid that, and I'm not trying to beat the dead horse here, but just talk it through. It can come down to how big the space is. It can come down to the type of equipment that you have in there. It can come down to your hours of operation. It can all be determining factors in terms of who uses that space. What we do know collectively is that many of the communities where we've worked in, a municipality has built a recreation center that has fitness. You don't see fitness, private groups going out of business, you see private groups going into business. You see the other private providers in the community expanding their operations because more people are willing to do that activity, and you eventually outgrow it. Point being, don't be afraid of the conversation.
Other questions? We didn't get into the 3D model. I spun around in there a little bit, but this is just another example of how we communicate. So, a pretty quick investigation on what this space could look like, but we really like to get you immersed in the model as soon as possible. And so, if you could imagine, this paired with another version that is rectilinear and maybe smaller in scale and has distributed lounges throughout the building, different organizations of the spaces, so that we can actually do these live walkthroughs and see the comparison between them. And then we can send these out to the community if you want. This is actually an executable file that you don't have to have the software that we use to design it on, but you can send it out to, maybe it's not the whole community, but maybe it's a selected group of people that you want. So, and that's just another level. I think you've all seen there is a QR code on our handout for Columbus, the field house there, but another great opportunity to share design with everybody. We're big on sharing, we're big on providing as much information as we can to help them.
And this is kind of a tool that's really exciting to use when you're doing a voter education campaign too. It can be on the website, so you can drive people there, why it's important to show, so it can really be a great communication tool actually at this stage.
When you start talking about some of these dollar figures, they're like when you're building a Taj Mahal or something like that, we hear that line, right? But then if you can take piece of software like that or a rendering like that and say, look, we're not there's no gold-plated sinks in here. This goes ahead and shows you, hey, this is something that we're really going to use and we are being responsible. And then what it ends up looking like in the end is super valuable to go ahead and kind of move some of those people that maybe are in the middle around the fence, not really sure, and then they start leaning towards the yes, and then the yeses really go ahead and get out and say, did you see this? Have you looked at this?
And they can start visualizing themselves, enjoying it and benefiting from it. That's when it really becomes very powerful.
Show that elevated walking track, and you make sure that you have one of those cold winter days on the outside of the building. Those kinds of things. Placement is important.
We hope that what you find from this team is a unique collaborative that wants to engage with you, wants to engage with the community, and for that we're grateful for the opportunity to be here today.
Still got 2 minutes. Can you go into the aquatics area?
When you
I'm glad
say
you picked a space we actually put a little bit of work into. We have a jumpable model, so I don't want to say no.
And when you say that we could find it on the website, are you talking about putting it on the Emporia Rec website? Is there going to be a separate website? Like, how is that community education going to occur through the internet and through social media?
Two different ways. It depends on the community. Some communities really want it to be on their website. I think it's nice to have a website where you can have something that links to it too, so it feels like always want to feel like you're part of the city when you're educating people. So it could be part of your site, or we could have some link to some pages outside that has that information, but they're directly linked to your site. So part of the whole education, QR codes to get people to the stuff, but everything would be branded then at this point too, so that when they get there, they know what they're looking at. They wouldn't just be looking at this, would be branded with what they're looking at.
And that's something you would help us with and decide upon.
Yeah, what's the best way, and what are the tools that you already have in your community, right? So that we're not, if you already have something that's working, look how we can use the tools that you have and utilize those and build on those. Instead of, again, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, we want to make sure we're building on something.
But nothing that we're showing you is something that we're going to say, this is a really great idea, you guys have to go figure out how to do it. This is stuff that we're going to help you through, it's part of what we do. We want to be partners with you throughout that process.
Is the most important question, is it a banked track?
Depends on how
Do you run that fast?
Usually.
I do.
Okay.
And we need hydraulics so that we can keep it flat for some people, and
It's
then when
flat,
you're there,
isn't it?
I mean, honestly, we have options with these
Well,
tracks.
yours runs faster as Amanda, so.
What our experience tells us is that the tighter curves you have, which is normally the recreation track, it's better to keep it flatter. Just because a lot of walkers are on there too, and sometimes the banked track
Yeah,
are
they do get
not
nervous,
easy
don't
for.
Yeah, if you're
But the hydraulics is a
competing for
great
the
option.
Olympics,
You
you
got a couple
probably
million
aren't
dollars
on
for
this
that.
track. So yes, it's most typically flat for seniors. But we can make, as Adam said, wider radiuses for the speedsters.
So this is kind of a weird question, but on the rooftop, if you were to do the soccer field or even put like a softball or baseball field on there, what about the balls that go up? Do you have like is there netting on the top too?
There,
Or is
there can be, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah, so they'll just string wires across the top of it and.
Especially in the
be
center
able to
of
do that.
town.
I will say though that it's pretty rare
Yeah, okay.
that baseball and softball is done up above.
Yeah.
Soccer is much more of a common thing to do that, and it's because of that exact reason, that
Gotcha.
most of the time you don't want to create that cage up above there. That's
Okay.
still
Or even outdoor fitness is another option for the roof too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do that often. We know how important disc golf is. We see the disc golfers all over the community. In the bar last night, they were doing it, and so it could be that opportunity too. Is that was one of the options of could you have a facility that you do this throughout in different ways, and you could probably go up on the roof and continue that and have a few holes up on the roof, and so just some of the ideas.
I can chip it off the roof down, go up.
Anything else? Better get back to your pina coladas. Thanks, Bruce. We know you. We're the ones that picked the date, and you already had something scheduled, but we appreciate BG and Taylor and Shockey and you fellas
Sure.
again. I told,
Well, thanks for accommodating me. I sure want to be there.
I told these guys, Bruce, if you're ever gonna get into this business, get in the water business or the Ballard King business. They're gonna do a job no matter what.
Very true.
You're going to school for that.
Thanks. Happy to teach.
We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you very much.
You made it.
Yeah, thank you for staying away.
It's a long day.
8 hours.
It's a long day.
Thank you, Bruce.
Congratulations. Hey, you guys crossed the finish line. And you have prizes.
See ya.
No, here, get my trash for me. Thanks.
Well, yeah. Space. It's just much better to put your address on the card. That's really challenging. I'll just pick one.
It's got 11 of them. We're great for the game. I just think that if you can, at least you're gonna get enough rest. And then all you gotta do is I hope they keep it up. Couple years, but people move around so much, I have no idea who's gonna end up. I would feel
I'll be there playing if they're not
I mean, yeah, that's nice. In the rest location, I wish I could sit in.
That was like our biggest thing was how to be there.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I'll keep you updated. All right. I just thought,
That's such a push.
no, I was getting, you should get emails.
So it doesn't feel free.
It is an engineer's dream.
Get your feet set, you should be there for a second.
Thanks, Anna, for all your time. Hopefully it was informative.
Kind of wet.
That's a goal.
Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it.
Well, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
We'll see how
Projects.
the math.
Thank you. Sorry
You
to
know-
get through the ringer a little bit.
You know what I
They fight.
Well, you guys already know you have a facility, right? But when you get another facility, what they're gonna say is, why didn't we do that?
That's exactly what I think is going to be said. You're exactly right.
Okay.
For sure.
And it'll be the right
Thank
size.
you.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
I figured it out.
Nice to
Abby
meet you.
Worley, she goes to church with me.
See you again.
I don't know her husband's name.
Not very many of the Worleys live around here that I know. I have a sister.
That's what I was thinking. But we go to church together. Anyway. It wasn't
How's it
crazy.
going?
Yeah, no problem.
Fix it up. You like coming out?
Well, you know, you're good at what you do.
Right, exactly.
They should have ballots tomorrow, and then together. So it should be a pretty, hopefully, seamless.
I just can't sit anymore.
You found them. Yeah.
I've never been to one.
Last night was outside, it was pretty good.
Is that the first time you've been one or two?
Yeah, first time. Yeah.
Where'd you go to already?
We just went to Bourbon Cove. We went out to dinner and we were doing some work ads and just had beer and
I appreciate you giving me an open to say something.
Yeah. We're all in the back. Oh, you get, we haven't had. I always want to call you.
We already have it. Did you want anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm good.
Hannah, thank you.
So, thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks for all of the communication that you had to.
And your comments. I'm serious. That was the first time since
Thanks, Susan. Yeah. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. It was great. Thank you very much.
Gotta do the hard part now.
We're close, but we're not quite there.
So every one of our meetings is like.
Thanks, Trey.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, so I learned to like, know what I'm gonna say. Build it.
It is much more info to just give them back. Yeah, I just have that quality. How many discs I had? I know it's yeah, that's right. Well, these guys are way nicer than mine. Thank you very much.
That video, I started crying. I was like, oh my gosh, no.
I was cheering up long before that.
Yeah. And if we're not, it's a scope.
Right.
Yes.
Like every time you come
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, you're looking at
already. Oh, this is just and then like the 6 pillars. I mean, that was impressive.
My boss said just stop. We'll take it.
Yeah.
And I've already had 2 architects call me already. Oh, really? Yes. Traffic. I complain about this. Well, it was
They were talking about.
Oh God, he calls me every day. He'll be calling me tonight. He called me last night. I was out mowing, and so he called. And so by the time I got in, we got to do supper and everything. I called him. He didn't answer, but he'll call. Yeah, he's still over there 3 days. He's already spent the night on my couch a couple times. I said, Mark, you got bedrooms? Is there a bedroom? No, there's my bedroom. You know, the thing with Mark is...
Is it okay if I bring some students up?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. They'll be up in a few minutes.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
You know, Nathan was up in Lawrence by then. He just walked in the house. I walked in his house down there. And just everything was okay. And one day he was home. And I walked into the garage and she was there and watching the dryer. But he would call me at the house and he had to take it. So I don't drink like it. I don't call it cranberry There you go. Nothing to go. There you go. That's a tough one. Oh my God.
There's a lot of women.
No, there's no. There is, but you know, that's good.
You guys over there pre-voting?
Yeah, I know. We already got it figured out.
That's funny.
I already know.
You already know too?
Sincere question.
He knows too.
And what? Is there any concern of Lowther North site being purchased out from under? Because all this changes dramatically if that happens.
Not that we have heard at all. And there was one of these guys that put up a figure that is $1 million less than what I've seen.
Yes.
And it was,
Yeah.
who did that? It was Schaefer.
1.8 is what I had
They
heard.
said, you know, we know the cost of this location, 1 point whatever, and I'm like, oh.
But you know,
There's a couple of lots on either side of the street. That was before.
I didn't know all of the houses around it were with that too.
Now, one of the houses belongs to a person, but that person is completely on board.
I mean, some people that would be a sin.
You can get it off, yeah, there's a,
Like
on the
we,
corner,
in the end, we're
there's a
gonna
small
enter
parking lot for the Baptist church that.
Dozy.
Everything else.
So it's not just the
I
square
was
lot,
part of
it's a
that
little
committee
bit.
that decided that, and it had to be like what it was going to take to make it
Yeah,
another.
I did not realize it was that
To
for
build new and add on to the middle school was to continue within that area. This was not.
I just remember when everything was getting wired up.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much did it cost?
I don't know, did they do this? That's what I wondered.
So it's like,
well, you could fiber and stuff now, and then some of the piping that they have is competitive, and then
Welcome.
you have one initiative just then go into the.
I did, but I assume he's driving. I mean, I said to him,
Yeah, so seriously.
well, I can't check my phone.
These are my support.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Is there still food in those? I don't know, but they should.
There is. There was a lot.
Yeah, so go ahead. Yeah.
No, I didn't touch it. Okay.
Every time we have creative work, we're like, okay.
Bergen's for universal sense for redesign.
Everybody else's table's clear. Well, I was just afraid. Something that changed me.
Oh.
You know, when I was on the
Well, so did your wife.
when I was on the hospital board,
Yeah.
you know, that, well, we're gonna serve you before you sit down and eat. And she said, hey, you fat bastard. Back off a little bit.
Definitely.
You're waiting on the
See Dr. Esau doing that.
Yeah. She was trying her head. She was so embarrassed. And I know.
Are you still on the board?
Anna's gonna go back and tell her.
I am.
I saw what you
Yes.
Okay, delete both of those. 'cause
Are you still on the board?
No,
And
no,
I
no.
can't.
Just kind of missed
Oh, gotcha. Were you there when Ryan was the president?
No, Mark, Mike Halter. Still president.
Oh, gotcha. And then who was the, oh, I don't know what he's called. The medical director is Alana, but there's also a
Yeah,
physician.
she was on.
Dude's out there.
And then was there another
Well,
physician?
Dr. Harris is on.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Aaron, he just did, you know.
So Dr. Ryan's
Yes,
on
I
it
will
this
need to
year.
rework fee
I found it,
analysis. Oh,
we sorted through it.
okay.
We got there.
I will tell you that
Can
I feel like
I get this
I
to you?
am not part of a
in
cool
a-
group that you got a secure message in.
Should I tell him no
It
need
made me
that you've
feel
already
like you
got
were
it?
a spy.
Do you really, it was a hospital patient, so.
I just thought,
I was like, oh my
what do
gosh,
I
I
do
didn't
to
know
get
it
to be
was
part of that
gonna-
club? That's awesome.
You do not want to be part of that club because it's at 2 a.m. Hello,
Oh.
secure.
Secure message. Pick up immediately or it will
You
self-destruct.
did it?
Like,
That was.
oh, that sounds awesome.
I even have it on like
Until the
theater
wrong
mode,
person
so
gets
it's
it.
not
You
supposed
want me to
to.
grab? What's his name? It's coming. There it is.
There it is.
We want door.
Okay, tried to make this apples to apples.
It might take a minute to write up.
Next time we do a rec center building, we'll need to ask them to give us their fees in an exact format, so we can actually compare apples to apples. Okay, the best proposal, in fee structure was probably BG's. They showed if we want to simplify it and just hire them and water technology, it's going to be $95K. If we want Shockey and Ballard on board, and basically have everything taken care of from the AE side, it's going to be $240. So I tried to break the other ones into that as well, and then they'll take 5 to 8% dependent on it. I think all of them have stated that it's negotiable. Multi-studio is 190 to 222K for a simple. They do not include FF&E, quite a
There was a whole
longer
list.
list scope. They're right behind you. That stack, if people want to
Yeah.
look at these. I was just looking at dollar amounts. Perkins is everything up front, pre-design phase of almost 400K, then they take 7.5 to 8%. Schaefer is probably the cheapest up front, 114,000. They would take 6% of the water portion of the project as well, and then 5.5 to 6% of the total project.
So that probably moves them closer to the 9-10% range. Yeah, I mean, if you think 30,000's water, 50,000's other.
So I'll leave that up there. I would like for each of us to rank our 1 and 2 CMAR and 1, 2, 3, 4 AE. And then we'll tally those votes, and I think at the very least, we might be able to get down to 2 A and E's and discuss them. One being your top. One being your top.
So, say that all again.
So now, okay, Aaron, this is where we're gonna have a tricky thing, because I think Anna kind of said something that was really thought-provoking to me earlier, like, if we chose a certain architect, I might think if one of this CMRs might be better,
you know, so
Do
like.
we want
So do
to?
you wanna pick a CMAR first?
No, I said I
So
pick
narrow
Pick
down.
architect first?
Architect first,
Okay.
Okay.
because that's really influenced my thinking. So on the.
I know, we're big time this time.
No,
No tear paper.
One through four, just top two.
There you go. She learned from the last time.
1 through 4, I mean, we might be able to do 1 if we want 1 through 4.
Okay, 1 through 4.
Maybe we'll go
Two.
And this is architects.
Architects only, one being your
I think
favorite.
we're doing architects only.
Do we need to vote, right, in B if we're non-voting at the top?
What's your name? If we put our name on it,
Okay.
we'll know by name.
Gotcha.
Anybody need water?
I'm good.
We are putting our name on.
What was that game that Main Street used
Oh.
to do? And you would hold your things up. What was that? Yes.
Is that so?
Right.
You need our name
Playing
on
that
it.
game.
Can somebody else bring, I'm gonna put them up.
You want me?
No,
I can
you
come
do.
in, I can go count. I'm here.
There you are.
Aaron's got his. I've always wanted to be
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
teacher, so this
I'm
makes
not
me
listening.
feel like
I'm
I'm
not
being a
listening.
teacher. Thank you.
Oh, I was
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you needed help.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Okay. Sorry. If I can just see those real quick. We might be done.
Oh.
Thank you, thank you.
Could go quick, is that what you tell me?
I have 9 and 8 of them.
You wanna put them in? Let me put these in files. Not voting and voting.
I have 12 of them, and
We
11
have
of them
two.
have the same number one.
We've got two
I think
back
we're done.
here.
Sorry.
You're like,
Everybody's slow on that.
Good.
Honestly,
Oh,
you know,
not bringing it
Bill, like, he hung out there on
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
And then Jared.
The MVP.
Is that everybody? There should be 14. No, Tom's coming. You got it, you got it. 13, 14.
Get out in the back.
You can tell.
You guys want me to do multi?
Oh, yeah. His nervous
I
shifting.
take that back.
Oh, yes.
And I was thinking about doing, after Thanksgiving, they have those energy bars.
She wasn't.
Yeah. Well, one of the fridge I've had in the freezer, it's time to move.
I'm glad you said that, because that was 100%.
Hey, we can get out of here by 6.
Probe in.
I think there's pretty much overwhelming support for BG and Kaler, as 13 out of the 14 of us picked them number 1. Second place was spread out a little bit, but not really. I didn't tally Schaefer's because they were 3 or 4 on everybody's list. Don't know what else we wanted to discuss.
You got one?
Overwhelming. Oh, did we not count yours?
No, I'll sign her.
Okay.
You got it.
So,
Okay.
Do you want us to make a motion based on this vote?
I would entertain one.
Well, I would move that we enter into negotiations with BG Kaler for this basis for a new rec center.
Do we want the
Usually that's written out for us.
And I'm writing what you're saying, so it better be right.
Do we want, I mean, here's my question, do we want the comprehensive services, and if so, we're gonna have to go back to the rec board and get more money? Cause you guys only have $200,000 in that.
And that added how much to it?
It's 240.
I think the answer is yes, and I think we've found that we're probably gonna have to do that no matter who we hire.
Yes. But I'm just saying, I think we're hiring BG, I'm just saying, can we also, as part of that?
Well, Aaron and Jennifer and Amanda and Tom and Shaw can speak to this. When we approved, Tom?
He's talking to me.
When we approved the 200K, it was kind of a number that we had just thrown out there as a number, just so we had a number. I fully expected that we may go back to the rec commission to ask for money to pay for it.
So, but just, I'm thinking, once we start discussing the two CMARs, they also came with those kind of marketing facets as well. So I wonder about if when, you know, if you were to say comprehensive package, if that's BG considering we're doing it all.
Yeah.
CMARs
We
is
feel
not
like that
any.
Yeah, that's my.
And
that's
you know
my
what I'm
only
saying? And so maybe
suggestion.
they would say, actually, if we're gonna partner with the CMAR and they're bringing potentially a marketing division or their own group, maybe that's not 240, maybe it's 150.
Well,
right?
I think there's a.
Maybe a city contract. So I would amend my motion to allow the city manager to negotiate that and approach the rec board prior to any contract signatures.
Yeah, because I'm not trying to sway anybody's vote on their next vote, but depending on it, the Shockey, I felt like her and one of the CMARs are kind of in the same-ish boat. For example, Shockey in that 240 is $37,500.
And they're sharp then.
No, I agree with you.
They're gonna pass it.
Yeah. It might be well worth having both teams
Right.
just to get the vote passed.
One of the CMARs with,
To not pay $37,500 to lose a vote.
Right. That's why I wanted to do this.
Yeah.
Can you?
I cannot repeat the
You,
motion.
it's been moved to allow the city manager to enter negotiations with BG Consultants and Slater. I would entertain a second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on our architect and engineer? I think we made a great choice. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. CMAR time.
You want this the same, just rank 1 and 2?
Yeah, that's perfect. Just.
Can we go with hands real quick,
So-
since there's only 2 of them? Or does that give up? I'm just saying, can we raise hands and count real quick?
I think so.
I'm okay with, well, I want the noms to vote as well.
Okay, so, yeah, you want more discussion
Let's
until.
just do it. We'll keep going.
Do you want more discussion?
No, you said something that was how I was feeling
I like
throughout, so, thank you, because, and I'm not one of the final 7 votes, so in the scheme of things, it doesn't matter, but what you said described how I felt. Because I struggled a little bit with McCown Gordon's presentation, to be honest. I just don't think they sold themselves in the manner of experience that I have with them and or knowledge of them outside of this scope. But I like, one would be more of probably an emotional vote, and I feel like sold me on the pre-side, the marketing side. She was good. She other than the Emporia connection was good for me as an Emporia person, but that gal was a selling feature for me for Hutton. But from an experiential side, that's like that side of it, which is really when you think brass tacks and getting things done, it's hard because you've got to pass it, but then anyway, so that really qualified for me where I'm struggling between the two, and I just would like to hear other people's thoughts.
I'm gonna relay it to.
Oh, hey, Susan had her hand up, she's next.
I'm not the only one.
Go ahead.
Mr. Kirk, I appreciate the positive experience with Hutton.
Sure.
So it's difficult for me to put those together in an equitable way to evaluate.
Yeah,
Totally understand.
I always struggle with well, they don't have experience. Well, if you go by that model, somebody's never gonna get experience. And Hutton obviously has experience, not as much in the Emporia area as McCown does, because McCown was awarded the school bond. If they weren't, we wouldn't know McCown as well as we do.
I was gonna say, and when you look at their RFQ, Hutton has a ton of experience with USD bonds and information, and building experience. I mean, look at their list of building experience for the state of Kansas. So,
I guess I'll start with, I don't think we can make a bad choice.
No.
I don't either. I agree.
I agree with what you're saying, but when I was reading through, I didn't see a lot of rec center experience from Hutton. And for me, like school experience and rec center experience are different. I also heard from the architects, like they know McCown Gordon. And so for me, that was like, they were like, oh yeah, we've worked with them on so many projects, so that also says something too. Like, it's just not our experience in our community, but are the architects' experience also weighed in?
Can I say, and you can help me if I'm wrong, I think Hutton is officially more of a design build. So a lot of times too, they do their own design work and then build it. So they probably wouldn't have quite as much experience with, yeah.
They have in-house,
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
In-house people.
They are, and that's why 90% of their jobs are technically CMAR, is because they're designing and building with their own architect. They're in-house architect.
Great point, thank you.
That helps.
Dion has his hand up.
Yes, sir.
No, sorry. Personally, I'm thinking of it from a marketing standpoint for the city of Emporia. So if we're going to ask people from Emporia to pay a certain amount, and they did throw a pretty high number out there, $54,000 or $54 million. So I think having BG work with Hutton makes even more sense, because we're able to wrap that up into a marketing piece altogether, because we have pictures of them at the old rec center. They're invested, they're in the community, they've done their time there. Now they're working on making Emporia better. So that turns into a marketing piece for Emporia as a whole, and then we're able to ask for more. If we're wanting to put that soccer on the roof, then we have more capability, because we have the marketing behind it, we have the people behind it, we have people that trust these people to do that work. They might not have the experience, but they're from Emporia, they know our public, and our public knows them.
One of the things I really appreciated, and Dr. Lozada brought this up, he lets look at our pairings, was of the AEs presented, only BJ really kicked the level of professionalism way up to, we know them both, we can work with them both.
We've talked to them both this week.
We've talked to them both this week. It wasn't gush about this and just not say anything about that. And I appreciated that level of professionalism. It's important to a smaller community selling a big project.
Anything else on CMARs? Again, I don't, probably close my eyes and write one down, and we're still gonna have a beautiful building. I mean, it's gonna get constructed very similar between the two. I think it does come down to personalities quite a bit.
Well, what do we think of the cost of the CMARs is gonna be pretty comparable then? Have we, because some of them look like they're not comparable, but we feel comfortable in, I don't want, $1 million more is up in the upper edge, is quite a bit more money
Well,
than.
here, quite frankly, if you guys want Hutton, let me negotiate. Let me, cause if the motion's to enter into negotiations, I have no problem holding their feet to the fire and saying, hey, this is what we think we'd be with McCown. We think it's pretty close. We like you guys better, on paper, but you gotta help us get there.
And they were, Commissioner Harder, you reached out to them and they're willing to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Was the answer, is
I
that
know,
correct?
I know another conversation I've had with Hutton is they would like to focus more on having projects in the Emporia area, which can only help everyone that's gonna ever do a project in Emporia, is to get a little bit more competition up here as well. I'm sure they're gonna do that whether we give them this project or not, but I know they are trying to focus and branch out a little bit so that we get a little more space.
Well, I'd say I didn't put my hand up, I'm sorry.
If you're fine, if you're the only one, you're fine.
I would say if you look at it from just a complete blank point of view, just because Hutton doesn't have much experience with our architects doesn't mean they don't have experience. It's just that they haven't had the opportunity to work with them yet. I'd say they have all the experience we need, personally.
I think another concern of mine is when you listen to what McGowan and whatever those guys are doing, they have their hands in a lot of projects right now, and that makes me a little bit nervous at how intimate they're gonna be with our projects. I really want somebody that's gonna be here, and does that make sense? I want somebody that's gonna put the time and effort into our project, and so I think that was another little concern of mine, just hearing how many projects they had going on with the other architects even, was they're in a lot right now. And I don't know how big their company is, they wouldn't be here obviously if they couldn't do it, but still.
600.
Yeah.
We've had,
The 4%
just from a district perspective, we've had the same individuals work throughout the entirety, like from the leadership side, that have worked throughout from the beginning of the bond through to I'm the last building to get completed, and Carrick is still here and presenting to the board regularly.
Okay. So it shouldn't be a concern of mine then, I guess,
I would
is
just
what
say,
you're trying.
I would say in this experience it hasn't been. I don't know,
Okay.
I don't wanna say it wouldn't be.
Sure.
This is a big project too.
Yeah.
I understand Tel's perspective too. You've worked with them, you understand.
Only in one capacity.
But still, even at that, I mean, Bruce weighs a lot to me because I've been involved in
Yes.
a lot of projects, and he's always come through on every project.
Yep.
And always looks at the bottom line and represents the community well. So that gives me a comfortable feeling, and I'm sure you
Well,
have
if
the
you
same thing with McCown because you had him work on it.
Right.
If Bruce would've done it by himself, he didn't make the cut. And he had a team up with somebody.
Yeah.
I'm glad we,
It's
but
really
like
hard to
Bruce,
train.
well, his mom was my fifth grade teacher.
I'd say looking through Hutton's brochure, RFQ again, we said that they didn't have much experience with the rec centers. They did have a YMCA in here. And then all of the elements that we're looking for maybe in a school setting, but I think that the architect and engineers will guide them into what.
Construction's construction.
Yeah.
Right.
They build gyms, they build pools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
You're gonna have water technology telling them exactly how to do it.
Your point was really good, Aaron, like water technology and ballot or whatever, job security.
Yes, I mean,
Your
talk
odds
about
are much
smart
higher.
partners.
Marley says I'm gonna be an engineer, find out what those guys, degrees those guys have.
Yeah.
Specialized.
They're getting the job no matter what.
I thought maybe we should ask the question, do we want water's edge or water's technology? We voting?
You got them written?
What are we voting on? Are we just saying?
If you just wanna put, put your top choice on there, that's
I was
fine.
gonna say I did.
Or one and two, decide.
I just been there.
And again, just to trade, this is just allowing you to negotiate with
Yes.
both parties, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if somebody else can make that motion.
I'll come, my plan is to come back to you guys for a recommendation, once we have something negotiated. To go, and then we'll need to get a recommendation probably for more.
You got
money.
it, guy.
Okay.
You're about to
Commission.
count, put me down.
That's the last thing.
You do it.
What was that?
Once we get to negotiate. You guys. So probably more money. And then
We can't go wrong. Whatever happens right now, we cannot
And
go
then
wrong.
just, we have experience different because of
It's close.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
Oh, I don't know if I put my name.
Oh,
on
don't it's really sloppy handwriting that looks like it was written with a foot.
It's just initials.
I don't want writing
I'm just making sure.
Oh, I didn't know yet. I didn't know yet. Do you want my vote? Just back your
Handwriting?
That might be.
Truck? Handwriting?
Yeah, I think that's
Last
on.
week. But I'm okay with it.
Okay. If somebody wants to ask, they have this in his records. Okay.
You only have 13 to sign, do you care?
Yes.
I would like to know your hat.
Something is like that.
Okay. We have 8 Huttons and 6 McCowns. We have 6 voting members Hutton, 1 McCown.
So what was it again?
8, 6, 6, 1 voted.
Huh.
Wow.
I don't understand your 8-6, but.
Like, there's 14.
There's 14 of us here.
Ah,
Including ex officios, the vote was 8 Hutton, 6 McCown.
Gotcha.
Non-ex officios, 6, 1 Hutton.
So voting members were 6-1.
Yeah, if we
So
set.
it's the same ratio as the DG.
Yeah, I think all voting.
DG, 13 out of 14.
Yeah, all voting members were, it would
Non.
have been 7-0 if we would have just
Gotcha.
voted, or the names were there. Are we okay with that?
Someone makes a motion and then
In a second?
we vote, and then we know.
Rules were what the rules were. Does it have to be 7-0?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we're tech.
We said.
That guy.
No, just a majority.
Yes.
But somebody has to make a motion.
I will entertain a motion. It'd be the exact same motion that Susan made, but just with a different firm.
Allow the city manager to enter negotiations with. Yes, okay. Which
For the
is
CMAR.
what I've already written down for the motion, but I can't make it. So.
Correct.
So moved.
It's been moved
I'll second.
and seconded to allow the city manager to enter into negotiations with Hutton for the CMAR contract for the new recreation center. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Perfectly.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he did text me. He texted me halfway through that last one, take it. So he was
Oh, yeah.
So, how do I present this properly?
Last one here, first one out.
Trey, I'm gonna share that.
Okay. Okay. Have it. I appreciate it. Sorry, I gotta run. I got.
So Trey, I understand it's Monday.
More of those. Okay. I don't think I'll have. But I might go get the because it's 240 max.
But we'll give them.
I mean, well, but then you have a little bit of CMAR too, probably.
No, it was not 100.
Oh, okay.
But it was 0. So.
Okay. Or we could say we did 240 negotiations.
Yeah.
Negotiations.
Did we adjourn the meeting? Somebody vote to adjourn the meeting?
Anna did.
I moved to adjourn.
And Scott seconded.
Scott seconded.
Okay, I just want to make sure I can stop this video.